human-centered world. I'm Vanessa Parley. I lead the research programs here at HAI, and I will be your MC for the day. So today we come together to explore the exciting intersection of robotics and AI. We have speakers from academia, from industry, and from research institutes, and they will be sharing the cutting-edge work across the field. We encourage you to actively engage with the speakers during Q&A, during the breaks, over lunch, and at the reception later this evening. And then also during lunch, we have robot demonstrations out in the pavilion, and those are from the Stanford Robotics Center. A few logistics before we start. Food will be served out in the courtyard, assuming it's not raining, and please refrain from bringing food into the auditorium. Keep your name badges on during the day, and then you can use the QR code to check out the agenda. So without further delay, I will be inviting Professor James Landay to the stage for some brief opening remarks. James is the HAI Denning co-director and Anand Rajaraman and Venki Harinarayan Professor of Computer Science here at Stanford University. And I've had the pleasure of working with James over the past 5 years. I can attest to his commitment to ensuring that this technology benefits all of humanity, and I can think of no better person to co-lead an institute like HAI. So welcome, James.
Thank you, Vanessa. HAI was founded in 2019 with a bold vision to ensure that technology serves humanity and that its benefits are broadly shared. From the very beginning, this vision has been guided by 3 core principles. H, the human impact of AI is profound. This means that we must consider ethical questions not just after AI is developed, but throughout the entire process, before, during, and after deployment. A, AI will reshape work. Our focus should be on the applications of AI and how they can augment rather than replace humans. AI should help people become better learners, better healthcare providers, or better designers. I, the human brain is the most complex device in the known universe, and we should leverage what we learn about it to inform future AI systems, while also using AI to deepen our understanding of the brain itself. When HAI was launched in 2019, the idea of human-centered AI was still emerging. Since then, numerous institutes and research centers have taken up the cause of responsible AI, AI for good, and human-centered AI. Yet there's no single definition of what it means to do responsible AI. Just claiming to work on AI for good isn't enough. That's why we've developed a framework for what human-centered AI should be. It starts with a user-centered process, drawing from well-established techniques in human-computer interaction and design. But designing AI solely for the individual isn't enough. Imagine designing a sentencing system only for judges without considering the communities it affects, the accused individuals, their families, or the broader legal system. AI must account for diverse perspectives, structural barriers, and real-world impacts. Beyond individual users, we must also understand AI's societal effects. We need to anticipate how widespread adoption might reshape industries, communities, and public trust, and design systems that proactively address these challenges. This approach requires diverse perspectives. At HAI, our mission is to elevate AI research beyond academia, empowering leaders across industry, government, and civil society with cutting-edge knowledge. We need collaboration across disciplines and sectors to shape the future of AI responsibly. So with so much happening in AI, why focus on robotics today? Because robotics represents a critical frontier where computational intelligence meets the physical world. Robots are now performing complex tasks in unstructured environments, from surgical suites to disaster zones. Unlike purely digital AI, robots interact physically with people, making user experience, safety, and ethical considerations impossible to ignore. Robotics forces us to confront fundamental questions of agency, responsibility, and human-machine collaboration in tangible ways. Throughout today's discussions, I encourage you to not just think about what AI-powered robots can do, but how they should be designed to enhance human potential, align with our values, and distribute their benefits to society. Given the importance of robotics, I'm happy to announce that today we're renaming the Institute Human-centered AI, Robotic-centered AI, AKA Hi-Ray. Happy April Fools. Okay, so thank you all for being here. It's now my pleasure to introduce my colleague, Professor Dorsa Sadegh. Dorsa is an associate professor of computer science at Stanford University, a newly minted senior fellow of HAI, and a leading researcher at the intersection of robotics, machine learning, and human-AI interaction. She's also played a pivotal role as one of the organizers of this conference. Please join me in welcoming Professor Dorsa Sadegh.
All right, thank you, James. I'm thrilled to welcome all of you guys here for this Robotics Symposium as part of the HAI Spring Symposium. So to just get started, I would like to first give a shout out to my wonderful co-organizers, Allison and Karen, sitting right there. It's been really wonderful to be working with Allison, Karen, and also all of the HAI team over the past month to organize this event, think about like all the wonderful speakers that we have today, and just to briefly introduce them a little bit more and talk a little bit about their research. Karen is a professor in computer science. Her work is in robotics and in computer graphics. And a lot of her work is focused on developing embodied agents, embodied intelligence, when we think about human characters, simulated human characters, as well as real humanoids. So she'll be speaking later today as part of moderating one of the panels. She'll be around if you want to talk to her about any of these topics. Allison is a professor in mechanical engineering. Her research is focused on soft robotics, thinking about haptics, wearable haptics, looking at robotic surgery, and thinking about teleoperation and medical robotics. And she'll also be moderating one of the panels later today, and also will be around throughout the day. So you can get a chance to chat with her. And I'm also one of the other co-organizers. I'm Dorsa. I'm a faculty in computer science and electrical engineering. I'm also an HAI senior fellow. One day a week I also spend at Google DeepMind in the robotics team, so sometimes I wear my Google hat. And just to briefly mention some of my work, I'm very interested in thinking about leveraging and building robotics foundation models and thinking about all the way from pre-training to post-training, how we could build these types of models that could really interact with people. So one particular angle towards my work is thinking about the interaction with humans. I come from a human-robot interaction background. And just to briefly highlight some of the works in my lab, we've been looking at ways of scaling up data collection for robotics foundation models, but with kind of like a human-centered lens in mind, and thinking about crowdsourcing and incentive design for data collection. Some of the other projects that we have been looking at in the lab is focused on things like vocal sandbox, where we have a robot interacting with the human, learning from human instructions. And this robot is powered by VLMs and VLAs, but is able to actually do kind of like new types of tasks. In this setting, we are looking at building a stop Lego motion video, as you see in the top. You see in this video Jen. Jen later today is doing the demos with the quadruped, so you could say hi to her. And then I'm also very interested in, again, like interactive, real, like physical interactions with humans. Some of the work in my lab is focused on assistive feeding. How do we bring food to a person's mouth, transfer that inside of a person's mouth in a way that is safe and comfortable? So that was just a quick highlight of the different organizers and the organizing team and what they were working on. But when we were thinking about organizing this event, we were kind of like considering, where is robotics today? So where is robotics today? Why are we excited about robotics? And I'd argue one of the reasons that I'm personally excited about robotics today is this bridge between computational AI and physical intelligence. We are finally at a stage where we could think about advances in AI, advances in large language models, foundation models, and how they can influence physical robotic systems that make actions. And this is due to advances in hardware. I think we see a new humanoid company every other day, but also even going beyond humanoids. We've seen a lot of advances in hardware, cheap hardware, being able to do iterations over hardware, and that has been really exciting for robotics. And another reason is the advances in computational AI that I was kind of like touching upon earlier. Just to wear my Google hat for a second, Gemini Robotics actually was released last week. And I wanted to show this video because this is an uncut video of me interacting with the robot between my meetings, because I spent like Thursdays there and I had half an hour. I was like, I want to like shoot a video with this robot. And this is not a clean video. This is a setting where I'm interacting with this robot. It does make mistakes. And I kind of like wanted to show this really quickly. It's a minute or two. Hello, Gemini. Hello, Gemini.
Hello, how can I help you?
Oh, I'm going to do some cleanup today. Can you pick up the blue socks and put them in the gray basket? And the thing that was exciting to me was the toys and the stuff that you see on the desk here. These were from my home. I grabbed them in the morning. I have a 10-month-old. These are the toys for my son. That robot is actually what one of my students got him, like when he was born. And I just like bring in these completely out of distribution objects, like throw it in front of the robot, and I can interact with it. I can actually get the robot to kind of like follow my instructions in real time. This is autonomous real time. This is not sped up. This is, again, not like a kind of like fancy video that you take and you clean it up.
What do you think I'm drawing?
The drawing looks like a robot.
That's right. Can you pick up the robot and put that in the gray basket?
Okay, I will pick up the robot and put it in the gray basket. Okay.
And the robot is a little too large for the things that it has seen the data for picking up, so it does make mistakes, but it retries, it corrects itself. It like does handovers. And again, like that part of it, like the fact that this robot can do anything with this completely out of distribution setting, and this is again Gemini trained with action data, was really exciting.
You're welcome. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Yes. I'm making something. Can you tell what I'm making?
I'm making the only origami that I can ever make.
That's right.
Okay, is there anything else I can do for you?
Yeah. So the piece of paper that I'm folding, what do you think it is?
It looks like you are making a paper airplane.
It's not a paper airplane.
That's right. Is there anything else I can help with?
What do you think it is? If it is not a paper airplane, what did I just make?
You made a paper boat.
I made a paper boat. Can you pick up the paper boat and put that in the basket?
Genuinely surprised that it found out it was a paper boat. And again, you see the robot goes for the paper boat before even I ask it. So again, it's not perfect. The reason it does that is I asked it to pick up a lot of things, and that is in context. And it kind of like goes for picking.
Can you read again?
Alrighty. Thank you, Gemini.
Thank you, Gemini.
So I was pretty excited about this. I think like if you show this to any roboticist, like, and the roboticists who have worked in robot learning, they would be excited about something like this. I was chatting with Jeannette. I keep like coding her on this. But I was chatting with her when like these types of models were being put out. I think Pi Zero model was put out like around the same week. And I really liked the way she put it. Like she was like, it's kind of like surreal. Like this is the first time I can download something off internet and it can do something kind of reasonable. And I do think this is pretty exciting that we could have these types of interactions with the robot. Again, it's not perfect. It's not controlling a giant humanoid like in completely out of distribution settings, but you got to look at the trajectory of it. And that is the thing that, again, gets me excited about robotics today. And like, having that in mind, the question that we had as part of today's agenda and as part of the symposium was, what are the implications and innovations in robotics that we could think about in our human-centered world when we have these robots thinking about interactions with humans? And as we were putting together the agenda for today, we decided to put together a number of highlight sessions with wonderful distinguished speakers from academia and industry. So we have a number of highlight sessions in the morning. We have Jeannette, Karol, and Fei-Fei. Later in the afternoon, we have Dieter, Lydia, and Munro. And in addition to that, we have 3 panels throughout the day. So our first panel is focused on pushing the frontiers of robotics AI. We have Chelsea, Wendy, and Dhruv speaking at that panel. And then we are going to talk about from research to real-world impact. So we'll have Peter, Charlie, and Andrea speaking at that panel. And then finally, our last panel is focused on societal impacts of robots in our human-centered world. And we have Stephen, Steffi, Londa, and Amy speaking at that panel. Right before lunch, we'll have Oussama coming and talking a little bit about the Stanford Robotics Center. This event is organized by HAI and Stanford Robotics Center. So we'll be talking about some of the new advancements in SRC and some of the future directions in that setting. And we have two wonderful keynote speeches today. So in the afternoon, we have Maya Materik talking about robots among us. I'm really excited about that. And that brings me to the keynote this morning, and that brings me to Rodney's talk. So Rodney will be talking about robotics, the push and pull of ideas and applications. So let me just quickly introduce Rodney. I know he doesn't need an introduction, but let me briefly introduce him and don't take too much of his time. Rodney is a faculty in robotics at MIT. I think a lot of us know his work, not just because of his impact in academia, but also his impact in industry. He has founded and co-founded many robotics companies that we are familiar with. He's currently the co-founder and CTO of Robust AI. He was a founder, chairman, and CTO of Rethink Robotics. He was a co-founder of iRobot. So it's really wonderful to see his impact throughout kind of like his career in the field of robotics, not just in academia and industry, but also on people. I noticed that two of our speakers later today have been Rodney's students. So it's really wonderful to have him today with us. Of course, he's won many awards. I'm not going to be able to cover all of them. He's a National Academy of Engineering Fellow. He's won the IEEE Founders Medal. But one thing about Rodney's talks that really excites me is, in general, like his talks helps me balance my views a little bit. One of my favorite talks from Rodney was his Conference on Robot Learning keynote speech in 2017. I think that was the first Karol in Mountain View. And I actually keep going back to that talk, and I watched that talk multiple times because it kind of helps me balance my optimism and pessimism about the field. Think about, okay, where is the hype, what is real, how to be a realist in this field, and what to actually expect. So with that, I'm really excited to welcome Rodney. Let's welcome Rodney.
Hello, everyone. I am quite emeritus at MIT. I'm rarely there. I live here in the Bay Area. Today's talk is going to follow this little outline. I'm going to start with my 3 laws of robotics. Why do I get to do that? Well, I was first at Stanford. It's great to be back. I first came to Stanford in 1977, and I joined the hand-eye group at the Stanford AI Lab. That's me there. But to my left is Ken, who's over there, Ken Salisbury. But I've been in AI a long time, in both as an academic and in companies, and I've developed what I call my 3 laws of robotics. And my first law is that the visual appearance of a robot makes a promise about what it can do and how smart it is. It needs to deliver or slightly over-deliver on that promise, or it will not be accepted. And here's an example. Humanoids, they're everywhere. And what is happening? It's the form of the robot as a humanoid is promising that it's going to be able to do hi, Charlie. It's promising that it's going to be able to do everything a human can do. And it completely fools VCs. And a lot of people's pension funds are going into all these different robots, and it's not going to end so well. Oh, and look at this. They're going to take all the jobs. I don't know what's up with that humanoid. It apparently doesn't have Wi-Fi because it's got a little iPad to interact with the world. And what are those breasts? Really? Why does the robot have breasts? It makes no sense. It's promising something. Second law of robots. When robots and people coexist in the same space, the robots must not take away from people's agency, particularly when the robots are failing, and they always fail. So for those of you who live in the Bay Area, Chinese New Year last year, early 2024, a Waymo is in Chinatown. Everyone's out on the street. The Waymo just keeps trying to move along slowly, didn't hit anyone along the street. The people were armed with fireworks. It was bad for that Waymo, really bad. Keep that in mind. People get pissed off by robots that intervene with them and don't give them respect. Third law, technologies for robots need 10 plus years of steady improvement from lab demos. You just saw a lab demo from Dorsa, it was great, but it's a lab demo. Before their limitations are well enough characterized to deploy in the real world. Now, this law is actually a lie because it says 10 years. It's really 30 or so years, but people can't believe that. It couldn't be that long. It's that long. This is the first here's the first talk I went to on self-driving cars. It was in Tokyo in 1979. This was a self-driving car that drove 30 kilometers an hour on streets. Now, it was a lab demo because there were no other cars around. But by, where am I going? By 1990, Ernst Dickmans had a car going along the Autobahns outside Munich with other traffic around it, 100 kilometers an hour. In fact, he took that car to Paris in 1990, and it drove around Paris. We still don't have autonomous cars at scale. So it's more like 30 years. So these 3 laws of robotics are very human-centered, it turns out. The appearance, the agency, who has the agency, and the maturity, because it pisses people off if things don't work. They expect them to work. I've been working in robots, mobile robots. I started working when I joined the faculty I left the faculty here in 1984, joined the faculty at Stanford, and the first thing I did was build a robot that could interact with people. That's Anita Flynn and John Cannell, for those of you who might know them. And the robot could move around and not run into people. It didn't know there were people, but it knew there were dynamic obstacles. It went on to build humanoids. Yeah, I built 4,500 humanoids myself. They're not going to take over the world. And here's Brian Scazzolati in the bottom, Cynthia Brazil above. And here they're really starting to interact with people, know about faces, respond to faces, imitate, a lot of scaffolding of people helping the robots learn. We had 100 megahertz computers back then. It was great. Single processor. And then Cynthia Brazil went on to explore the idea of human interaction based on emotion and being able to talk to the robot, look at the prosody in the voices, not just the words, and in fact, not the words at all. It was the prosody, which is an underlying thing in communication that we all use and often gets completely neglected by the large language models. The first humanoids, well, actually, I don't count these as humanoids, but the first things I built as a commercial product was actually a humanoid doll for people to interact with. So it was about human interaction. The Roomba, it's got a handle on it. That's about agency. When the Roomba got stuck somewhere, you just go grab the handle, lift it, and move it. And then I went on to build humanoid robots for factories and deployed lots of them in China. I built them in the US, shipped them to China, and then this president came along and put tariffs on China, and I got retaliatory tariffs. That was a bad time for me. But the point about these robots, one of the things was that anyone could understand them, anyone could program them, and they were safe to be around. This is another one. No hips. When you see humanoid robots, see if they use their hips, because hips are important to get reach. No hips here, so have to have a long reach arm, but still safe to interact with. And what I'm doing today is looking at warehouses. You've seen them from an airplane as you take off or land at an airport, these big buildings. They're enormous. And that's where all our stuff is. Our stuff gets moved around. And these warehouses are largely operated by people. 80% have zero automation. Some of them have these things called ASRSs, automatic storage and retrieval systems, and they can be just enormous. Amazon brings shelves to human pickers because robotic manipulation is nowhere near what you need. You can't just go and pick up something delicately, even if you're going at 2 picks a second. I mean, 1 pick every 2 seconds, it's still not fast enough to be economic. So we're a long, long way from that with robot grasping. But really, most of the warehouses look like this. The stuff up above, the stuff below, human pickers go and pick the stuff from below. Oh, that's the Alpha Predator, the forklift truck. Don't get near them. It's case picking or individual picking. And a lot of what happens, this is in a apparel warehouse, is people go with carts and pick stuff up and put them into the carts. Those humans typically walk 30,000 steps a day, which is a lot. It's hard on their bodies. So at my current company, Robust AI, we looked at what everyone was doing. They have carts, so we built them a robot cart. And I'm just going to show you a video, because it shows how you can think about things from a human-centric point of view. This is a video that got released this morning.
Where we are now is the most exciting moment for anyone who's been building robots.
Are we going to start again? All the way. This is my life. Start again, all the way.
We believe that robots and people should interact in a way that's positive for people first.
People are so good with their hands, reaching, grasping, picking, putting. We realized we couldn't replace them. What we can do is help them.
Our robot literally has a physical manifestation of what it means to have agency, making the experience for the user as elevated as possible, while creating productivity.
Karol looks like a car, but it's actually an AI supercomputer.
That's my hype part.
It knows that that's a person, that's a ladder, and it knows how to interact with each of them differently.
Yeah, and there's an LLM there doing something, saying stuff.
We want to make technologies that are fantastic to use, so that once people have tried them, they never want to be without them.
Our mission is to make robots work for people, not the other way around.
And I think that fits in well with the theme today. That's what we want to do. We want to make robots that people can interact with and help people. I've just got a few clips. This is not a professional video showing the robots we have a fake warehouse in San Carlos. We hire pickers. They come in and do pick tours. And then we're now deploying in multiple countries. Notice he grabs that handle, the orange handle. Now he's got super strength. He can move 100 kilograms with 3 fingers. My 6-year-old grandson did it last week, just comes and grabs the handlebar. And when you scan, it shows you a picture of where to put the thing, and it lights up the tote. It makes it easier for people. They can stay in flow. They don't have to think, which one's tote number 17? The robots are completely back-drivable, holonomic. You can grab the orange handle, but you can grab them anywhere, and they detect when they're being pushed around and interact with that. We used to use the mecanum wheels, forget holonomy, but we've got a new fully holonomic mechanism, and that brings up a particular point. Yeah, there's the patent on that. Oh, and the second person on the patent is Mark Yim from University of Pennsylvania. We work with academics. Academics are important. It's not just everything happening in big companies. It's happening in small companies and working with academics. So we're not just about writing code. It's also about physics and people. The physics can be the mechanisms. The physics can be about the amount of energy you pump into a system. And that's a big problem for humanoid robots, because a lot of energy gets pumped into them when they're failing, and that energy has to go somewhere when they do fail, and they will fail. It's about physics and people. The hype, AI and robotics on the verge of changing the world forever, it's just a little bit hype-ish. But I think what's important to remember is that for 70 years we've been working on AI. And there's been significant progress in the last decade. And that's true for every decade for the last 70 years. There's always been significant progress. We are not living in a special blessed time. Everyone has thought we're living in a special blessed time every 10 years for 70 years. The new people today think, oh, this is so fantastic, it's so wonderful. We thought that 10 years ago, and 20 years ago, and 30 years ago, and 40 years ago. We were going to do everything. It's not necessarily that it's happening right now. But it does mean there's a bounty of opportunities, because there's 70 years worth of AI. And if we look at all the techniques over time, there's a lot of stuff. This is what we use in my robots. Control theory, that's not AI. Well, it was AI at one point. A lot of control theory got developed in artificial intelligence labs. So there's a lot of stuff that you can use. But we're not on the verge of eliminating humans, either in white or blue-collar jobs, no matter what you hear. It's not about to happen. They may shift what's important, what's being done in them, but those jobs are still largely going to be there. And we're not going to have a revolution in the role of in medicine. It's not going to be a revolution where we get rid of all doctors. We're not going to eliminate coding as a job. We're going to change coding as a job, but not eliminate it. We're not going to replace humans with humanoid robots that involve physical interactions in the world. We're not going to replace automobile and truck drivers worldwide. And we're not going to be replacing scientists with AI programs. AI is everywhere and will be everywhere, but it's not just going to be a wholesale change. So, you know, if you think it is, I've got a second coming to sell you. And for me, this is my dilemma. People who don't study history are doomed to repeat it. People who do study history are doomed to stand by and helplessly watch other people repeat it. So these are some of the hype cycles that I've been through. And the important thing here is that they're cycles. They keep coming back. You know, I've got reinforcement learning volume 1, 2, 3, 4. Revolution in medicine, that's at least 3 of them. I didn't put the latest one here. Neural networks, 6 times. And I want to talk about neural networks because they're important and they have powered what we have now. But they first came around in 1943 with McCulloch and Pitts. McCulloch and Pitts looked at the all-and-none character of nervous activity, and they formalized that, and they actually formalized it as pretty much as logic gates. This is 1943. Logic gates had been invented in 1938 by Claude Shannon in his master's thesis at MIT. Before that, we didn't have logic gates. We just had circuits. In 1953, Marvin Minsky produced this PhD thesis, Theory of Neural Analog Reinforcement Systems and its Application to the Brain Model Problem. It was somewhat different than McCulloch and Pitts and somewhat different from modern neurons, but he said, terms like neural network or nerve net represents an abstraction of some of the knowledge derived from contemporary neurophysiological theory. And that's what's gotten everyone excited about neural nets. Oh, it's like the brain. Now, this is 1953. How much neuroscience did we know in 1953 compared to what we know today? Not so much. 1957 at Cornell, Frank Rosenblatt, he had an analog circuit for essentially modern neurons in networks with weights in the resistors, a summer, a threshold. And by 1960, here at MIT, Bernie Widrow, who's still alive, I don't know, still associated with MIT, 1960, this is a modern neural network, a modern neuron, exactly what we have in a modern neuron. Weights, threshold, a quantizer goes to -1 and 1 or 0 and 1. And he built them out of, it says up there, using chemical memistors. That's what he built them out of. Now, pencil leads and structured together, and this is a single neuron in 1960, and this is what we use today. This is the same neuron, but this is built out of potentiometers and pencil leads, but it's exactly the same mathematics. Is that really the peak of understanding humans and taking stuff from them? Probably not. But here's the important part. We are using those 1960 neurons. They're really important, but they almost died many, many times because people said, nah, that's not it. And today I hear people saying, if you're not doing large language models or foundation models, it's a waste of time. It's all over. It's not a waste of time because we wouldn't have had neural nets if people hadn't hung on and done work. And there's other things like reinforcement learning that people had to hang on. But here's what happens. They see the ball, 5-year-olds playing soccer, they all run to the ball. Nothing else is important. Please don't be like that. Please think about other stuff. And actually, Ada Lovelace in 1843 talked about this from her note G in her translation. She says it's desirable to guard against the possibility of exaggerated ideas. And the reason, and this sort of sounds like another I've forgotten his name, another local guy, another law, but she says, by a sort of natural reaction, we undervalue the true state or case when we discover that our notions have surpassed those that were really tenable. And it's the trough of disappointment she's talking about there, and then you throw everything away. And she says, don't throw stuff away. Now, what's the hype around this? This is 1957 at Cornell, when Frank Rosenblatt had his analog circuit neuron, and it was called a perceptron. And what does he say about a perceptron in the research report? Introducing the perceptron, a machine which senses, recognizes, remembers, and responds like the human mind. Could be an LLM with 100 billion neurons rather than one. Some of you may remember 2011 when Watson, an IBM computer, and it was a separate computer, not connected to the network, that was part of the rules, played on live TV and beat the two best champions of Jeopardy. And John Markoff, technology reporter at New York Times, wrote a story about that the next day. Watson showed itself to be imperfect, but don't mind that it's imperfect. We'll fix those imperfections. But IBM's developing uses for Watson's technology that could have a significant impact on the way doctors practice and consumers buy products. The future's happening very quickly. We're going to add voice recognition. We're going to be able to talk to Watson, and it's going to answer questions and do medicine for us. 2011. It's going to change medical education. It's going to help people buy stuff. This was the hype in 2011 about Watson. How much has that happened? And none. None. By 2017, well, maybe it can help place ads. Maybe that's what it'll do. Thousands of people at IBM working on it. And by, when was this? 2018, layoffs started happening. Medicine getting revolutionized went away, and then 2 months later, why did it all fail? How did people overhype? But don't worry, this time is different. We're smarter than those ancient people in 2011 who were so dumb back then that they thought it was just going to work, and they got hyped up and they just went for it. And we got two versions of this right now, generative AI and humanoid robots. This is the Gartner hype cycle, where you got the innovation, you got the peak of inflated expectation, the trough of disillusionment, and then something happens later. And generative AI, it's past the peak hype. But the really disappointing, this is from October 2024, really disappointed me. We've hardly started on humanoid hype. It's going to go worse and worse and worse. Oh, Charlie, how are we going to survive this? And even AGI isn't at full hype yet. It's still going up, according to Gartner. Yeah. But these two current hype attractors, why? Well, they have crazy startup valuations, totally crazy startup valuations. Yesterday, OpenAI raised another $40 billion. There go the pensions of a lot of people around the world. Gone. It's not funny for them. Big tech companies spending billions of dollars. Era of big learning. Academia is priced out. In generative AI, can't afford the cloud dollars. In humanoid robots, can't afford to hire all the people that are going to teach the robots what they have to do. That's done at big companies. There's a promise of plentiful, low-cost white-collar labor for generative AI, a promise of plentiful, low-cost blue-collar labor for humanoid robots. Generative AI, we're lured in by human language. They're so good at human language. They must be really intelligent. They lure us in. And we're lured in by VCs are lured in by human appearance of humanoid robots. And they both have two AI prediction sins. I'm not going to go into them today, but they're two sins of my 7 sins, which I've been talking about for years. I'm not going to use the 7 sins of AI and explain exactly those two. But I'm going to do something else. I'm going to use 3 things that Werner Heisenberg said. Werner Heisenberg, of course, Heisenberg uncertainty principle, quantum mechanics, and he led the German nuclear bomb work during the Second World War. So he's been around the block a bit. Here's 3 things he said. What we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning. And that's really deep. We see the world, we see robots, we see intelligence in what we can understand, not maybe what is, but we think it is what is. And the reality we can put into words is never reality itself. We think words describe stuff. And then the difficult one, he says an expert is someone who knows some of the worst mistakes that can be made in their subject and how to avoid them. Not that they're really good at this stuff, they just can see the mistakes. And this is the dilemma about expertise, which is why, well, I'll get back to that in a second. What we observe is not nature itself. The bitter lesson, Rich Sutton, who just won the Turing Prize, deserved completely. But he wrote this little 1,600-word thing saying, no matter what you're doing, it's always better just to learn. Just learn it. Don't try and understand it, just learn it. And I wrote a thing called the better lesson to counteract this. But that's really been taken and become a fetish. And Fei-Fei did great stuff with ImageNet. It's changed the world. It's changed what we can do in robots, learning from images, but it's learning labeling. It's not learning what we do with our eyes. It's a understanding, oh, that's stuff. And LLMs, transformers, also end-to-end learning. Amazing that it works as well as it does. Just totally surprising to everyone. Very surprising. But it's become a fetish that people keep telling me that, you know, if you're doing anything except end-to-end learning, you're just wasting time. And I don't think that's true. Because there's a misunderstanding of what we do with our eyes. We have 12 orders of magnitude that we can handle in intensity. Cameras can't. Cameras are, you know, they're the things we know, but they're not the same as eyes. So what we learn is what cameras can learn, not what humans can learn. And if you just label stuff, you get things like, this is a picture from the Wall Street Journal showing a Tesla crashing into a truck that was overturned on the road because it didn't have in its model the bottom of a truck at 90 degrees to the ground surface. Someone died. We don't see that way. We don't just label images. We have loom detectors. We have all sorts of other things. We have color constancy, other things that happen, which don't get captured by people who are working on learning because they're seeing it, and I'm not criticizing, it's just the way we all are. They're seeing how it works, or what should work, in the way they understand the world, and not maybe deeper stuff. In fact, I say, well, you know, why use a Jetson? Why not learn how to compute? Why not use genetic algorithms? And there's a community, Maya and I have been in that community for 30 years, where that's what people do. They try and figure out how to compute, to learn to compute with genetic algorithms. But people in their research mode think, I understand this stuff. The end-to-end are what I understand here and what I understand there. And I got to learn all this stuff in the middle and not understand it because it's going to be better. But what about all the stuff over here and the stuff over here? So that's, you know, it's our understanding is what we're exposed, is in nature exposed to our method of questioning what we know. Reality can't be put into words, reality we can put into words is never reality itself. We see this, oh, well, we have 5-fingered hands, so we're going to build 5-fingered hands. You've never heard anything like this, have you, Ken? Never, never. Ken has built some of the great robot hands that have been built. But that's not why we have 5 fingers. We have 5 fingers because we had that structure in our bones when we crawled out of the ocean 385 million years ago. Here it is, 5-fingered hands on those creatures crawling out of the ocean. 5 fingers is just a total random accident. There's Ken's hand. It's only got 3 fingers, the blue one. That's yours, right, Ken? Yeah. Other people have 5-fingered hands. And the current fetish today is we'll monitor the 5 fingers of a humanoid. We've got lots and lots of them to pick stuff up, and then we'll learn and we'll know how to do it. But it doesn't deal with the fact that it's not about learning position control, because when you do, you get a shaky robot that can only just barely pick stuff up with a pinch grasp. There's all sorts of other stuff going on. And my favorite example. Does anyone here shuck oysters? Do you think you can just look at pictures and figure out how to do it? No. You first don't wear a glove. Don't do it like this guy. Wear a glove on the left hand. Always wear a glove, big thick glove. And then you push the knife in and you feel something. You apply force. You feel a back force, and you change what you're doing. You're learning something very different than just seeing how it's done and reproducing it. And maybe hands are not the right thing to use at all. Maybe they're totally different structures. Maybe we'd get much better manipulation with completely different structures. But we see the world in the way we can describe it in words, and we get misled. And then an expert knows the worst mistakes, and venture capitalists, this is Vinod Khosla, great company. My daughter is a partner there, so it's a great company. But he says that I found the person who learns faster is way better at building businesses than the person who's a deep expert. And that's because what venture capitalists, and we see, oh, they got so much money, they must be really smart, they got something going. But venture capitalists are looking for businesses, not for science. They don't care about the science. So this strategy works when the science is settled, but it wastes money when it's not. And there's a bit of an arms race going on to get the money in so they don't miss out. And a lot of money is getting wasted on doing science that's not settled and is probably better off being done in a university. And lastly, we're in the age of humanoid theater. Yeah, Judy's nodding. There was a video came out, I think. Who is this? Figure? Is it Figure? Is that Figure? A month ago. And it's such a cell phone. I'm not going to show the video. But a person walks up, has a bag of groceries, reaches in, hardly looking, puts them all out, separated nicely on the table. And then the humanoids look at each other. They're the same computer controlling them, but they look at each other, and then they stare, and then they go about 20 times slower than the human just did it. So it's a lab demo maybe, but it's really humanoid theater. So what to watch out for it? On the whole body, how well they walk, how well they fall, that's really important. Are the people close to it, etc. So there's a whole bunch of things you should look for in humanoid videos that are dead giveaways about how far away it is from reality. And I know there are people in the audience who stake their lives on this, but probably wrong. So in academia, there's lots of things we could be working on for humanoids. There's lots of things we could do to make them much better. But if, your lab director says, well, let's buy a cheap Chinese robot and just learn, you're probably going to miss out on all sorts of things you could be doing. And I'm not going to go into those details. Don't be these people. Don't chase what everyone else is doing. Do worry about appearance, agency, and maturity. And Heisenberg was a smart guy. He knew a lot of stuff. And am I doing questions or am I done?
Yeah, we have time maybe for just maybe one question, because we are a little
One question.
older. We do have mic runners, so yep.
I guess I'm the lucky one. Thank you for taking the question. It was a great talk. So you've mentioned about 70 years of AI evolution, and we're not there yet, is what?
Sorry, I'm really deaf.
Sorry. So you mentioned that we are in the 70 years of development of AI technologies, and we are still learning. So what I understood is that there is a hype that we're going into in terms of AI revolution.
There's always been a hype. For 70 years, it's always been hyped up.
In general. So my question to you is, what's your take in terms today where there is a big push in commercializing the success that we've had in the 70 years. It is a big push in commercialization.
Yeah, but it's been a big push all along. And you know, here at Stanford in the late 1970s, it was rule-based systems, and that big building on University Avenue was full of tech knowledge, way before Facebook took it over. And so people have always been putting money into pushing.
But interesting aspect to that is, one is misinformation with the newly generated images from the LLMs, videos that we see across in the social media. That's one caveat. And the other is in terms of proprietary. Some information is open source, like the models that we have today are open source. So a lot of people can try out or train the models and post their results. So in this situation, what's your advice? Thank you.
I didn't catch the question. What do...
So there are two caveats in commercialization.
But you said the last word. You said, here's the question, and you said 6 words, and I didn't hear them.
Sorry. So the question is, what's your take and advice today in terms of misinformation and open source LLM models? Thank you.
Okay, what advice? Well, my advice is to, if you've been working on something for a long time and you're making progress, don't go and abandon it. If you're a new faculty member, don't let your department head beat you into doing the popular thing. Do what you think is better. There will be a lot of experimentation in reducing costs of training because it has been so expensive, although DeepSeek says, maybe not, but there's other things. So I think we're in for the next 10 years. There's going to be a lot of experimentation. And I'm not particularly telling people what they should do, except don't be like those little kids. I'm saying, look at it with an open mind and think about where the limitations are. And don't just accept, just because other people think it's great, that it's great. So I'll stop with that. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Rodney. Yeah, I really appreciate the historical information to help provide perspective for what's going on today. That's great. So our next session is made up of a collection of highlight talks. So these will be talks by 3 leaders in the field of robotics, and it will be lightning round style. So unfortunately, we won't have time for Q&A between each session, but again, I encourage all of you to connect with our speakers at the breaks and lunch and the reception later tonight. I will introduce each of the speakers now so that we can quickly move between each one, and I'll introduce them in the order that they will be sharing. So first to present is Professor Jeannette Bohg. Jeannette is a professor of robotics at Stanford University and directs the Interactive Perception and Robotic Learning Lab. Her research explores underlying principles of robust sensory-motor coordination in humans and how we can implement them in robots. And research on this topic is at the intersection of robotics, machine learning, and computer vision. Her lab is specifically looking at robotics grasping and manipulation. After Jeannette, we will hear from Karol Hausman. Karol is a co-founder of Physical Intelligence, or PI, where he aims to bring AI into the physical world. And before starting PI, he was a research scientist at Google DeepMind and adjunct faculty here at Stanford. And he's enthusiastic about investigating foundation models for robotic decision-making. And our last speaker in this segment is Dr. Fei-Fei Li. Fei-Fei is the inaugural Sequoia Professor in Computer Science here at Stanford and a founding co-director of HAI. She served as director of Stanford AI Lab and spent some time at Google during her sabbatical. Most recently, she is co-founder and CEO of World Labs, a company focused on spatial intelligence and generative AI. And like James, I've had the pleasure to work with Fei-Fei here at HAI. It is incredibly inspiring, and I'm excited for you to hear more about her work today, along with all of the other speakers. So let's first welcome Jeannette.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. When was the last time you looked at YouTube to learn something new? Probably not so long ago. Yeah, maybe this week, last week. Yeah, so I want to talk today about how we can bring robots to maybe learn new skills from YouTube. And so I will start with talking about why we need to scale up data in the first place, and then why robots looking at humans doing things might be a good idea to get there. So let's talk first about why scaling up robot data might be important. So as you've undoubtedly been aware of, is that foundation models have really changed how a lot of fields in computer science are doing research as well. And this term foundation model has been actually coined in this article, if you're interested. It's actually more like a book, to be honest, and was written by many different faculty here at Stanford. And the way foundation models are defined in this article is that as large models trained on vast quantities of data, often using self-supervision, therefore avoiding the manual labor of labeling. And importantly, they can be adapted to a wide range of downstream tasks that they haven't even been trained to do. And so here are some examples for these models, these stochastic models that take an input and produce an output. Of course, you all are familiar with things like ChatGPT and Claude that take as input text and output text, or with systems like DALL-E that take as input text and produce an image, or the most recent versions of it that Dorsa showed this morning, where you can take an image and produce a Ghibli Studio style version of it. Or there are things like Segment Anything or things like Clip that are really useful in robotics as well. So these are all foundation model examples that are coming from the area of computer vision or natural language processing. So what would be a robotics foundation model is the question I want to ask here today, and the reason for why we might want to scale up data collection. So first of all, let's look at what robots can do today. So here's an example from our friends at Google. Actually, Karol was part of this team who did this work on RT2, that at this point, if you remember, it was New York Times front page news, where this robot could pick up the extinct animal. And the exciting thing for roboticists and non-roboticists alike was that it could do this inference from extinct animal to plastic dinosaur toy that is in front of it. But I also want to get your attention a little bit to the kind of manipulation it's doing. It's a pretty simple grasp. It's also a sped up video. And so what this shows me is that we're still very much behind things like this, of a human, for example, repairing this iPhone and using tools, prying things and small items out of this electronic device, using screwdrivers to unscrew minuscule screws and so on without actually breaking them. So very far away from this. We're also very far away from opening an oyster like Rodney showed earlier today. And we're still very far away from just doing everyday human tasks that people are doing in their everyday environments, in their houses, with whatever objects they find. And so the reason for maybe thinking about how we can scale up data collection in robotics is to also have a kind of robotics foundation model that can actually emulate these sensory motor capabilities. And we want this foundation model to generalize over all the different objects that are out there, environments, different robot embodiments, but also, of course, all of the different tasks that are out there. And to get there, the main bottleneck towards this goal is really a lack of data at the moment. And to hammer this in a little bit more, here's a very simple bar plot for you to look at that compares the data that is actually used in the area of natural language processing for these two models, and the data that we have publicly available in robotics right now. So we have a very stark difference there. And if you actually wanted to scale up the data in robotics to the same amount of data that you have in NLP, assuming that these are the same problems or these problems have the same hardness, you would need to increase the current data collection effort by a factor of 15 million, right? So these are 7 orders of magnitude, actually. Okay, so I would claim this is pretty much impossible on real hardware, but we're trying anyway. So here's an example of an effort that was spearheaded by Chelsea Finn's lab and that many other labs, including my own, was part of, where we lugged a robot into different people's apartments and have them demonstrate tasks that this robot would do in different, bathrooms, kitchen, but also our lab space. And why do I think this is not possible to scale up? Because this is really how this looks like. So this is Jimmy Wu, one of my lab members who has been the lead for this project in my lab. And he's here demonstrating to this robot how to unload a dishwasher. And you can see that he's really good at it. He makes it look very easy. But in order to be, for example, on this paper, you had to do 40 hours of this. Full-time week, 8 hours a day for 5 days. Okay, and so this is, by the way, the robot that we lugged from place to place to do this data collection. And so in order to kind of get a sense of how hard it is to actually do this data collection, try teleoperating a robot today during the conference. So Jimmy is actually out here today, and he will let you teleoperate TidyBot. And he has built this really cool phone-based teleoperation interface. And he's, again, really good at it. But I think you should get an experience of what it actually means to teleoperate a robot and to collect this data. Okay, here's some other ways on how to collect data maybe a little bit more efficiently. Here, for example, a work from Shuan Song with these handheld devices. Or we could just pool robot data together from all of these different robots. Then, of course, you have this issue of learning across different robot embodiments, which is a very interesting research problem, but still unsolved. You could also do something like taking a vision language model as integral part of your robot architecture, which was done by Pi0 and Gemini as well. That helps to fight this bar plot and this factor of 15 million. You could also try to use simulation to generate more data. Then, of course, you have to fight against the sim-to-real gap, which is especially dire for these kinds of environments or objects and materials that are deformable or dough or liquids. Or you can do what I'm suggesting, or I want to tell you a little bit about today, which is learning from human videos. So here's 2 data sets. They are called Ego4D or Epic Kitchens, and they have recorded people from an egocentric viewpoint actually just doing their everyday things like cooking or doing crafting, and they're wearing a hat, basically like a helmet or something like that with a camera to film what they are doing. And so wouldn't it be great if a robot could learn from these types of videos? Because first of all, videos are way more abundant than robot data. So that's one fact. And then also iPhones are also, for example, just to take one brand here, are way more abundant than these handheld devices like the Yumis that I showed earlier as well. So there's really an opportunity here to scale up data collection with a person just having their phone, which they anyway have in their back pocket, to film themselves doing something and thereby teaching a robot. So I want to show you one particular work today that we have done in my lab that brings us, I think, closer to this step. So it's a novel data collection method that enables using only human videos to train a robot policies. And so here's just like a small table comparing to all the related work that is out there. Because, of course, training a robot with human videos is not a new idea. And so we are really like one of the few that only needs human videos, can deal with deformable objects, and is also a closed loop or produces a closed loop policy. And the benefits are that it dramatically increases the possibility of collecting data sets and also the diversity of the data sets. You can deploy policies that you learn from this data zero-shot on any robot, and it's really simple. So here's the kind of data that my student collected. This is how it looks like. You see it's like inside, outside, different surfaces, people in the background or not. And so we take this data, these human videos, and we do something very simple. We do a data editing method where we essentially track the human hand using some method called a human hand tracking method to get this hand pose out. Then we use an image impending method to just remove this hand. They're working really well right now. And you see like it produces an image where you can't tell that it was ever a human hand in there. And then we render in a robot, the robot that we actually have and want to train, with the same hand pose, doing the same task in this image. And the output is now a data set that actually has robots in there instead of human hands at all. So this is kind of a close-up view of how this looks like. So again, these are videos that are edited where the hand is removed and you only have the robot in there. And you see there's like some noise in there if you look very closely at the object and the hand, but it looks pretty good. And also, you can do it with any kind of robot that you actually have. So on the left here, you have the human video, and then you can use this method to in-paint any of the robots for which you have basically a CAD model and the kinematics. And it looks pretty good. So then you use this training data, and you train an imitation learning policy, whatever you like, whatever is out there. And then you, at test time, basically take your robot, we overlay it again with the virtual robot, which is very fast, and just run the policy. And this is how it looks like, zero-shot deployed in new scene. So here we basically put our robot behind, on the lawn behind our Gates building where we do our research, and you see there are lots of cars and people walking around in the background, or in the other video there's someone having lunch in the background as well. Or here, we also show that we can really do this diversity of tasks even with deformable objects or with multiple objects, which is really hard to do with other methods. Okay, so this was a little sneak peek into the work we're doing towards letting robots learn from, at some point, YouTube. And just like you, look at YouTube to learn a new skill. And we keep on working like on this idea. So here's just a sneak peek on some work that we're doing right now with more complex hand, where we have a multi-fingered hand doing things even while a person is like perturbing it or disturbing it. So I talked a lot about data collection today, but I think there's so much more missing than just scaling up data that is important to look at. We need new policy architectures that can actually squeeze out much more from the data that we have than we can right now. Maybe we need some kind of deep sea of robotics if you want. We need new algorithms that can actually that can do online adaptation and not just like use a policy that is deployed without ever improving it again. We also need way better methods and way better data to use tactile sensing as well. Robots also need a sense of touch to do certain tasks that are just impossible to do from visual information. And also what we need is way better hardware in robotics. So even in research, we are running against very brittle hardware, while there could be so cool ideas like this roller grasp. I see Ken Salisbury here, who he and his students, they developed this, which is such a cool idea. Instead of having fingertips, you actually have active surfaces or wheels inside of your fingertips, and so you avoid difficult problems like context switching. And these are the kinds of designs that we need more of in robotics. We don't need humanoids, right? Like we can be very creative of how our robots look like. And so also on the other side, you see the mobile-based platform from Tidybot, which you can see today in the demos. But today I focused a little bit more on data collection, especially through human videos, and I hope you learned something about this work, and I'm happy to talk more about it. So these are my fabulous students. Thank you very much for your attention.
Great job. Which one? This one?
This one advances. This one goes back.
All right, thank you. Thanks. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Karol Hausman. I'm a co-founder of Physical Intelligence. And today I wanted to tell you about building physical intelligence. So over the past year, I experienced building physical intelligence in a few different ways. First off, we started a company called Physical Intelligence. We are over 30 people now with lots of robots, lots of data, training big models, trying to get them to perform quite complex tasks. If this is something you're interested in, please reach out. I also experienced physical intelligence in a much more visceral way. I have a 1-year-old baby. And it's super cool to see her emerge in physical intelligence. But if I were to take both of these events and learn something from them, if anybody in the audience is considering having a baby and starting a company at the same time, please talk to me. This is a horrible idea. I will do anything in my power to discourage you from doing that. So at Physical Intelligence, our goal is to build a model to control any robot to do any task. We think of it as a foundation model that would allow us to lower the barrier of entry for any new robotics application. Now, the main idea behind this is to train a big generalist model across many different tasks and many different robots. The current incarnation of this idea is called the Vision Language Action Model, or VLA. The way they work is actually very simple. They're analogous to vision language models. So if you're familiar with vision language models, they take an image as input, as well as some language, and then they try to predict the output, usually also in the form of language. Now, it turns out that you can cast many different vision tasks into this format, and because of that, these models can absorb a lot of data and generalize much better than specialist models. And it turns out that we can basically take that recipe and translate it to robot control as well. So for Vision Language Action Model, instead of a static image from the internet, we would have the camera feed from the robot. You would ask it some kind of task, for instance, to fold a shirt. And then given that it was pre-trained across many different embodiments, across many different tasks, it should be able to interpret that command correctly and then start outputting the actions to actually accomplish the task that you ask it to do. So last year in October, we released our first model, our first Vision Language Action Model called Pi0. And here's a little demonstration of what this model is able to do. Oh, actually, I thought there would be no sound, but you can hear a little bit of sound. So here's a task that we haven't seen robots do, where you have a mobile robot that is fully controlled by our Pi0 model that takes laundry out of a dryer, puts it in a basket, brings the basket over, and then folds it into a nice pile of laundry at the end of it. I wanted to tell you a little bit more how this model works. So it's a generalist robot policy that is pre-trained across many different embodiments, so single-arm robots, two-arm robots, mobile robots with lifts, and all kinds of different ones, across many different tasks as well. Then we also use pre-trained internet-scale data from Vision Language Model, as well as open-source data. And we end up with our big Pi0 Vision Language Action Model. Then we can take that model and evaluate it zero-shot for the tasks that this model has seen in the past. But we can also go through the post-training process to get it to perform really complex tasks, such as laundry folding that you just saw, to get it to hone into very specific behavior, or to onboard new tasks that are simpler for the first time and onboard them very quickly. So before I tell you a little bit more about what I believe made this model really good, I wanted to show you some examples, some highlights of what the model is actually capable of. And I'm going to focus on the task of laundry folding because I think it's quite representative, but it can do many, many more tasks than that. So here is one example of the robot trying to fold a shirt. This is a different robot. This is two static arms. And you can see the level of manipulation it needs to perform to find the right corner. So initially, it grabbed the T-shirt from the wrong side. Then it was able to kind of turn it upside down a little bit, grab the right corner. Eventually, it gets it more or less right. It needs to adjust the sleeve a little bit. And then over time, it gets the two corners correctly, brings the shirt a little bit closer so it can take the other side of the shirt, then folds it in half, taps it a little bit, straightens it out, and then folds it in half again, taps it a little bit more, brings the pile over, puts the shirt on top of that. Let's look at a few more. This is a completely unseen shirt. So it takes a shirt again. It kind of makes you appreciate the complexity of this task. And it tries to kind of flick it out, but then it struggles quite a bit. You can see it trying to do it over and over again. But then it actually realizes that something is off. It probably doesn't grasp the right corner. So it pushes it a little bit away, grasps the right corner, and then starts folding it, and then ends up with the same nice fold that you saw in the previous video. So folds it in half, will bring the pile over, and keep on going. Here is another example of the robot kind of being stuck in this little motion, trying to flick it out, but then eventually realizes again that something is a little bit off, so it puts it the other way up, and then starts folding the corners. We have many more examples like that, and I encourage you to check out the website to see more videos like this. Here is one more example of how these models can handle interruptions. So here the robot is minding its own business, trying to fold the clothes. And then our researcher, Michael, throws another shirt onto the table. and the robot is still able to know what to do in this situation. It just wants to fold the shirt. Just let it do it. We can do more interruptions, things like the robot is trying to fold the shirt, is about to fold the sleeves in, and then mean Michael comes in again and unfolds it. So the robot continues, just flicks it out again, starts with folding the other side. Michael undoes that one. It continues with the first side. Then it turns out that the corner got a little bit off, so the robot straightens this out, and Michael keeps on messing with it. All right, so now a little bit more about what I believe actually made it work. So I think the really important idea here was this idea of pre-training and post-training. This is something that you might be familiar with from large language models or vision language models, but it turns out that it translates quite well to robotic control as well. So we do this two-stage training, where first we do pre-training, where we use a lot of data across many different form factors and many different tasks. It's around 10,000 hours of data of many different robots doing all kinds of different tasks. We are not very careful when it comes to filtering that data. We just want to crump as much data into the model as possible to give it some kind of notion of how you should move to accomplish different tasks. But then on top of that, we also do a post-training process where we try to home in a specific behavior. So here we collect orders of magnitude less data, but it's data that we care much more about. It's much higher quality data of very consistent strategies. We do this for laundry folding or for tasks such as building a box that is also quite dexterous, and you kind of need to get everything right to make sure that the task succeeds. And it turns out that doing both of these together actually helps quite a lot. So here's a little bit of, does this work? Of quantitative evaluation of this. So we'll be comparing pre-training and post-training together versus not doing any pre-training, so just take the curated data set of these 20 hours where you have basically really, really good behavior. And we'll be also comparing to no post-training, so just train on all the data and don't do the last part. And it turns out that both of these really, really matter. And if you don't do the robotic pre-training and just train on this very curated data set, then even though the data set is kind of perfect, you don't really know how to react if something goes wrong. You don't know how to make corrections if you fail, for instance, with folding a shirt. If you just do pre-training and don't do post-training, then it turns out that you don't really know what kind of behavior we actually want you to do. There's all kinds of different behaviors that are embedded in the data set, and you don't really know what behavior to home in on. So this is a little bit about Pi0. Now, this is the very first model that we released, but we also wanted to make sure that you have a chance to use it yourself. We are very early. These models still don't work to the extent that they should work. So we wanted to give it to people, see how you can use it, and see how well it could work on your robot as well. So the answer to this question is yes, you can use it. We open source basically everything. We open source the model. We open source the code to fine tune it. We also make it as easy as possible for you. So we release a few different checkpoints, some of which are pre-trained on academic data sets, so you can try it on robots that you have in your lab. There's many labs who already have tried it. We also showed many examples of how you can integrate it with different runtimes. So I encourage you to try it out and tell us how it goes for you. On top of that, we also started a partnership program with different robotics companies that reach out to us and try to use our models for their robots. So here is a humanoid robot called Astrobot that is running basically this model that was fine-tuned on a little bit of their data, doing a task of simple coffee making. And there is many, many more partners that we are working with to try to make sure that these models are general enough so that they can be applied across many different embodiments. Now, since then, this was October last year. Since then, much more has happened. We developed many more things. There's more things that we're going to release soon. Two things that I wanted to emphasize is, first, we developed much better action tokenizer that allows us to train these models 5 times faster, which means our iteration cycle went from weeks to days now. We also start to see that you can talk to these models and take advantage of the fact that these are pre-trained large language models. And here's an example of us doing that, where you see Chelsea in this video asking a robot if she can have a sandwich with roast beef and cheese. And then the robot breaks down that task, talks itself through language of what are the different subtasks. And because the model is able to follow the language instructions, it then directs the robot what to do, and it's able to handle much more complex problems than it was able to do in the past. So at the end, I wanted to take a step back and kind of see where we are at today and what is missing. So far we've shown a prototype of a generalist model that is trained across many different robots that starts to do some really interesting tasks. So it shows some kind of sparks of physical intelligence. And it's actually pretty magical to see them, especially live, when you see the robot kind of struggle with laundry and eventually get a nice pile of laundry towards the end of the task. I believe we also start getting the first signs of a recipe that is scalable for training robot foundation models. This pre-training and post-training paradigm, I believe, is here to stay. There's many more things to figure out, but I think we have some first gist of what that recipe could look like. Now, having said that, we are still very, very early. And if you're on Twitter for too long these days, you would think that all of this is solved and it's just a matter of scaling up data collection. I don't believe that's the case. There's many things that are missing, things such as these models don't generalize as broadly as they should. If I were to give you that robot and try it in your home to fold your laundry, it probably wouldn't work. You would need to collect a little bit more data. We need to get them to generalize much, much more broadly. We also need to improve robustness of these models and get them to perform at much higher clip. Right now, our best models perform at maybe 80% or 90% success rates. We need to get them to much, much higher success rates to be able to actually make these models useful. And then lastly, we also need to have a better understanding of what it would take to actually achieve those goals, to get to a certain level of generalization or to a certain level of performance, and understand what kind of data it would take and how much of that data it would take. Now, having said all that, I feel very optimistic. I think based on everything we've seen, especially for some of these tasks, I think we're making a ton of progress, and there's a ton of hope and excitement that this problem is solvable. Now I just need to make sure that the other physical intelligence does the same, but it might take a while. All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you, Jeannette and Karol, for such great talks. Let me see if this works. Okay, so I'm just gonna start my talk, and following what Rodney was talking about, we had great dreams of robotics, especially by Hollywood, telling us what robots will do. And by and large, even though this is a few years older, robots still are in this stage, right? Compared to robots that do all the chores for us, we're still in this really uncomfortable state where it doesn't quite work. And there are many reasons. I'm not going to repeat all the great reasons of why we are still in the early stage of robotic research. But one of the things that we know for the past few years is that most of the robotic research today are still in these relatively small ad hoc environment, and the tasks are relatively simple, still in pick and place and small scale, and mostly set up by experimenters in their particular environments. And we haven't seen the kind of scale in terms of both data and benchmarking. And we know that real world, where we want robots to truly work in, is much more complex. It is, it's dynamic. It has a lot of large variabilities. It is interactive, it's social, as well as it has a lot of different multitasks. So my own, in the past decade, I have been also doing robotic learning research in addition to computer vision. And one thing I would love to get inspired by is the effort of AI in the field of computer vision and NLP in the past decades plus, is this effort towards large-scale learning and benchmarking towards important North Star problems, such as what we see in vision as well as NLP. So today I'll just go over a few projects by my students and collaborators in my lab, and they more or less share one theme, which you have heard already from previous talks, is the data-driven approach to robotic learning. And the first project is a project called Behavior. And what Behavior focuses on is creating a simulation environment to generate a ton of simulated data so that robots can get trained by a large amount of simulation data. And we pay particular attention in terms of the kind of behaviors that we want robots to eventually learn. We heard a lot about these pick and place and all that, but what we would really love robots to do is to help humans in everyday environments. And that's how we picked 1,000 human everyday tasks and simulated those tasks in this behavior environment. Specifically, the 1,000 tasks are long horizon tasks such as cleaning after a wild party, making beds, making sandwiches, and all that. And we collected 50 real-world 3D scenes, as well as more than 10,000 3D objects with all kinds of properties, and then collaborated with NVIDIA using a very robust physical simulator. So these 50 different scenes come from different environments, from office to restaurants to home apartments to grocery shops. These 1,000, sorry, did I say 10,000? 1,000 plus 1,000 plus categories of 10,000 plus objects have very detailed 3D models. They come with more than 30 different properties, from articulation, deformability, different temperature states, and all this. So if you put together these large scene environments, 10,000 objects, and 1,000 different human tasks, you basically can have a large-scale simulation environment of infinite possibilities. And this is really the goal. We want to use this kind of huge data to drive robotic learning and also to benchmark eventually robotic learning. And of course, it's also important to point out that we need a physics simulation, and this is a collaboration with NVIDIA. We work with their Omniverse team and created this simulation engine called OmniGibson. And one thing it's important to point out is that eventually we have to take simulation to reality. So sim to real is part of our efforts. At least we begin by having a physical environment in our lab to work hand in hand with our simulation. So what you're seeing is the basement of our Gates building that we created a apartment, and this is the robot performing different tasks or learning different tasks. So that's the first project called Behavior. We hope to invite the entire field of robotic learning to use this simulation and our data to work towards these really hard, long horizon problems like 1,000 home tasks. And we're hoping to, we have been releasing our different versions of behavior in the past couple of years already, and we're hoping to create a challenge at the end of this year, so please stay tuned. The second project I want to just quickly talk about is what we call digital cousins. And this is really thinking, this is led by these two students. And this is a project that's inspired by behavior. Now that we have simulation environments that has so many kind of objects, environments, configurations. We can randomize lighting, randomize texture, randomize different states. So it's such a rich potential resource for learning. And one of the hardest things in learning in robotics is if you put a physical robot in a physical environment, you don't get that much variability in learning. And that's downstream, that's going to cause hard generalization. So we started this project called Digital Cousin. And the idea is that given an inspiration, for example, a physical set of sofa, we could actually ask the digital database to give the robot a ton of similar objects and their configurations, both in terms of appearance as well as in terms of affordance. And with that, we can drive learning better. And here's an example of a student looking at particular part of the kitchen, and this is the real scene that they captured. And then, given the real scene, we can actually go to our database and really, instantiate so many different kind of digital cousins, and then drive the learning through these different examples. And the idea is that if a robotic policy is learned through just what we call digital twin, the same example, then the performance degrades as we want to generalize to different examples. Whereas if it's given the digital cousins to learn, your policy can generalize a lot better, and the degradation is a lot less. And this is really, at the end of the day, it's a simple idea. It's just the idea of data augmentation. But because of these simulation environments, we can actually do that. And this is just a particular example of robot learning through digital cousins and being able to perform tasks like opening doors. The third project I want to share is a different way to look at data collection, and it's called DexCap, and it's a collaboration with Karol and as well as our co-advised student. Here's the idea. I know that Rodney said 5 fingers is an evolutionary accident, but whether it's an accident or not, it's actually an important apparatus that humans use to do a lot of manipulation tasks, and collecting data through our 5 fingers is an important part of robotic learning. And it's not easy, so many efforts have been made in the past about this, and this is the latest that we use this particular glove to collect both hand motions as well as point clouds. And the one nice thing about this setup is that the battery can be put in the backpack, and the student here have collected a large amount of bimanual hand dexterous hand data in terms of robotic manipulation tasks, and then we use this data to drive the learning of the robots. I'm particularly fond of this project, not because it really boiled the ocean and solved the problem of hand manipulation in robotics. It is actually shows how hard it is. We're truly at the beginning of these kind of research, and it also shows that robotic learning is not all about foundation models. Learning very meticulous gestures of hands and using the correct hardware is actually part of a very difficult journey still. And this is just an example of bimanual tasks performed by our robots, having learned through the data collected by humans and use imitation learning to perform these different tasks. Last quickly, this is a project called VoxPoser. It's actually a combination of two projects called VoxPoser and Recap. And this is led by my student Wenlong. And this project is very much in spirit of what we have just seen both in Jeannette and Karol's talk, is really thinking beyond data we can collect in the lab or even in a confined setting, is to take advantage of the great progress of the LLMs and VLMs these days in the other related field of AI, and see if we can almost bypass some of the own learning and taking these large models to help robots to perform tasks. In this particular project, VoxPoser, the robot is given the instruction of open the top drawer, but also watch out for the vase. And in this case, we use LLMs to parse the instructions and also use a visual language model to map out the motion map by actually detecting different parts of the scene, understanding the object's identities, and create a motion map that is optimal for this particular task. And you just saw the examples. Wait, let me see. Never mind. Here are the different examples of different tasks that's given language instruction, and the robot is capable of performing that without learning yet again through more data. So this is pretty much zero shot coming from the large language model as well as a vision language model. Of course, we can also take this to even more complex, longer horizon tasks by adding the temporal dimension. So this is a follow-up work by my student Wenlong after the previous work of particularly highlighting the affordance points or the key points of the scene and learning the trajectory of the scene by using these multimodal language models in the 3D space-time. And then after that, using these models to do the constraint optimization and be able to do a policy planning for a setup like this. And here you're seeing a particularly difficult setup because it's bimanual. It has multiple objects. It was being disrupted by the experimenters. And these objects, some are deformable, some are rigid. So it's different types of objects. And these examples show that we can do multi-stage, long horizon, reactive, deal with disruptions. It's bimanual, and the objects are in the wild. So I want to actually finish with a question you've been hearing a lot about, so what? The robotics. But the question is, so what, right? As a technologist, we might be just innately excited by the so what of, I got this robot to work. But here we're at HAI, Stanford HAI. A lot of what we do are motivated and inspired to do good in our world. And the same is true with robotic learning. We have a lot of so what. For most of our graduate students, the so what is laundry folding and dishwashing. But there might be more than that. And especially in the world of robotics, we've already heard there's a lot of talk about threats to human society, like labor market. And if you see whether you call it hype cycle or dystopia cycle or whatever this cycle is, we are now in the middle of this, and we hear these pretty intense concerns about robots taking jobs away. And I think it's actually important to recognize the labor disruption or transformation as human society invents technology and innovates the way our economy works. We are always facing with these phases of economic and labor changes. But here at HAI, one of the founding motivation or pillars of intellectual North Star for us is actually not about AI replacing human. We want to replace the word replace and put augment in that. We do believe AI is a tool, robots are tools, and they should not, like Rodney said, take our agency away, but augment us. So I want to end with this one pretty dramatic experiment or project in my lab where we use human brain interface and to demonstrate that one day robots can be driven by just human thoughts alone. And because of that, there is a possibility to actually help the most vulnerable, severely paralyzed patients. In this case, human thoughts are collected non-invasively through EEG caps. So these are brain electrical waves. And we trained the different movements of the robotic arm by collecting these brain waves. And the idea is that we can turn brain waves into neural network, and these are atomic movements such as pick up the bottle. And then after some longer, training, tens of hours, here's an example. In this case, our experimenter, wearing the EEG cap, was able to remotely drive this robotic arm to make a Japanese sukiyaki meal completely by thoughts without touching any of these things. It's actually, you can do it remotely. And that is, this is very much experimental. It's very much in the demo stage. There is a lot to be worked out, but this does excite me. This is the kind of ultimate so what, is that we can create these kind of robots to help people who are most in need. Thank you so much.
All right, let's give our speakers another round of applause. Good. All right, we're going to move to a quick break. It was supposed to be 15 minutes. We're going to make it 10 minutes. So be back here about 10:55. We'll get started with our first panel of the day.
We need one more chair and one more coffee table.
And one of the primary mechanisms we use to do that is our grant programs. So since 2018, HAI has distributed funding to researchers across all 7 of the Stanford schools and their collaborators. And this is how we initiate new research, interdisciplinary research, at the cutting edge of artificial intelligence. And I've had the unique privilege since working here of seeing research go from new ideas through our seed grant program to real-world applications. So the next panel, Pushing the Frontiers of Robotics AI, aims to bring together researchers doing interdisciplinary work at the cutting edge of this technology. Professor Karen Liu of Computer Science, HAI-affiliated faculty and co-organizer of this conference, will be moderating. Let's welcome Karen.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our first panel of the day. So today we're really fortunate to have 3 amazing researchers and leaders in the field of AI and robotics. So why don't we come over, all of us, and be comfortable, sit down. I'll sit over here.
Go from here.
So the first panelist is Chelsea Finn. You have already seen Chelsea demoing in the earlier talk. Chelsea is my colleague. She's a professor, assistant professor in computer science at Stanford. And she's also the co-founder of the company Physical Intelligence, PI. Chelsea's lab studies intelligence through robotics interaction at scale, and she's interested in expanding the capability of robots and other agents by developing broadly intelligent behaviors. And we also have Wendy Zhu. Wendy is associate professor at Cornell Tech, but Wendy is no stranger to Stanford because before Cornell, Wendy was an executive director of interactive design research at Stanford. And she's interested in areas like human-robot interaction and automated vehicle interface design. She builds interactive devices that can communicate and engage people without intruding and interrupting. And finally, we have Dhruv Shah. Dhruv is a senior researcher at Google DeepMind, research scientist at Google DeepMind. But Dhruv is going to join Princeton University next year as assistant professor. Dhruv is interested in building intelligent and useful robotic systems that can deploy reliably in challenging environments. So now everybody's here. I'm going to start with the first kind of warm-up question by mentioning this one article I read a couple days ago on New York Times. So the editor, Tom Friedman, a lot of people probably know him, a few days ago wrote an article on New York Times posting a question, decade from now, what will journalists say was the most important news story in the fall of 2024 that should have received more attention given the long-term consequences? And he actually gave us 3 examples there. Uber going driverless with Waymo cars or the result of presidential election. That's number 1. Example number 2, all robot, no humans, Ukrainian air and land warfare or the result of presidential election. Example 3, humanoid robots dancers on China's televised Lunar New Year's gala or the result of a presidential election. So he voted for robots every time. Now, question for you guys. Looking back a decade from now, what do you think will be the most important AI robotics development from the last 6 months? And I deliberately say 6 months because we know how fast things move in the last few years in robotics.
I can start. So I will give a very biased answer. So
About almost exactly 5 months ago, we shared some of our recent results at Physical Intelligence. Karol earlier today talked a little bit about them. And part of those results were a new foundation model for robotics that can be fine-tuned to different robots. To our knowledge, it's already been used on more than 20 different robot platforms and performs quite well at new tasks and new platforms. But what I actually found the most exciting about our result from November was actually the success of a pre-training and post-training recipe for complex robotic tasks. And in particular, I actually was working quite closely on trying to get the robot to autonomously fold laundry. This is a notoriously challenging task because different articles of clothing can be in all sorts of crumpled states, and the robot has to handle that variability. You cannot, it's very, very challenging to actually model the way that clothes will deform and fold. And so it's very challenging to use, for example, use physics simulators and so forth. And we started with the progression. At the beginning, I think somewhere in like April or May, we got the robot to fold a shirt from a flat state, which was exciting. And got it to do it actually quite well. I did some of the evals myself where it was able to do it 10 times in a row, which is pretty promising. But then once we actually started to try to have it start in a state where the shirt is crumpled, it got a lot harder. And we tried many, many different things to try to get the policy to work well. And a lot of those things failed. We actually spent multiple months on this. And the one thing that really seemed to make the robot work was this pre-training and post-training recipe, where we curated a post-training data set following a particular strategy. And with a diverse pre-training data set plus that curated post-training data set, we were able to actually get the robot to fold like 5 items of laundry, shirts and shorts, and eventually put that into a final demo where the robot both unloaded a dryer and folded 5 items in a row, which I think is, in my opinion, one of the most complex tasks to date. And the exciting thing there isn't necessarily that the robot is folding laundry, but that we have a recipe that can produce that kind of complex behavior in robots. Now, I think that there's a whole host of challenges still to solve in robotics, but that's the result that I'm most excited about from the last 6 months.
Can I jump in? I actually am going to go for, I think presidential elections matter a lot for technological development. I mean, as a person who studies people, I'm also really interested in the history of people. And I think we have to keep in mind as technologists that like, one of the things that's amazing is how technological progress basically moves through despite fairly challenging times because of the determination of a lot of people. People find a way to keep working on the problems they think are interesting and important. But I think it would be foolish if we didn't really acknowledge that the way that funding and like priorities in society affect that development. And we are at a really interesting moment where a lot of the development that we've had in the last, I would say like since the 80s has been based on this idea of having a lot of open source software, the idea that development is best done even by proprietary companies together under a shared platform. And I don't know that I think that when I hear people talk about robotics, they have that spirit. And I think it's partly political. I think there's a feeling that this is an age where a few big players will be allowed to win, that you could get that winning by aligning yourself politically with certain people. And you can see the way that the investment community has lined up behind that vision. And so I think that that's the world that we're all living in. We're living in a situation where there's increasing concentration of financial resources and a few big companies already, hold a lot of the world's data. And you can see people are counting on the ability to kind of mine that to gain political affiliation with a few entities. So I think that that's a thing we have to think about, whether we want to align ourselves with that because that is the essence of the moment, or if we want to counter that because we think that is counter to everything that we've built all of our foundations of progress to date.
So, thank you. Well, in general, I completely agree, but I kind of want to, push it back a little bit because thinking about one of the surprise to me in the last 6 months, it was DeepSeek, right? Yeah. And that's one example of open source. Would you say that sure we're seeing a lot of large companies start building their things and then they keep everything close, but we also start seeing other philosophy, other ways of
I'm not saying it's a single-threaded march in one direction, but you can see like people. The reason why DeepSeek had the impact that it did is because people see that there is a dominant paradigm, and this is something that basically contests that paradigm.
I think both of you made very good points. I think the thing that got me very excited in the last 6 months was something that challenged what I believed in. I believed that robotics was so far out that people would always push back. We always thought that having robots around us, having robots in our houses, having cars that drive us was something that was a distant future, maybe at least 12 months ago. And in many different ways, this has been changing in the last 6 months. I'll give 2 examples. One for me is Waymo in San Francisco. I think once the rollout increased to more users in the city and to other cities, now I cannot walk 2 blocks in SF without seeing a Waymo car. And when it started, people took selfies with it. People were wondering whether they should take it. This became a tourist attraction. But in the last couple of months, I don't see anyone stop and pay attention to the car. I bike in the city, and I am very confident when the Waymo is next to me that it's not going to hit me. And I think over time, people became more and more okay with technology around them, and it's really cool to see that maybe this is the vision of robotics in the future, where we will have robots around us. The other version of this, which was tied to some of the releases that Pi0 did last year, and Google DeepMind did a release where we wanted to put out robotic models for robots in the world. And as a researcher, I wasn't sure if anybody would want to use these imperfect models that they achieve 75% success rates sometimes. Who cares about these models? But the inbound of people with robots, thousands of people who have fleets of robots, not just industrial arms, but also hobbyists picking up $200 robots that they build themselves. And they want to put a small model so it can assemble Lego kits, or it can fold a small piece of shirt on their table. Just that excitement of people wanting to play with these models and with robots in the real world has been very refreshing. And I don't think I saw this a year ago. So hopefully everything we're doing is going to get out there for people, and people will figure out a way to work with it. I hope.
That's cool. Very cool. Yeah, so I think up to this point today, we're midday through, we have heard of this word foundation models so many times. And I know both Google and Chelsea's company Pi have been pushing out this idea of building a VLA as a solution for a lot of our robotics challenges. So what do you think that the right way to go about this foundation models? There are many different ways to use it. Someone talked about earlier that we can build this kind of end-to-end models. You have VLM, you have vision and language as input, and just have robot action as a direct output of that model. Or some people are advocating that we should have a more modular approach, where you have a VLN that's doing the high-level planning and output some kind of high-level abstractions, and then you train another model as a low-level policy that can take the action and then take the high-level plan and turn into a low-level actions. So I was wondering what do you guys think about the kind of which approach holds more promise to the future AI robotics? Do they eventually will merge into one approach, or is there a third approach that we should be looking at as well?
I think both of the 2 approaches are quite promising. I think we've already started to see them merge into one. I think that if you look at many of the major kind of releases of models from Pi, from NVIDIA, from Google, from Figure, we've actually seen hierarchy in these models, where you have one model that is kind of a low level, like a VLA model that's outputting actions directly, and a high level policy that's outputting something like a language vector, or like a sentence, or some sort of latent vector, or something else. And so I think we're already starting to see these merges. In terms of what the future will look like, I think that some sort of merging is likely, in my opinion, but at the same time, I wouldn't necessarily count out either approach. So for example, on the pure VLA front, I didn't think that a single model could do a task that takes the robot 10 minutes, like unloading and folding laundry, but we're able to do that, and without having kind of hierarchy of one high-level policy and one low-level policy. So I think that we'll continue to be surprised by what these models are able to do. And I also think that you can combine hierarchy in a single model in the form of chain of thought, like we've seen in language models, where the robot kind of in a single model thinks through what are the next steps and then execute those next steps within a single model. There's a variety of technical challenges around latency and how quickly you need to run the model that will also affect some of the choices here. And yeah, I think that I'm not taking any sides. I think the science and the results will tell us.
Yep, I don't think I can pick a side either. I think just as Chelsea said, I think robotics will remain a systems problem. I think our models will get better, so we will operate on hierarchies with broader symbols, with more powerful abstractions. But eventually, I think we're going to need progress on both sides to move ahead.
Very cool. Yeah, so I guess we touch on the foundation model. Another topic that we really have to talk about is humanoid, and we have heard of that a lot today already. So, people are excited about humanoids. That's that's a reality right now. But is the humanoid form really the right one for AI-enabled robots? Some people might argue that, you imagine you want to have an embodiment to host human-like intelligence and operate in human design world. It makes sense to have a morphology that looks like human. But other people might, argue that, well, humanoid is too complex, it's not stable, and oftentimes it's not the right form for a lot of special tasks. So what do you think about this? Is it, this is definitely not like what Ronnie said, this is not the first time humanoid robotics hype starts. What makes this time different? And are humanoids here to stay, or is just another cycle of over-promising and under-delivering?
I mean, I will say, so I think it's important to acknowledge that the humanoid robot has a really special place in the robotics imagination. Like, we actually have a much longer history of automata and really became robots when we actually started envisioning, the automata taking human form and doing human tasks. So I think because that's like a real origin story for the field. And so of course we're always obsessed with it. Every single thing that Rodney says is something I believe in. And I am not so much anti-humanoid form factor, although I think I play that role in the human-robot interaction community. But I'm really pro-diversity of form factor. I think there's so many things that can be done with many different shapes and sizes, and capabilities of robot. If you look at the thing that they tried to do in the DARPA Grand Challenge for robotics, and they had a human do it, it was just hard not to imagine how much better a team of diverse robots could do, kind of accomplish every one of these tasks. And there's absolutely no reason why the robot, which is plastic in form factor, should be constrained in our imagination or our scientific exploration to the humanoid form factor. And so it's really frustrating if you send in grants to do things that are, my research does robotic ottomans and robotic tables and robotic chairs and robotic trash barrels. So it seems very humble, but there's so much to learn from it. And if you look at the robots that are really actually starting to happen and starting to be used by people, for example, in warehouses, it looks a lot more like my ottoman than any sort of C3PO type creature. So I really think that the humanoid focus basically detracts from the whole field and the strengths they could have by learning from a much wider pool of robots.
I have a slightly different perspective on this. So all of those statements are true, and everything Rod said in the morning is true. But something that got me, I remain a skeptic of the humanoid form factor to the point where maybe I don't want to work on it just yet. But the reason why I'm very grateful for what the last 6 to 9 months have been in that space is that the entry barrier for people getting excited about robotics has gone down a lot. The cost of humanoids has gone down by orders of magnitude in the last 2 years. And just the fact that we now have a stable mobile manipulator that you can buy off the shelf and it will work as a research platform, which we did not 2 years ago, that's great. And for that, I am grateful. And I will leave Chelsea to say more.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of humanoid skeptics on this panel. I also think humanoids are overrated in a variety of ways. I think that they're really cool, but there's just so much hype around them that isn't isn't fully justified by some of the practical things. I think there are some arguments for humanoids, for example, like economies of scale in terms of manufacturing. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of benefit to simplicity. There's a lot of benefit to ease of data collection. And right now, it's really much harder to collect data on humanoids than on other platforms. And also, if you think about like your kitchen, for example, we already have machines of lots of different form factors, like your dishwasher, your washing machine, your blender, your oven, and so forth. And so I think we can actually build diverse mechanical machines at scale and figure out ways to put intelligence into those machines in a way that will help humans.
Cool. Okay. Now, my next question is about data. When we talk about AI and robotics, data is something that people keep talking about because getting data for robotics is not as easy as in the other domains. So one approach to training AI models for robotics is to just to kind of like what people in NLP and computer vision do. You collect as much as data as you can, diverse data, and you put it into a single large model during pre-training. But in practice, everybody doing robotics know that we do a lot of curation of the data, right? So the question is, do we worry about that? Do we need to do curation? The curation is just a phase thing. We are doing that because we don't have enough data right now. And once we are able to get enough data, then this issue will just go away. Or is scaling up non-trivial, require more deep understanding of how data interacts with the model and the task that we care about?
I can take a stab at that. I think clean data has always been good, and I think curating data is something which we have done all throughout the history of robot learning. But off late at DeepMind and with the Gemini robotics program, maybe we've taken a little bit of a gamble in that someone has to find out how diverse we can make our data, and that's something that we have started exploring. So this means data doing a lot of different tasks on a single embodiment, but also data coming from different embodiments, doing very different things in different settings, but also non-robotics data, whether that comes from simulation, from videos, static data that is not interaction, but data that is quote-unquote VLM data, not necessarily applicable to robotics. And we definitely see some early signs that there is transfer. I don't love the word emergent behaviors because I think as it's been broken down a few times, maybe we're just not looking at the right metrics and we're not quantifying them the right way. If we're just thinking of them on any single metric, it looks like it's a sizable jump that happens beyond a certain scale, but it really is a matter of understanding what data we're putting in and how we're measuring the performance that we're gaining. I think it's early stages. I think it is a bit of a phase. I think we will be scaling up data a lot more, especially now that there's more companies who are willing to collect data on scale. There's really good simulation platforms. There's new technologies in generative AI in terms of video-based generative models. And I think a lot of this is going to come together. I think there's active research going on in what it means to have scaling laws. I think Karol alluded to some of this in his talk. How do you scale up data collection? How do you scale up models? How does that play with real-time inference constraints and so on? But I think this is going to be empirical science like a lot of things have been in deep learning. And maybe this time next year, I'll have a more concrete answer.
Mm-hmm. That's a good answer.
I don't think we necessarily need to have a dichotomy between like diverse uncurated data and curated data. I think that in kind of a pre-training, post-training world, even like we've seen in language models, you can pre-train on all of the data that you can get your access to. Maybe there's some curation that goes into that with regard to balancing and so forth, but their quantity and diversity is going to be kind of the driving factors. And then in a kind of the post-training setting, that's where I think curation may play a larger role. And so far, the evidence that we've seen is that curation is really crucial for post-training, and actually throwing in all the data you have is worse than fine-tuning on a curated data set. But again, science will, I think, continue to tell if that will stay true.
I mean, I can jump in here. I think one thing is that roboticists tend to make assumptions about what the problem is, and especially when you have the hope of having a general purpose robot, like almost any data will do, and it can do any task. But I think one of the things that we can learn from looking at the autonomous vehicle advancement, which I hope is kind of happening 10, 15 years ahead of where robotics is that a lot of people assume that the really hard thing for a car would be figuring out how to manage the physics of driving or managing different kinds of road or weather conditions, and then they encountered people. People turn out to be quite complicated and different in different places. And people keep telling me that autonomous vehicles are solved, and I was like, where? Where are they solved for? Because there's obviously a lot of places that are still kind of holy grail type places that you could try to deploy an autonomous vehicle. Like everyone tells me about India. I would love to go to India and understand that situation better. So it'll be decades before we're able to do some of these things. And so you can see that one of the things that has been a problem is that the robotics community has a blind spot when it comes to people. They basically want to wait until they have a working robot before they deal with people and the tasks and the context that those robots are going to be in. And the thing I'm most excited about is things where people are really thinking about how to deploy the robots in the way they do online learning, use human in the loop, different reality in the loop methods to actually get at the real problems that the real robots will have to solve.
Yeah, I think a lot of the people, roboticists, are trying to make their robots as generalized as possible across different environments, and people, they're a part of the environments, right?
Right.
So do you feel like that the current approach to generalize across environments is not a good way to go when it comes to people?
Well, I think one of the things is that people interact, so the behavior is contingent. Like what you're going to say depends on what I'm going to say, depends on what you're going to say. There's no way anyone could predict what the two of us will say by the end of this conversation, by the end of this panel. And the way that we design the robots assumes that none of that contingency. And so there's no way you could passively collect data from movies looking about interaction and anticipate how a person's going to encounter, treat a robot. You really learn that by doing the probe, by putting the robot in the field with the people and looking at the behavior. And there's not enough of that. We should invest more money in human-robot interaction is what I am saying. So, yeah, but I think that without doing those actual probes, exploring with actual robots in real context when people are actually trying to do something, it's really hard. And I have to say, when I'm looking at all these wonderful demo videos, it's really cool. But the delta between that and a real-world, in the wild, real-world task is huge. And I think sometimes as roboticists, we stop seeing those deltas, and that's a big deal, because it'll come and get us in the end.
So I don't know, Chelsea and Drew, do you feel like data can solve this problem?
I think that we can get data with people, with kind of interactions with people as part of the data. And I think that it's really crucial for the data that robots are trained on to reflect real scenarios. We know from machine learning that things work best if the training data set matches the test scenarios. And so I think that we have a ways to go in robotics in general. And I think that one of the kind of crucial next steps or future steps for robotics is to collect data in the wild in real scenarios. And there are companies that are doing that, that are deploying robots and so forth. So yeah, I agree that it's crucial to get that kind of data, including data of robots interacting with people.
Yeah, I think there's no way around online learning. There will never be a frozen model that you just put out there on people and it'll be fine. It'll be conditioned on people around it, and it will have to learn and get personalized, and I think that's inevitable.
Well, that fits right into my next question about generalization. So we care a lot about generalization. One of the reasons we need a lot of data, a lot of diverse data, is because we want a robot to generalize, and we already kind of, touch on generalization across different environments. But there are also other dimensions like different tasks, different embodiments. So in your view, what defines a truly generalist robot? What theoretical advancements are necessary to make this happen? Or on the other hand, you can say you don't agree with that. Should we all be striving for the generalist robot vision? Or is it premature when most specialized robots still struggle with reliably completing even the narrowest tasks?
I think that what we've seen in language models is actually that the generalist models are more reliable than the specialist models. I think that if you want, for example, to have a language model or have some sort of AI model help you with coding or to answer a question that you have or something, we will turn to a general purpose language model. And a lot of the results show that those general purpose language models are better at the specialist tasks, even compared to the models that are trying to specialize on those things. And I think that the bet that I have is that we will see that same trend in robotics as well. And the reason for this is that when you collect diverse data across different tasks, across different environments to train a generalist model, that allows it to actually see a kind of a long tail of scenarios and see more scenarios as input than if you tried to only train it on one narrow data set. So I think that developing generalists is very important and actually will succeed more than the specialist models. And I think that the generalization that we want to see is across tasks that the robot is capable of, across environments and situations, ideally also across embodiments as well. And I think this can also improve robustness and performance insofar as it allows you to use more data. But especially tasks and environments.
Just to add on that, I think there is already now early evidence that this is true. Multitask policies trained with a high capacity enough model, fine-tune on specific tasks, post-train on specific tasks, end up being better than single task specialists. And that to me is enough reason to kind of keep going. Something I will say is missing, and we're trying to make some strides towards it, is evaluation, is defining what it means to generalize, to measure it in some abstract way, and then improve on it. This is something which has always been kind of a concern with robotics. How do we benchmark progress? How do we hill climb on metrics that everybody else can also follow along? And I think it's going to be challenging. I don't think there's a magic arrow here. We put out a paper last month with some students at Stanford on trying to categorize what it means to generalize. What are the different ways in which a robot which can do task X should also do task X prime, where X prime is different lighting conditions, different positions, different ways of specifying the task, interventions, ways in which you need to make different behaviors and so on. And it was an enlightening exercise because even though you're starting with a model which, it's let's say 60% success rate in a simulation or in real, and you try to break the policy, it's actually extremely easy to break these models with very small perturbations in different ways. And we found when we evaluated a lot of the current state-of-the-art models that they do struggle in a lot of these different axes. And that should guide how we not only kind of collect data, but how do we have better inductive biases in our models, and how do we improve these models once they're deployed. So more ideas are always welcome in evaluation and then tracking this down as a community.
A thing I'm really excited about generalization in is understanding human interaction. I mean, if you think, again, I'm going to bring up autonomous vehicles, there's this notion of an operational design domain, which is like, this is an area where the vehicle has been designed to perform, but also has been like, well characterized. So it can't just perform well, it also can't fail, in ways that are dangerous. And so it's very difficult to think about what happens when the vehicle is outside of its operational design domain. And operational design domain can change on an instant. It's not just being on the wrong street. It can be like the weather changes or the lighting changes. And people are amazing at kind of going between operational design domains, and we never think about it. And something that I think is an example of a generalizable skill is that one of the reasons people are really good is if there is a norm or a thing that the robot should be doing, people are really, they just intuitively, without any sort of training, try to guide the robot. We see this in all our robot experiments. And they do this because we do this with each other. We guide one another all the time in day-to-day life. But the thing is, we don't design the robots to pick up on any of the cues. When I'm watching the Pi video and seeing the robot trying to fold a shirt and seeing the constant perturbations, the robot is so determined to fold the shirt. But in a real life setting, if a robot is trying to do something, the person's constantly undoing it, it has a meaning. It's not just a proxy for just physical problems. It has a meaning. And actually, the robot, a socially intelligent robot, would understand the meaning of being constantly countered in the thing it's trying to do. Most of us would up-level and ask, is the thing I'm trying to do a thing I should be trying to do? And that's not a thing we've trained robots to deal with right now.
Right. Yeah, so I think you guys both touched on this really interesting question about what's the human expectation when you ask robot to do a task. And evaluation is one thing. So far, most people evaluate the robot based on the task success rates, right? When you read papers, that's the tables that they always show. But when we have this truly generalist robots, should we evaluate them differently? Kind of like how we evaluate an employee in a company, right? We don't just look at their completion, well, we definitely look at task completion rate, but we also look at the other qualities like their, does this employee enable other people? What's their communication skills or even leadership, abilities? How do we, start to think about when you have a generalist robot that can do anything that help you? How do we evaluate them in this more holistic sense?
I have two ideas. I think the first one is kind of just what I was saying before. We came up with a set of perturbations, and you try to measure how well does the robot work under certain perturbations. But then we'll never be able to come up with all the perturbations beforehand. So my proposal, a more fun proposal, is in line with like red teaming efforts with these models. So you give completely unseen, naive users your model. You put them in a room, and you give the human a task, and you make the human use the robot do the task. And how many seconds they survive without wanting to break the robot is your metric to track. I think right now we're really bad on that metric. Hopefully, once that number becomes from seconds to minutes, it's the equivalent of how many miles per intervention that you can get for a robot in either a human assistive setting or a human cooperative setting. And eventually, if we believe that the dream for a generalist robot is to do anything around anyone, then it should be a simple kind of a lower bound on that is the human should not want to kill the robot because it doesn't listen to it. And maybe that would be a fun thing that would get us for at least a couple more years because our models are really bad right now.
I come at this, interaction, human factors, a little bit more from an industrial design background. And there's a term that we talk about all the time, which is Swiss Army knife. And a Swiss Army knife is something that's bad at everything. I think if we don't actually develop really specific metrics and then do adaptations of our general purpose technology towards a specific task, we just have these things that are suboptimal in every area.
Well, I have one more question and before we can open up to the floor. And this is a kind of a completely open-ended question. Which robotics product will be the first to fully utilize AI, and how many years are we from there? And you can answer in any angles you want.
I think cars, which are robots that you sit inside of, are basically leading, the lead test vehicle. I think one of the things that's really interesting is that we are now testing them in the field. We're testing them around people. We're basically encountering all the real world issues, all the different weird operational design domains, culture, human behavior, the whole 9 yards. And I think that's like really, really interesting. And I think that that's the first thing it's going to use is kind of understanding of the kind of at least the verbal, the language understanding of the world to try to actually get a real world understanding of the world.
I'd say this is said at every robotics conference, and I think Rod is here, so I should. We have robot vacuums. We've had them for a while. I would classify them as AI robots, and they've been good enough for a long time. I recently upgraded to, I won't name the company, to a new robot vacuum, and it's actually really good.
Does it have an arm?
I saw that one. That was creepy. I got the one without the arm.
Okay.
Want to go up on the stairs?
No, it does not go upstairs. But it is AI, whatever AI means. They're getting really good. If I spill something,
if you keep your expectations low, they're awesome.
If you keep your expectations low, they're great. They're great. But maybe on a more serious note, I think there is a version of an intelligent home robot that will be fun. This could be something as simple as a robot that moves dishes from the sink to the dishwasher. It's the one that everyone talks about. I think we can nail that task to 100% success rate in any kitchen. But I think we're still many years away from a robot that'll actually be there so that when my kids are next to that robot, it doesn't smack them in the face because the kid wore a weird t-shirt today. And I think the only way to get there is kind of what's happening in autonomous driving, having these robots put out there and learning on the job.
I think if I were to scope it to robotic manipulation, I think it would I'm not going to name a particular task or domain, but I think it would be a domain where you don't have to be perfectly reliable all the time. I think if we look at a lot of the successful examples of AI technologies that are widely deployed, like recommender systems or language models, they're not perfect. And the reason why that's okay is that they're being consumed by people. So expert coders, for example, are getting help and then looking at the predictions of the model and then using that to inform what they're going to type rather than having the AI system type directly. Now, I think autonomous driving and some of the successes we've seen with like Waymo, for example, is actually somewhat of a counterexample to this, where there is actually very high reliability, although part of that reliability comes from also detecting when an intervention is needed. But I think that if we can find places where robotics will be useful, even with a success rate that isn't 100% or 99.999%, I think that those are the scenarios we'll see AI-powered robot manipulation first.
Right. Well, we have probably 10 more minutes or so to discuss interesting question with our panelists. If anyone has questions, Dorsa?
All right, so yeah, thanks for the panel, everyone. So I think there's a recipe that you guys are all talking about, which is this recipe that we are borrowing from the language land of doing like pre-training and post-training and collecting a lot of data and like throwing a lot of compute. And under that recipe, like if you follow that recipe, like I think we can all envision something out of robotics in the next year or two. What do you think is a major thing that is missing, like if you just follow that recipe as is? And what is like, I don't know, main like technical like innovation that you think we should do differently, like in robotics to kind of like address like some of those things that maybe we are overlooking, especially like from your experience with these models? What do you think is surprisingly harder and it wouldn't be solved with this recipe?
I think one of the big missing pieces is reliability of these models and also like speed to some extent as well. I think that for speed, you need either better teleoperation interfaces for better data or post-training algorithms that can online improve. And for reliability, I think that we need kind of online like reinforcement learning style techniques. I think that we have a lot of ideas for how to add like a reinforcement learning system on top of these recipes, but I don't think that it has been done at scale in robotics yet, and there's a lot of open questions on how best to incorporate that into a recipe.
I think a recipe is a very strong word, right? Recipe implies that you follow the, step by step, you get exactly the product you hope to get.
Some people cook that way.
Yeah, so I thought it was interesting. People start using the word recipe instead of a theory, right? Algorithm. Any other questions?
Thank you so much. Have the impression that this whole thing is very hungry about data. A lot of data, a lot of data, a lot of data. And then two questions. One is there any way to use some small data smartly? That's one. Second is the cost of data. And there's very, very expensive. And then how do you justify what we're doing? Thank you.
I can take that. I think the reason the whole generalist robot model idea is very, very inspiring is that if you assume that there is a way to have a foundation model, we would define it in different ways, but if there is a way to have a starting point on top of which you can do adaptation with a very small number of demos, that is the vision that is driving the entire research program here. I think currently maybe we're in a regime where if you amortize the cost of pre-training, we're in the regime of 100 to 1,000 demos on your target robot or task or your house or however you define your task. And I think as a field, we have gone down from 5,000 to 1,000 to maybe 500 in the last year. So there is really some promise that eventually you're going to be in a place where this is happening really, really fast on the job. And then there's the online aspect of this. There's bodies of work that do zero-shot and one-shot transfers. So I think that the motivation really is to be in a regime where you don't have to spend a lot of time and effort collecting that data. And even though pre-training right now is compute and data hungry, that would be something you would amortize. But maybe Chelsea.
Yeah, I've worked a lot with small data sets. 10 years ago, we were training neural networks on like 15 minutes of data to do various tasks like screwing on a cap of a water bottle, using a spatula to lift objects, and so forth. You can do some kind of cool stuff with it, but the policies don't generalize. And when you're in the real world, you need to be able to handle all sorts of scenarios that might be thrown at you. And then on your second question around the cost of data, I think that my experiences over the past year is actually that it's been cheaper than I expected and cheaper than what I think a lot of people think it is. I also think that the number of people using their hands to do physical labor in the world is enormous, and if we can use, if we can find ways for that to be data, then whether it be like literally using videos of people or actually augmenting that with robots in some way, I think that the cost of data collection will also go down dramatically.
I do like to think about what are the regimes in which like the data-driven approach has limitations. Like around a lot of the very safety critical things, it's so expensive to fail that you have to think very hard. You can't just, like you're saying, fault tolerant, tasks basically do really well with this data regime. But like I think thinking about how we want to handle those situations is interesting. Doing online learning, sometimes the interactions you have are sparse, quite expensive, not in terms of money, just in terms of how long you have before people run out of patience. So there's a lot of these things where I think there is some more economic approaches that we should also be considering.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one good example of collecting a lot of data without a lot of huge costs is autonomous vehicle, right? Like when people are driving, but they're also producing data. So if we can somehow make while doing something that's meaningful and functional, but also collecting data, making them into one thing, one algorithm, one model, then that would be useful. Charlie, maybe the last question.
Should I wait for a microphone or just project my voice? I'll wait. Thanks, this has been fascinating. I was just kind of curious. I'm trying to imagine in this future where this technology is more broadly accessible. And what might that look like? I grew up during the computer revolution. I was a kid, and my parents got a computer, and I got to do these things with it and use my imagination. So now, if your technology has that sort of opportunity to go out in the world, and now someone has an idea, and they want to do something with the robot that's never been done before, so there's not going to be that data. How does that work? So they're not writing code. Do they have to figure out a strategy for training it? Or I'm just very curious about your perspective from a human-centric, community-driven, perspective. What would that future look like?
You can go ahead. I think robotics is interaction limited, and then those are the questions that we should be asking. I am really interested in the scenario where we have like multiple robots in the home. Like I remember when it was kind of like pie in the sky to think, a computer in every home, and now everyone's got like multiple, computers everywhere. So if you have the robotic technology in your environment, how are you going to interact with it? I think the technology is actually something I'm sure will happen. How we're going to interact with it, that's the thing I think we actually have to design well, and if we don't, people won't use it.
I love this question. I haven't given it as much thought as I would like. But I guess to put something out there, I think like when I was a kid, I worked with like Lego Mindstorm robots, and there was this high-level programming language where you could have blocks to say like move forward, move left, and you could have a for loop and if conditions and so forth. And I think that we can have that kind of level of interaction with neural network models as well, with robots. And it could be, for example, the prompts to a model where you say like pick up if you see this, then pick up this object. If you see this, then turn right, those sorts of things. And I don't think that the way that technology is developing, I think it's compatible with that kind of interaction with humans. Definitely a lot of work to do on a variety of fronts to make that happen. But I think that I have hopes that something like that is feasible.
The version of this that came to mind when you were asking the question and when you were describing it was Scratch as a programming language. When kids are introduced to programming, they have these pick-and-place blocks where they can just write long pieces of code. 10 years ago, this was still the introduction to programming for most people. Something that looks like that would be really cool. I think today the version of that is your own personal language model. You ask it to make a game for you, and it makes a game for you in a minute. So now you have the sandbox where you're only limited by how fast you can come up with an idea, and you have this game that's ready for you in a web browser. I think the version of that would look like a 3D world for kids to interact with and to explore the physics of things, to understand how objects interact. And this is something that they are either through language, either through some abstract version of code, whatever coding looks like 50 years from now. That would be very cool.
Okay, I think this is all the time we have. Well, let's give a round of applause to our fantastic panelists. Thank you so much. And you guys will be around for lunch and after that. And if you have more questions, feel free to interact with our panelists today. And I guess the next thing we're going to have will be lunch.
Oh, we have one more talk before lunch.
Okay.
I'm hungry. Sorry, not to hold you all hostage, but we are holding you hostage. Yes. All right, let's give them another round of applause. Yes. Good. All right, so we are almost at lunch. I was going to do a quick little trivia to get you all a little bit more energy for this last talk. I don't know if we have that slide. If not, it's fine. Oh, okay. Quick trivia. We're going to do like sound voting. So if you think whatever letter, I'll say that letter, and if you think that's the answer, say it as, or like clap, yell, etc. So name the deep sea robot that recovered artifacts from a shipwreck and was able to explore a volcano. If you think it is A, Ocean One, please applaud. Okay, good. If you think it is B, Swimbot, please applaud. Uh-oh, you guys might already. If you think it is C, Find, Inspect, Search, Handle, Fish, please applaud. All right, so I think the audience thinks it is A. Let's see what the answer is. Yes, Ocean One. Good job, everyone. You seem to have done your homework. So you will be hearing more about Ocean One in our next talk. So I want to bring up Professor Oussama Khatib. Oussama is a professor of computer science here at Stanford and is the faculty director of the Stanford Robotics Center. And so Stanford Robotics Center shares HAI's commitment to ensure that interdisciplinary voices are involved in the conversation as we develop this technology. And I will welcome Oussama up here. And I will say just as working with Oussama over the past few years, he's an incredibly warm individual, and I encourage all of you to check out his center.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, everyone knows Ocean One, apparently, almost everyone. So actually, I'm going to talk about the excitement we have with a new initiative, the initiative of bringing yet more robotic effort at Stanford. And this is through the Stanford Robotics Center. The Stanford Robotics Center is actually a place very close to HAI. HAI is in Gates. If we look at the reflection of Gates, we will find it on a new building, basically the David Packer Electrical Engineering Building, and that's where we have now SRC, the Stanford Robotics Center. We are very lucky to be very close. In fact, we are much closer in our collaboration and research with the HAI. And the thing about the new center, it is not an extension of our laboratories. It's a concept that brings collaboration between different faculty in different areas of robotics to work in big challenges. So the team is quite impressive. It covers most of engineering school, medical school, sustainability school, and it brings really all the leaders in robotics who have been contributing to different aspects of robotics, and not in one research area, but from the design to the sensing to the users, and all of these faculty and their students and researchers came together to take on this challenge of developing this concept of the Stanford Robotics Center. So they bring knowledge in different areas. They bring different embodiments through designs of different robot systems and different component of those systems to achieve different interactions with the world among robots and to make that impact in the world and on humans. So in November 1st, we had a big launch, and the launch was an event that started in HAI, walking from HAI to SRC was guided by a robot. And here we see the robot guiding the
Robotics Center idea is really about how can we bring an environment for collaboration.
Checkmate. So much of the work brings students from the different labs to work on challenges. So in the example of human motion, we are looking at how we can, from motion capture, take human motion, map it to a musculoskeletal model, extract from the model the feature of that motion, and map it to a humanoid robots. Well, this is an interesting analysis that brings comparison between the energy spent by human and the energy spent by the robot. And of course, the answer is human is much more efficient. But then we started to see how we can use this to help improve performance, to help injured athletes, and to deal with many aspects of connecting human motion with robotic motions. Here in domestic robotics, we are looking at many different aspects of language communication with robots to deliver, to perform in a kitchen. And this is a project that is conducted in collaboration with Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. You saw the work that is being done in folding, the work that is done in a human environment, assistive robotics, human-robot interaction through a virtual environment. A very important aspect of robotics is the sensing. And in grasping, without really the tactile feedback, it's very, very difficult to do the accurate things in hand manipulation. And there is a very important work going on in developing further tactile perception and integrating it in grasping. Medical robotics is another area of interest that is really bring huge, huge implications in healthcare, and technologies in new concepts are bringing solutions that we couldn't imagine. This little tiny robot is able to be moving in the human body through magnetic field and performing operation in the human brain without having to open anything. We inject the robot in the bloodstream, and the robot is going to be able to navigate through the human body. This is done with a robot. A robot is guiding the motion, and this robot is controlled by a haptic device, something we didn't talk about yet today, which is the interface between human and the machine. This interface is very important. We see here the example in the area of ultrasound imaging. Ultrasound imaging is very challenging because sonographs hurt themselves very quickly, and by providing an interface like a haptic interface, the task is easier. However, it's not only about making the task easier, it is about how we are able to separate where the sonograph is and where the patient is. So this is how this is operated. The scanning is done by remote interaction with the robot through the haptic device. And now we have a control room through which we can control robots almost anywhere in the world. So from Stanford, we were controlling these robots at NUS, in Singapore, in South Korea, in Germany at DLR. And you see here the robot first at Stanford. So the robot is operated by a haptic device. The robot has all its autonomy, and the haptic is communicating with the robot remotely. And the robot is performing the ultrasound imaging. So now remote touching. And this is here in Singapore. And next in South Korea. And there is a humanoid robot, of course, at DLR. So humanoid robots are, and then all the robots are controlled at once with the same haptic device. So this was actually done in a reverse way at the last major conference in robotics called IROS. And from Abu Dhabi, we were controlling robots at Stanford, then at South Korea, at those labs, our colleagues and collaborator labs, and then we control all of them at once. So this was a remarkable achievement. It's not only seeing interaction, it is touching interaction. So being able to feel the contact and perform those interaction is really remarkable. This same method was used recently to operate from the east of China to the west of China with the same algorithm and same robots. So this was applied to Ocean One, and let me show you a few images of Ocean One in the Mediterranean. So here is Ocean One.
Ocean 1K, a unique underwater robot capable of carrying out archaeological excavations several hundred meters beneath the sea. Since 2015, an American team has been developing this revolutionary humanoid. The objective is to be able to explore shipwrecks, handle relics, evaluate and study treasures with the same precision as archaeologists.
Today, robots are designed to see, but we need robots that are designed to do.
This record would enable archaeologists to excavate countless wrecks of warships, merchant ships, aircraft, and submarines from every era that have up until now been totally inaccessible. But how can we be sure that Ocean One will withstand the extreme pressures? Or that its bionic hands will be able to recover sunken objects from the abyss?
So this work went through a number of steps, going from 40 meters and going all the way to 1,000 meters, which is quite challenging. 100 times atmospheric pressure. How you build a robot that can sustain that pressure, but also how can you build this dexterous arm to be lightweight and safe for interaction, and at the same time being able to go very, very deep. So the applications of robotics in the ocean are amazing. I mean, we know all the challenges we have with the corals, but archaeology is really pressing today because of the fisheries are going deeper and deeper. They are destroying everything that was left in the deep sea. And there are so many lost histories that we are seeing there. There are so many structures underwater that need not only to be monitored, but to really to be serviced. And to be serviced, that requires manipulation and actuation that is not today available, so that divers are still performing those tasks. Marine biology is a huge application area that is going to require also a lot of intervention of divers that are not there. Divers can go 50, 60, 100 meters, probably with a mixture of gases, but the ocean average depth is 3,000 meters, and we have nothing really to operate underwater. So again, pollution and the plastic, and there is mining. There are so many things. So reaching the deep is going to require the design of new concept for robotics, system that can navigate, go in the water. It's not going to be one robot. It's going to be a team of robots carrying those tasks. And then we need also the design of interfaces that are proper to those operations. And you need also to carry this with from the control room. So the control room here is showing the interface, which is the haptic device. You need bimanual haptic devices. You need to see in stereo. You cannot operate without looking and seeing in depth. So that requires display. So basically what you are seeing is what the robot eyes are seeing. And what you are touching is what the robot hands are touching. You are basically sending your eyes and hands through the robot, and this is becoming your avatar. You forget about the robot. You only see the hands and the eyes. And I mean, you see the environment behind the hands. And then you operate. The robot is autonomous, and the robot can operate on its own, but in those challenging, unstructured environment, you need the human to be there. You need the surgeon to be there. You need the connection with the human. And this is the strategies that we are implementing here. In Aleria, a 2,000-year-old Roman boat was lost, and these are the artifact we recovered. This is a cup, 2,000-year-old cup. We brought it without breaking it. And another beautiful artifact, this is an oil lamp. Again, a collection of oil lamps we brought that were amazing. The archaeologists were dancing when they saw all these objects that they studied, they learned about, but never touched and never seen. Oh, by the way, we have the address in the back, and this is the address, read a Roman address in Rome. Maybe you can order through Amazon a number of those objects, I don't know. So another thing that was surprising is we were able to recover also some pieces of wood, which tell the story about the boat and where the boat was constructed, and the marine biologists were very interested. We in fact found also some kind of bacteria called iron-eating bacteria that attack the metal and make sure that there are no boats left in the bottom of the sea. So yeah, here is the robot. Another aspect of things, we think always about the hand as the solution to everything. But the truth is the hand is also the solution to carry the tool that will perform the task. The hand is amazing in carrying tools and working with those tools like we do, we human. And here we have a camera that is being carried by the robot, and this camera is taking images from areas where the robot cannot go. So then finally, the big test was to take the robot really to 1,000 meters, and we were diving off the coast of Cannes with the robot. And here is a short clip of that expedition. So in the Robotics Center, there will be a pool for the robot, a special pool equipped with the current generation and stream of water that would allow us to study further how we can deploy better the robot in the ocean. The launch of the symposium was the start of something that is so exciting to everyone here at Stanford, our students, our faculty, coming together to really take on challenges that go beyond anything that we can do in our laboratories. And this is something that is done together with in mind all the potential applications of robotics, the outreach that we are able to provide. SRC is hosting many visits every week. And this is becoming a place for the community, a place for research, and also a place for innovation that are coming out of this collaboration that is taking place here at Stanford. So this is what we call our bridge between our development in research in the area of robotics to hopefully useful real-world applications for us and for the planet. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Oussama.
Thank you.
So we will break for lunch now. Because we couldn't bring all of you to the Stanford Robotics Center, we do have some robot demonstrations over lunch in the pavilion. So we tried to bring the center to you. Be back here at 1:30 and we will start the program again. Thank you all.
The Stanford School of Engineering. The Stanford School.
demos, please take a break and come inside now. So welcome back for lunch, everyone. My name's Allison Okamura. I'm a professor here in mechanical engineering with a courtesy in computer science and one of the co-organizers of this conference. We hope you enjoyed the lunch and had a chance to experience the great robot demos. Aren't the robot demos cool? Did everybody get a chance to try them? So thanks so much to the students in the Stanford Robotics Center for setting those up. So to kick off our afternoon program, I have the pleasure of introducing our afternoon keynote speaker. And the title of this talk is Robots Among Us, Shaping Human-Centered Robotics for a Shared Future of Education, Work, and Care from Maya Matrit. Maya is the Chan Soon Xiang Distinguished Professor of Computer Science, Neuroscience, and Pediatrics at the University of Southern California, where she also directs the USC Robotics and Autonomous Systems Center and co-directs USC Robotics Research Lab. She earned her PhD from MIT in 1994 after receiving MS and BS from MIT and the University of Kansas, respectively. She is a member of the National Academy of Arts and Sciences and the National Academy of Engineering. She's received numerous awards, including the Presidential Award for Excellence in Science, Mathematics, and Engineering Mentoring, the Jeannette Bohg Institute Women of Vision Award, and the NSF Career Award. She's also a fellow of the AAAS, IEEE, AAAI, and one more acronym, ACM. Her research focuses on socially assistive robotics, developing technologies to help individuals with autism, dementia, stroke recovery, and more. Maya is also deeply involved in K-12 STEM education through the USC Viterbi K-12 STEM Center and developed a number of educational programs and resources. And in addition to this academic leadership, she co-founded Embodied, Inc., which in 2016 launched Moxie, an in-home robot for child development, and she's a principal scientist at Google DeepMind. I have to say personally that she's also been an incredible champion of women in robotics, and I can't say enough about how much I've personally appreciated her mentorship over the years. So thanks for the privilege of letting me introduce Maya, and thank you all, and please welcome Maya Matrit. Thank you.
You know, the introductions just get longer and longer as you get older, so, you know, we could be here for hours. But it is wonderful to be here. There's so many wonderful colleagues and friends that are here and also joined remotely. This is an amazing meeting. It's also wonderful to be speaking as a keynote along with my advisor, who spoke this morning, Rod Brooks. And so let's see if we agree. Let's see if I can be as spicy. We will see. That's my goal. So in case you lost track about what's happening, AI. So I have actually been giving talks with that title of Robots Among Us for quite a while. But now, this has a whole different meaning in the context that we're in. So let's see, what does it mean and what might we do about it? So when I was a graduate student some eons ago, Marvin Minsky was still around the AI lab at MIT. And one of the things he would like to say is, don't try to define things that you don't understand. And I think here we are, you know, AI, it's here, is it here? We still don't fully agree on what intelligence is. And I don't want to define it now, but I do want to give us context because it'll relate profoundly to robotics and it'll hopefully relate to what I will talk about. So I just want to remind us that human intelligence evolved in a context of the body and the environment. So it is embodied and situated, and that is truly fundamental. And it's fundamental about, as we'll see, AGI as well. Really, what an intelligence does is a symphony of the physical, cognitive, and social emotional. And that part we have not touched on yet, but we need to, so I'll touch on that. And to remind you, if you look at evolutionary theory, what we know is that the complexity of the human brain, the evolution of that complexity was driven by the complexities of our social structures. So as we evolved, we created ever more complex social structures and organizations, which drove the complexity of our reasoning and so on. So that social bit is incredibly important. It is not a veneer that you add later. Like Wendy mentioned earlier today, the social part is not something you add at the end. The human part is not something you add after you have your robots working. No, it's fundamental, it's developmental. It's something that we need from the beginning. So just a little bit of talk about AGI because it's, it's the talk of the town, especially this town, but it's a talk of every town. So what I'm going to argue, and hopefully what roboticists in general will argue, that intelligence, especially general intelligence, it requires embodiment. So you really cannot have a general intelligence that is language only. And we're starting to see that more and more, and I don't think we need to argue it, but if you'd like to, I'm happy to argue it, just not during my talk time. So we do need that embodiment. And in fact, the human-robot interaction presents a domain where we can get not just data, but a much more profound understanding of not only how we need to build robots, but what makes us humans tick the way we tick. And so this interaction between humans and machines, just like the interactions between and among humans, is a social construct. It's something social that we do and that we're wired to do. And so I'm going to keep coming back to that because I think right now, we know that, oh yes, intelligence is language, it's cognitive. Everyone agrees on that. And then some people, especially people in this room, hopefully agree that it's also embodied, it's physical. But the social bit has still been overlooked, which is a huge omission, massive blind spot. So I'm going to bring you in so that you are not suffering from the blind spot. And just so that we're on the same page, why do we care about human intelligence in the era of eventual AGI? Well, because we're creating it for this society and this planet and this humanity. So I think that's important to keep in mind. So how do we build machines that people will accept? Sorry to tell you, whatever we build, however amazing it is, will be rejected by some people. And in some cases, many, many people. People have very different opinions, in-groups, feelings, contexts, lived experiences. So there is no great uniform answer. And that's problematic, especially for companies that are building products. And it calls for us to better understand ourselves and our social relationships and therefore our relationships with machines. So studies have shown for decades now, at least about a quarter of a century of human-robot interaction research. Whew, not new. Also agents, I just have to say, I can't help myself, but everyone says, agents, this is new. I have a bag from the Autonomous Agents Conference from 1999. I still have the bag. So it's not new. I'm just going to show the bag to everyone. So studies in HRI have shown consistently that we as humans will very readily give assumptions and kind of credit for agency, goals, intent, emotion to machines and therefore to robots. We will feel relatedness, we will feel empathy, we will be helpful, but also we will have cognitive dissonance, we will think it's creepy, we will abuse robots. We do all of these things. You could choose to prefer one or the other, but we do both, and we do both a lot. And why is that? It's because robots are like us, but not quite like us. So depending on what your background is, what your context is, you may see a robot as related and you're comfortable with it and you feel really good about it, or you may feel like it's other. So it's really about in-group, out-group. And that's what we do to one another, and that's what we do to machines as well. So how do we, again, create machines that people will accept? Well, my very biased take, because also for a quarter of a century I've been working in this field, is that there are vast needs and opportunities. And I think when you give people machines that are actually improving their quality of life, usually in an area that's an area of pain, like something, doesn't have to be physical pain, but something that's really hard. If you solve someone's problem, they will find motivation to accept the technology. And there are a lot of real problems to work on. And it's not clear that people are necessarily mostly working on real problems. I'll say that as a spicy take. So we should work more on real problems, like real needs people have. And yes, assistive. And while we do that, we need to have more balance. And this slide, this little picture, I've had that for at least 15 years. And it's a problem, and it's ever worse. This need to balance automation and augmentation. And I was so happy this morning that the very introduction of this entire event was put in the context of human augmentation. So, we need humans, so we don't want to just make us all obsolete. And so the goal for the kinds of things that I'm going to talk about is to create these accessible and personalized technologies that are really, they come from delightful interactions with machines, and yet those delightful interactions result in helping us in some context, whether it's therapy, education, training, whatever it may be. So that's the context. And then, of course, that's the context for this field of socially assistive robotics, which I'm firmly attached to. And it's just really important to look at the evidence over many decades now. A great many technologies have been developed that use advanced perception to monitor what we do as humans, to understand us better. And there are a lot of technologies also that will help us with various actions, some physical, mostly non-physical. So like, coaching, training, therapy, etc. This all exists, and it is insufficient. And I know some people will argue with me, but there is not an app for that. There's not an app that will fix your depression. There's not an app that will fix your anxiety. There's not an app that will fix your post-stroke recovery. There just isn't. And there's a reason for that. Because what we need is something to give us motivation to do the really hard things, and then also something, usually the same thing, that helps us have the grit to get through failure and to keep trying the really hard stuff. And what is that? Well, that's usually some other human. But it can't always be, and we can't always have our wonderful, helpful humans 24/7, and sadly these days ever less so. And so it's very interesting to see how technology can mediate this and help us have the motivation and the grit without having some adverse effects that also might happen, and we'll talk about that as well. So that's what the goal of this field is, and it was an article in the New Yorker back in 2009, boy do I feel old, but it's still a good image. Robots that care, I like that handle, I've been using it for years. Why do they have to be robots? This is an era of agents. I am happy that agents have finally been made possible. They've been around for a while, but they were in academia. Now we have real agents backed by mostly language models, increasingly foundation models. This is great, but we do have a large literature to show that in human agent interactions, when that agent is physically embodied, people enjoy it more, they learn better, they retain the information better, they delight in it more. All the positive measures and outcomes are better. And so I got so tired of answering the question of why does it have to be a robot, that I encouraged collaborators to do a meta review. And so as of 2019 anyway, the data are very strongly in favor of physically embodied interactions. They don't have to be physical as in touch. They just need to be in this physical world. And I'm just going to tell you right now, stay with me, because at the end of the talk, I'm going to show you some really recent results that are really compelling on this very topic. So stay with me. Take a nap now, but at the end, it's going to be good. No naps. All right. So I'm going to talk about various bits of work from my amazing students over many years. I want to talk about physicality and social interaction, how they're fundamentally intertwined in humans anyway. So we wanted to help babies learn in case they had developmental delays, and for many developmental delays, including, for example, autism, you don't have a diagnosis early enough, but you might have a risk through siblings, and then you might want to intervene early. How do you intervene? How do you get a baby to move its body in a particular desirable way that you want? Well, you can't do it. You can't tell babies what to do. Turns out you can't tell anyone what to do, but that's a whole other thing. But you think you can. But with babies, you know you can't. So how do we get a baby to kick its left leg with a particular force and strength? Because they need to do that because rehab. Okay, so I was so inspired by this work in my own lab. But it was just a beautiful notion that even babies are already fundamentally social beings. And so when they are around other social creatures, like human-shaped and ideally baby-sized, they're motivated to imitate. That's the mirror neurons, right? So it turns out if we take a baby-sized, sort of baby-shaped robot, the closest thing available was a Now. I know it's not baby-shaped, but okay, it's close enough. If you put it across a baby and you get it to move around in ways that we predictably know are what will be surprising, and there are models for this, like E.T. and Baldi have a salience model, the baby will look predictably where the surprising stimulus is, and then will imitate. And their imitation is not inhibited because they're very young. You're all also, like if I go like this, your body is actually ready to imitate me, but you are, fortunately, all of you currently are inhibiting that. Some people have a neural deficit that actually disinhibits, and they do imitate. It's like echolalia physically. So we are wired to be physically embodied. We understand each other by socially mirroring the physical behavior of others. Literally, the way you understand my social intent is by physically mirroring my body in your brain right now. That's exciting, right? So the physicality and the social are deeply connected. I trust this will be relevant. So we did this with babies. We got babies, like basically puppeteering babies. And the thing that's really key here is you cannot do this with a screen. You can show many things to babies on screens, and their cortices will light up, and they will not imitate. So that's interesting. It's developmental, right? Because if, we didn't evolve for screens. So this was just a beautiful demonstration, plus it helped babies. I like it. My student Nathan Denler, on the job market, just mentioning, did some beautiful work on understanding how people project expectations on robots. So this has been mentioned earlier today. Rod mentioned it in particular about robots promising things based on their embodiment. I don't need to remind you about the part of embodiment he mentioned. Yeah, everyone remembers? You should. It was very memorable. So my student Nathan actually looked at the IEEE database of robots and just did a large study to figure out, when you see a robot like this, what are your expectations? And it turns out we're so incredibly biased. We're biased about zoomorphic robots. We're biased about robot size. We're biased about robot form. It's really informative, because then when you're designing a robot, you might want to understand these inherent biases before you move on. And they're not always intuitive. So we also did some more work. Again, this is Nathan and others looking at what influences users' perception of gender with robots. And this is really interesting. So first of all, you ascribe gender to robots. You can't help yourself. You're human, therefore you ascribe gender. Is it good or bad? Doesn't matter. You can't help it. So you're doing it, whether you like it or not. But how can we influence this as designers? And it's really interesting, because you could dress a robot any which way, and you can tell someone anything. But it's the voice of the robot that ultimately biases you the most. But then we make the voice gender neutral and kind of technical. And then the stereotypes start to emerge. So it's really interesting how we can titrate these biases. And biases are just cognitive shortcuts. We all have them. But it's interesting in design. So we like this idea that the voice makes all the difference. And so we were looking at creating robots that would help university students do mindfulness exercises, because we could all use some mindfulness. And I'll tell you later why it's important that it's a robot. But we wanted to see different voices, and in fact, voices on different embodiments, from a robot to a speaker to just a chatbot. And it turns out that if I gave you lots of different voices for mindfulness to choose from, you would all want something different. You would prefer a human voice, even if it doesn't match the body, like we had human voices with the little bunny-like robot, and I thought that would be cognitively dissonant, but it wasn't. So people always prefer a human voice. That's getting much better. So automated speech is getting much, much better, but we haven't crossed that point yet. People are still like that if you talk to humans, you're much less likely to be depressed than if you're just texting. Our brains are wired for talking to others. No surprise. But it turns out if you give people the ability to adjust the robot voice, just even a little bit, then they love it almost as much as synthetic voices. But the adjustments that they make are all over the place. So there is no answer, back to my original point, there's no answer to the question, what is the best robot voice? There's no answer for that. All of you will not form uniform clusters, and we're relatively uniform culturally here as things go. So it really has to do with personalization and autonomy. Giving the user a little freedom to adjust things makes the user feel much better. That's confirmation bias. And then also just making it, having them have the ability to choose in this giant space of preferences. And this issue of personalization is one that I'm going to come back to again and again. The social interaction and the personalization are the fundamentally powerful things that we need to work on with AI. So we're really interested in social constructs. You got that already. So one of the things that we were interested in is, your likelihood of getting along with someone and being more productive with them is very high if your personalities align. What is personality? It's very highly dimensional. It's difficult to measure. It's difficult to replicate those results. But the Big Five is a good measure of personality. While I'm at that, Myers-Briggs is not. It is a cult. But it's true, look it up. But the Big Five, at the top 5 dimensions of personality, relatively stable. So we wanted to imbue robots with personality. And we went for the extroversion, introversion spectrum. And we found a very strong effect. This was ages ago. This was like 20 years ago we did this. So the robot is, relatively clunky, but it's a humanoid. Hello. Humanoids from like 20 years ago. The idea was simply an extrovert will generally talk more per unit time. Gee, you wonder what I am. So more words per unit time, slightly higher pitched, even normalized for gender, shorter interpersonal distance, and more gesture. Again, we didn't do this with any Italians, but it is culture normalized, more gesture. And then the opposite for people who are very introverted, and then it's, of course, a spectrum. And so we endowed robots with this extroversion, introversion personalities. And we found that when we personality matched them with users who were doing really boring tasks and rehab tasks like shelving books forever, remember that motivation bit from the beginning? They performed the task much longer, significantly longer, when they were with a personality matched robot than when they were not. And when you asked them which one they preferred, the extroverts in general would be like, I like that one, and that was the extroverted one. The introverts were not as explicit about what they preferred, and yet their performance was significantly longer with the introverted robot, which tells us multiple things. First, personality is a powerful predictor and important to design, and two, it tells us that self-report is flawed, but we've known that. So this is the era of AI that talks, and therefore it has personality, or at least we think it might have personality, or maybe we want to shape it to have personality. So in some recent work that we did in the last 2 years at Google DeepMind, we actually wanted to, one, unearth whether there's a latent personality in different models. And then, whether there is or isn't, could you shape it? And I think now, it's been about 1.5 years. This paper has a lot of hits on arXiv. It's very cited, so we're grateful. It's pretty well understood that you can shape robot personality or agent personality very effectively. So you can create agents that have the personality you desire, and that is the future. This is where we're going. You can also create personalities that are very undesirable, like the dark triad. So it's interesting to see, where this goes, how safe is it, but it is very powerful and it is very real, and it's here. And I think in general, people are not going to want transactional interactions from technology. We already want agentic personality, persona-driven interactions. So ages ago, we did some work on backstories for personas for robots. We looked at it for exercise robots. We looked at it for robots that were teaching first graders about food choices. There's really nothing more boring for first graders than being told about don't eat white bread and all of that. Super boring. It's a great task. You always want tasks that are actually challenging, like teaching a kid about healthy food, and then measuring what they pick when no one's watching or they think no one's watching. Not asking them, oh yes, of course, I will take the brown bread. No, watch what they actually do. So functional evaluation. And we did that with first graders and adolescents. We gave them backstories, and it was really interesting because in every case, humans across the ages are very willing to suspend disbelief and believe whatever. Oh, this robot is from planet Vega, and it doesn't like gravity, and that's why it can't really do jumping jacks or burpees or whatever. Oh, but when it says that it understands that you're feeling bad because it used to be overweight, boom, that's where the suspension of disbelief ends. Why? Is it because we fundamentally know that robots can't really get larger or smaller? No, it's because that, in this study with overweight teenagers, that's a very visceral, really personal thing. And this is what gets back to this lived experience in-group, out-group thing. For them, that is their group, and the robot doesn't fit into that group. It can't really relate. And this is really important as we build these agents and we build backstories, to understand what matters in a given context for a given user and to personalize over time. And so we did this, again, recently at DeepMind. We did this in the context of health agents. We wanted to see if we could actually simulate personas that are very similar to real patients in the real world. And we did this with demographically grounded data, and it's under conference review, which is why I don't have, but it's on arXiv, so please ask me about it. Basically, bottom line is, this technology is very powerful at modeling demographically grounded, quite predictable behavior. At the same time, the question of how do we model user behavior over time with language models is wide open. No one knows how to do this, right? So it's an interesting intellectual challenge. Can it be done? Can we do it? How will we do it? People are working on it. We're also really interested in empathy. I keep showing this. I think it's really important. By some measures, human empathy is declining for various reasons. We can debate why. So we did some studying to see not whether robots can be empathetic. That's not hard. You just tell the robot what to do. You know, you prompt your model to say, be empathetic, and it'll say things like, oh, I'm sorry you're feeling bad. So that's not hard. What's hard is to elicit the human to be empathetic. So and why would we want to do this? Well, it turns out when you're empathetic, it's good for you. So you actually feel better, and your health outcomes are better, and you actually live longer when you're empathetic. So be empathetic. And why? Why is that? Because we're fundamentally social creatures. We evolved to be social. Empathy is a selected trait. Okay, so we want robots to elicit empathy in humans because it's healthy. It's like a health intervention that you would enjoy. And so we looked at what does that, and first-person narratives are much more powerful than third-person narratives. People prefer stories about humans than about robots, so we still prefer our own species. That's interesting and expected. And furthermore, we can detect, from facial behaviors, we can actually detect a correlation between when people say they feel empathy and when they're actually feeling it. And this is important because you heard from Rod this morning that people get very angry at robots, and then you heard it from me as well. Robots are terrible. They're not really effective at almost anything. And so they're annoying. So how do we make them less annoying? So we did a study, again, in this context of empathy. A really cute Curie robot. I really wish that company had survived. Those are great robots. So we basically created multiple versions of personalities, personas, if you will, for this robot. And one was neutral, and it would fail, and it would say, red text there. I've entered in physical contact with a wall, and functionality is failing. Or it was funny. I usually see quite well, but the darkness has taken me. We thought that was funny. And then the sad, I'm afraid I'll have to come apart to get fixed, and so on. And it was really interesting to wonder, what would people like best? Which of these robots would get the most help if it keeps failing? And a continually failing robot is really annoying. So, my personal guess was that the funny robot, or the kind of baseline robot, would get the most help. Actually, the funny robot. I thought, this thing is annoying. Maybe if it's funny, it would be best. The opposite proved to be true. People really love the sappy, useless robot. That one got the most help for the longest time. So this is interesting because the empathy was really evoked by this cute robot with sappy talking. But before you get too excited about humanity being so kind, one, people really hated the funny robot, which I don't know what that tells you. It wasn't even a mime, although it's kind of black and white. But it's contextual. This was a study, and people were not doing anything that's truly high stakes. And I think that's one of the major weaknesses of a vast majority of HRI work and the vast majority of work in robot development is we're not really testing it in really high stakes environments. So this is why, the Pepper robot, historically, it's super fun to play with in the lab, but then when it used to be put in phone stores, it would get kicked and abused because it was no good at actually selling phones, which is why you put a robot in a phone store. So this contextual stuff is really important. We are now actually putting robots in support groups. So we did this before the pandemic, and the pandemic hit, and then we moved it over to virtual groups. So we have a robot in a virtual support group because there's just a lot of need for people to talk together and support each other, but you want to make sure that these groups are moderated, so no one is toxic, no one is overly negative. And these are cancer survivors, anxiety, depression, folks with real needs for support. And here's an interesting thing. Both in the robot conditions that we told people that that basically the robots were autonomous versus not. And what happens is the robot mediating the group reduced negative feelings and affect across the board, and these are clinical tests that we administered. But anxiety was not reduced by the robot that people knew was remote controlled. So this is really interesting because you would think, well, I don't really trust a robot that's working autonomously, but I like that there's a human behind it. But in fact, we found the opposite to be true, that People actually preferred the robot that was autonomous, and it reduced their anxiety more. Why is that? Well, there are a lot of interesting reasons why. People feel uncomfortable around people, they feel guilty, they feel like, oh, I shouldn't be complaining, etc. So it was a really interesting thing that actually behind the scenes, both robots, because they were using language models, both robots were actually ultimately WSRobozed because we did not trust the language models in a human anxiety and depression group to be fully safe. And I think that's a good choice. But it was very interesting that the humans preferred the robot being autonomous in this context. So again, things you find and discover. I'm gonna pull this together now. I promise. Now we're getting into the latest stuff. Okay, so I made this claim. I'm gonna make it again, that the future of all of this stuff that we're doing with AI is personalized and adaptive. Now the personalized part, maybe people in this room think that that's a given, but it is not necessarily what industry is really focusing on. Right now, people would love, language models and foundation models to be able to give you what you need, but whoever you are, and not you specifically, but you generically. And my argument is that will not work. That will not work in most realms. People do not want transactional interactions. We really don't. We want agentic, personalized, adaptive stuff. And in fact, most things that we individually have challenges with require us to have a lot of grit and stamina and patience to keep doing it and to keep training and keep practicing. Think of any realm in life where you find a challenge, whatever it is. Tell me if it doesn't fit that. It's something you need to do, usually some behavior change, and you have to choose to do it, and you have to keep choosing to do it because you're going to keep failing. And that's where a lot of this support can come in. And I think this is an area where it becomes really interesting to talk about large models versus small models. We talked about this earlier today. There's a comment made by Chelsea about, she's worked with data that are only 15 minutes of interaction. We do that exactly as well from some really difficult domains. It's a very little data, but those data are like gold because the generalized models just have nothing at all from these populations, like kids with autism. And how do you learn from small amounts of data? How do you have the model using a large, like your agent using a large model for talking, right? So there's the talking and then there's the reasoning. And maybe it's using the large model to be a marvelous, interactive, generative, empathetic talker. But to be really personalized, it needs to know about you specifically and to keep track of you. And that gets into older style AI, right? User modeling, possibly RL. So now we're looking at very hybrid methods because you need all of this, right? You need the smaller models, but then you need the big models. Then you need RL, you need adaptation. You can't just fine tune all the time, at least not today. So this interplay is really interesting, unexplored. Why do we care? Because sometimes, and maybe a lot of the time, we want to deal with really hard problems. So the really hard problem that my lab has chosen to work on for over 20 years is autism. First of all, we know this is a really major challenge for our society. The numbers are now 1 in 39 children. It's more than quadrupled in the last 20 years. And individuals on the autism spectrum manifest just a constellation of symptoms and symptom severities. And most importantly, they're high variance, not just as a community, but within user, right? So over time, an individual, like a child with autism, will behave very differently session to session. So it is the hardest machine learning problem. I'm just gonna argue it's the hardest problem. There's no data. You can't have the internet's worth of data on autism. Nope. And in fact, I'll argue you won't. You never will. And so now what? And that's where we get into this really interesting space of, how do we work with small amounts of data? How do we train from each little tiny session? And so we've done that. I'm not going to play this video again. It's on the web. I love it.
Meet Adrian.
But I'll stop. But really, we and our colleagues at Yale, Brian Scazzolati's lab, we deploy these robots in homes of families with kids with autism for over a month at a time and got treasure troves of data, even if it's really small data, if you think about it. And I just want to take all my hats off to the students who did this, the villages of students who made this happen. It wasn't a company. No company wanted to do this because I don't know what they're working on. They don't want to work on this. It's $1 trillion, by the way, $1 trillion challenge economically, autism. So how do you deal with these really hard problems? And we looked at things like just understanding if a child with autism is engaged in an interaction. So everybody wants engagement, everybody wants eyeballs, but some of it is more typical than others. And with kids with autism, it's extremely atypical. Like I could be looking like this and I'm engaged, and how would you know? It looks like I'm not at all, like go away. But actually I am, right? Because that's my kind of engagement. And so understanding these personalized models, using multimodal data, which we're just talking about it, we have foundation models, but pretty much that's kind of video and audio. True multimodality is going to include, Rod talked about it. It's going to have forces. It's going to have tactile. It's going to have heart rate variability. It's going to have truly heterogeneous data, not just multimodal, heterogeneous. That's where we need to be going. How do you scale up models with all of that? Well, that's partly the robotics question. Things like personalization, right? You have to personalize a lot of things. You're not optimizing any one thing. So even just for teaching these kids skills that were mathematical as well as social, we had to optimize and continually optimize, so continually change and adapt the level of challenge as well as the reward we were giving. You can't just do one or the other, because there's valleys, there's thrust, and the kids will do well and then they won't anymore because either the material is over their head or the reward has gotten tiresome, because we're all reward-seeking mechanisms, but if you're getting consistent reward or punishment, it stops working. So there are many things you have to optimize, and our relatively simple models, sometimes of RL, also not good enough. How do we learn from each session, which is small data, and then add it and learn continually? So you have test time adaptation from all of the stuff that's come in, which, by the way, may be inconsistent over time. These are all current challenges for large models. There is no great answer. Just a couple of other compelling domains. Again, my great gratitude to the folks who did this work. Our collaborator, Michael Spitale, did a study during COVID in Italy using these robots to see if we can help kids with speech impediments and speech difficulties get speech therapy when speech therapists were not available in person. And the thing that was super interesting was the robots were really effective. So this was dialogue trees before LLMs, like right before. Super effective. The therapists were all really impressed. They said, this is great, it works great, we don't want it. We don't want it, would not recommend. So there's this really human social pushback. It works, it's great, I don't want it. And we see this a lot everywhere. And so we're doing this now, where now in the era of large models, there's beautiful stuff you can do with speech, with existing models. And we need small models and large models, because for all the giant models that are available out there, they're actually terrible at understanding speech that is atypical due to some kind of a speech challenge or speech atypicality. So again, we're not there. Will we get there, or is it even the right thing? Isn't it better to have a small model for just this? How does it interplay with the big one? So some things to think about. We do physical stuff, lest you forgot that these are actual robots. We have done rehab work, and this is in many ways even harder. So we've done work with kids with cerebral palsy, motivating them to use an orthotic. And we were sort of having a robot learn how to motivate a kid to see what motivational strategies worked, while the kid at the same time is trying to figure out the robot and trying to trick the robot. So they're both motivated, but they're motivated with things that are sometimes in conflict, which is always a lot of fun. Also some stroke rehab work, again, from Nathan. And now I get into the stuff that I'm really excited about. Okay, so robots are not ubiquitous. We would love to have them be ubiquitous, so we've started to work with these really small, cheap 3D printed robots. I'll tell you a bit more about it, but let me tell you what we're doing. So I work with college students. I'm at a university, and so I let them basically tell me what they're passionate about. And one of the things they're passionate about is supporting attention and studying and ADHD. And so we developed a robot system that goes in the dorms, and it just sits there. What it's doing is this really fundamental socially embodied phenomenon called body doubling. So it's known in ADHD that if there's another human in the same room with you, not doing anything with you, just physically co-present, you can focus and concentrate more. What do you think that's about? Embodied social behavior. So we wanted to say, well, okay, you can't always have someone in the room with you. How about if we have a robot? Would it work? And it turns out it does work, but there's this wide open question about what should the robot do? Should it be drawing your attention? Should it not be drawing the attention? It can't just be turned off, because then it stops being an agent and it fails at its body doubling task. What's enough for agency? What's too much? Well, turns out it's personal. So there's no one size fits all. So we're doing more studies on that. And how do we scale this up? So robots are too rare, they're too costly, I can't believe this. I've been saying this since I was in grad school. I've been saying I want to go to a robot store, and I want to just go like, you know, at your favorite store, Trader Joe's for me, and I want to be like, I want that one, and that one I'll take 2 of these. Still doesn't exist, and it's not even any closer to where it was when I started decades ago. So why is that? We want them to be affordable for everybody, but we also need them to be robust. We need them to be cheap so that we can do studies at scale. I'll tell you, we're doing a randomized controlled trial for NIH right now. I need to deploy to hundreds of people. How are we going to do that? So one of the things we're doing is, you know, we had to develop our own. You're always developing your own. So now we have this really cheap, completely public domain test bed. It's under $300. You can put different skins on it. It can have lights. It can have tactile. Super fun. There you go. Don't tell me you can't get a robot. You can get a robot. So I want to wrap it up. We've got agents. They need to be embodied, but maybe you don't believe that, because wouldn't it be nice if they were just intelligent agents using these amazing foundation models? But, so we wanted to do the thing, we wanted to challenge the bazillions of people who say anxiety will be solved with language model-driven apps. Right? Who hasn't heard this? Everyone's heard it. Anxiety is a massive societal problem we have across the board. I won't talk about why, but it's a massive societal problem. And so, you know, let's democratize the solution. Let's just talk to a chatbot. It'll be great. You'll talk to a chatbot and your anxiety will just go away. So we first wanted to see, can you actually, like, how well does that work? And how do therapists get evaluated? One of the ways that they get evaluated is this notion of entrainment, which is kind of the alignment between the therapist and the patient, or it doesn't have to be a patient, let's just say a customer. So how the client and therapist align is a really good predictor of whether the client will start to feel better. And it doesn't matter even what kind of therapy you're doing. It could be CBT, it could be DBT, it could be Jungian. The alignment is really important. This should be no surprise to anyone. So we first validated some automated measures of alignment, which I could talk about, but you'll be bored, NCLID and LSN and all this stuff. Anyway, they're measures. We validated them. They were valid measures. Then we tested this with LLMs. And guess what? Terrible alignment. People will engage in CBT. We tested CBT, not any other therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy. People will align. They will use, like they'll use the therapist. But it doesn't actually, the alignment is terrible, and it doesn't actually reduce their psychiatric distress. So you have the novelty effect, you use it, but it's not actually helping you. So what's missing? Of course, embodiment is missing. So we did a study, initially just a pilot study, where we deployed the robots in the dorms with students who were not diagnosed as having depression, but did have anxiety. And we left it out for multiple weeks, 2 weeks, and then a pre-post week. And here's the key thing. Students think that robots are fun. We deployed robots, we deployed chatbots. Both were driven by LLMs, identical thing, absolutely identical input. So the only thing that's different is the delivery mechanism, the interface, which is either this cute little robot that doesn't do a whole lot, but it is physically embodied, versus your laptop, which you're used to. And then we did also a baseline with the notebook method, which is what you do actually in clinical CBT. Everyone hates that. And we found that first I thought, well, everybody will love the robots and they will do more stuff with the robot, which will probably make them feel better. Turns out, no, in terms of adherence, actually we didn't see significant differences in adherence. Now this is a study, so probably people felt that they should sort of adhere anyway because, you know, it's a study. What we did find is that there was a significant difference in the reduction of psychiatric distress as measured by actual, you know, DSM questionnaires for psychiatric distress. The chatbot did not reduce psychiatric distress in students, but the robot did. So this, I feel, is huge, and NIH gratefully agrees as well, so they gave us money to scale this really up and test it. Because we found that that interface, that embodied robot, just sitting there with the student and talking to them, reduces the student's psychiatric distress in a way that the LLM cannot, even though they're saying the same thing. But the interface is what matters. And what more proof do you need that we are social creatures and we're embodied, and it goes all the way down. And so on that note, I'm gonna end, finally, yes. So human-machine interaction has tremendous potential. It really, when it taps into who we are as social embodied creatures, then it can make us better, both in terms of how we feel and how we are to others. It has tremendous potential, but it has to be something that we actually care about studying, and then we study it with real users, real patients, real learners, real people in the real world with real functional tests. And we do it in a way that is not meant to replace, but rather to enhance and augment. And on that note, I just want to say thank you to my students. There they are, some of them, not all of them. And thank you to you.
Let's give Maya one more round of applause. Thank you. My favorite store is also Trader Joe's. They have the best pumpkin ice cream. So, all right. So as mentioned earlier, one of HAI's primary goals is to foster cutting-edge interdisciplinary AI research to advance the human condition. And I spoke a bit about our research programs, which are primarily focused on academic researchers, but we also have at HAI industry programming. So this is to engage researchers with industry researchers and industry leaders. And bringing these two sectors together can ensure that AI research is not only innovative and thoughtful, but also practical and applicable to real-world scenarios. HAI's industry engagement spans the globe and includes research collaborations, professional education, and strategic partnerships. These programs allow us to move the research from the lab into the real world more quickly, which is essential in a fast-moving field like artificial intelligence. So this next panel, titled From Research to Real-World Impact, aims to facilitate a deeper understanding of the importance of research being applied to real-world challenges and how industry experience can inform fundamental research. The panel will be moderated by Steve Cousins, Executive Director of the Stanford Robotics Center and founder of Relay Robotics. Welcome, Steve.
It definitely doesn't look like me.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all for having us. It's very exciting to see such a great presentation today. I wanted to introduce the panel to start off. We've got an amazing group for this topic of going from academia or from research to the real world is the topic. And our panelists have all had stellar academic careers in robotics at different institutions. And for a long time. So before I founded Savio, I ran Willow Garage. We had the PR2 robots, Humanoids. We had a beta program. And all of the panelists used those robots. So I'm very happy about that. We saw Rod this morning talking about actually a couple different examples of towel folding or T-shirt folding. And Peter Abil, who's the first one on our panel, was the first person to use a PR2 to try to fold laundry. It was towels in that case, but that was a long time ago, 15 years ago. And so things continue to go on. Charlie is the Chief and Technology Officer of Hello Robot. Charlie has, I've known him since the PR2 program as well, and was instrumental in the Robots for Humanity project. And I'm sure you'll talk more about that. Andrea Tomas is co-founder of Diligent Robotics, and I spent the last couple of years at Relay Robotics looking at the hospital market, and I understand how hard that is. And so I have a lot of appreciation for the work that you've done as well. So I'm very excited to have this panel today. Let me just jump in and start with each of you to ask you to tell us a bit about your transition from research to industry, because you've all gone from tenured faculty to being a co-founder, and just describe briefly what your company does so everybody knows. And a couple quick questions as you go through it. What kept you from making the jump earlier? So was it just getting tenure, or did you hang out until there was some point? And did you jump in with both feet, or did you keep kind of a part-time relationship as you did it? And maybe I'll start with Peter.
That could be a long answer. Let's see. So in my case, I wrapped up my PhD in 2008. I always thought it'd be really interesting to put things into the world beyond just working in academia. But the things I was working on didn't really lend themselves to go into the real world. It was too early, and I remember thinking at the time, if you get a PhD in AI in 2008, you have two choices. You become a professor and can continue to work in AI, or you go to industry and you work in something else than AI. Those were kind of the two options, very different from how it is today. And so for me, academia was a natural choice because I really wanted to work in AI. And so it was just, that was the path. And the real world had to wait a little bit. At some point, things, of course, started to work better and better and better. Starting 2012, it became clear that if you're willing to pile enough data into a neural network, at some point it's going to give, and it's going to kind of do what you want it to do. And so come 2017, with 3 students I co-founded Covariant, we felt the time was right to go in and see if we can effectively collect enough data, architect the neural network correctly to get this to do real things in the real world. I just kind of going in and out, I think. Not sure why, but it's good now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
So in terms of your question on when to jump, I think pre-tenure, maybe it would have been hard. I don't know if I would have done it. It seems like a nice security to have. I'm not saying you have to wait, but it's like a nice fallback, because startups don't always go exactly the way you hope for. A lot of uncertainty, a lot of risk. And I think having a foot in academia is really nice, because the field moves so fast that it's very hard to keep up with everything happening unless you force yourself to. And keeping a foot in academia allows to force yourself to constantly keep up with the latest happening, which I think is really both interesting and really important to stay at the frontier. Not sure if I want me to say more about the company. I feel like I'm going on for a long time, Steve. I'm not sure how long an answer you want.
Just say briefly what the company does, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, so at Covariant, we were building AI to power robotic automation. And our focus was on warehouse automation. So if you look at warehouses, a lot of tasks are done with robots already, especially if you go to Amazon warehouse. A lot of mobility is done with robots, but then the hands, as Rodney referred to earlier, is harder. And so we said, let's look at the hands, let's see what we can automate about the hand work, make that essentially more cost efficient, faster, and so forth. And we spent a lot of time on that. We, I think, deployed into 10 plus countries, and I think over 30 different customers. But then also in August signed a deal with Amazon to go spend a lot of time there and help Amazon deploy this kind of technology into their facilities. And I'm now full-time at Amazon on leave from Berkeley to help make that happen.
Nice. Andrea?
Okay, yeah, a lot of similarities. I also finished my postdoc and was starting my first faculty position in 2008. And it was, certainly if you wanted to keep working in robotics and AI, academia was the way to go. I also really appreciate the talk that Maya just took us through. And I think that human-robot interaction is what I was really passionate about. AI-powered robotics, machine learning algorithms for robots, but in particular, like putting those robots like right next to people and having them, learn things from people was what I was always passionate about. And somewhere around like the 2015, 2016 timeframe is when it started to feel like there is an opportunity from sensing technology, actuators, cost of things, open source. Projects. It was a lot of things were kind of swirling together to make it possible to think about, where would you think about taking some of these things that we're doing in research and putting them into practice. And for me, I became really passionate about and it's kind of proven true at Diligent Robotics. So Diligent Robotics, we build robots for hospitals. We have a product called Moxie that we launched the company in 2018, spent, I would say, the first 2.5 years was really just like a commercial version of my research lab. But then, by about 2021, we were starting to deploy robots across the country, doing transport tasks in hospitals. So we navigate hospital-wide and are able to take lab samples, medications, supplies, and lightweight equipment, and truly kind of augment, we call it workforce augmentation, for clinical staff who, over the past number of years, have been highly understaffed, and it's a workforce that really needs help. And so what I've been struck by in kind of the jump from research to commercialization is that in kind of HRI research, you're always, if we look at like all of the examples that Maya just showed, her students had to create basically products in order to get them to work well enough and actually, just put it in somebody's home and collect a bunch of data. And in the end, your students don't get to talk very much about all that productization of robotics that went to it. So it was very satisfying in the jump from research to commercialization to get, that kind of credit for the, making things work for real, and just seeing the actual human-robot interaction. Like if we don't get that right, then people just aren't going to use Moxie, and it's a pretty interesting evaluation metric.
Great, Charlie.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I love hearing the stories because it's amazing how far back it goes, right? I mean, it really started with my PhD training with Rod Brooks, who gave the talk earlier, which was excellent, in Dorset. And then I did a postdoc in Rod's lab with my co-founder, Aaron Edsinger, and we worked with a humanoid robot that had 2 arms. And what we did was this very close physical interaction with that humanoid robot. And it was focused on this task of putting things away, like putting groceries away in physical collaboration with the robot. And I think we got a Best Paper award together at a Humanoid Robotics conference. After that, I went to Georgia Tech in 2006, and I wanted to take that notion of assistance seriously. One frustration I had was that lots of papers would give this motivation of, and this will help older adults, this will help people with disabilities, but it was more of this kind of throwaway motivation. My lab, I wanted to take it very seriously. So I founded the Healthcare Robotics Lab, and we focused on how mobile manipulators might provide beneficial physical assistance to people with disabilities and older adults. We had a lot of success. We created our first mobile manipulator. I guess we were publishing on it in 2008. Then we adopted the PR2 robot, another mobile manipulator. Helped start this Robots for Humanity project, which was fantastic.
And shout out to Henry, who's sitting.
Is Henry here?
Yeah.
Okay, Henry and Jane are out there. They're amazing people, and have absolutely been critical to all of this, frankly. So, wow, cool. Yeah, so take a beat here. So, I think the thing I want to emphasize is that my lab and through these collaborations, we kept seeing that there really is a real potential for this technology, these mobile manipulators, to actually make a difference in people's lives. And our collaboration with Henry and Jane, having the PR2 at their home, and the ways in which Henry was able to use it to enhance his life on a daily basis, it was inspiring, it was real, and super exciting. Everything's looking great, hundreds of people. It seems like this is just going to change the world. And then, 2016, Willow Garage unfortunately no longer existed. There weren't really any robots out there to do this sort of thing. I wasn't seeing anything happening out there. It had been 10 years, it's 2016. I'm not seeing it get out there, and that was extremely frustrating. And that frustration led to me and my student Henry Cleaver inventing a new robot that we thought might be able to actually go out there into Henry's homes and other places to help. Now, that started a very long journey. Founded Hello Robot with Aaron Edsinger in 2017. We create this very, I would say it's unique robot. It's a mobile manipulator, but it's lightweight, compact, yet dexterous. It's really designed to work closely with people and to be able to meet these use cases and help people in their homes. But it's been a long road, but we've focused on R&D market. A lot of classes, used in classes, used in research. They're all over the world. Love seeing how people are using them. And then we've had a research effort in collaboration with Henry and Jane and others and academics to really try to push this technology forward to actually get it out there. And now we're sort of on the cusp of finally being able to commercialize that aspect of it as an assistive product. But we still have a ways to go.
Yeah, thank you. So there's a lot of ways we can go with this panel, and I want you to make sure I save time for the audience to add questions as well. But let me start off with a question about the market. So you've all been around in the market for a little while. And given the current funding climate, which seems a little bit more, let's say, humanoid-centric, if you were starting over, would you choose the same market, and would you choose the same robot form factor? And maybe I'll start with Andrea this time.
Sure. I would think yes and yes is the short answer, but I'll say a little bit about why. So we came into thinking about where we could bring robots that were going to truly augment a team of people and take advantage of some of the expertise and our favorite problems of putting people and robots directly together. So every single task that our robots do, every delivery task, there's a person there's a person involved. And so, we really like that aspect of it. And I think there are just a number of markets where that's going to be the case, but, hospitals are a really interesting first market. And when you look at the form factor, I think mobile manipulation is, by far the form factor that has the most value to add. We can argue about what the actual end effectors should be, whether you need one arm or two arms, and whether you need to be bipedal or wheeled. But in a hospital, it's an ADA compliant environment. I would never decide to walk around with a robot.
Don't need a second arm?
There's actually no need. I mean, you could need a second arm eventually, but what we're doing today is transport tasks where the things we're transporting need to be locked. Like, I can't be carrying them around in free space. It's very important for the tasks that we do that they're locked. So, the thing that we use the arm for, you have to kind of understand the inner workings of a hospital, but the places where stuff comes to and from is on the basement and the first floor. So it's the lab, the pharmacy, and central supply. But all the places that stuff needs to get to and from are, stacked in the rest of the building. And so everything that you're doing from a mobile manipulation standpoint has to do with navigating that human environment. So, scanning badges to get into secure areas or pushing buttons to open doors and take elevators. So for that task that we're doing today, we need one arm. So we may have future morphologies that require multiple arms, but.
Yeah. Charlie?
Right, yes.
You designed it for this.
Yes.
But no changes if you were.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, I really am passionate about the R&D market. I mean, I've just been so amazed by what people are able to do with it. We sell an open source platform that people can hack on and do their own things. And I absolutely want that to exist. And I love it. And it's just been amazing what we've seen. And then on the assistive market, I mean, we're still pushing on that, and we're going to get there, and that's also deeply important to me. So in terms of the markets, absolutely. And in terms of the form factor, look, I'm always very open about different options. I just want to solve the problem. Yeah. It turns out that for the particular types of uses that we're interested in, the platform we have has real benefits. It's compact and lightweight and pretty safe around people. It's not that kind of use case is not a great match for humanoids. A lot has changed in AI, but the physics is the same. The potential energy that can transfer into someone, that's the same. The kinematic reachable workspace and the swept volumes that are happening as the robot is moving, that hasn't changed. And so I think a lot of the elements that really are going to match a physical design of a robot to a use case haven't really changed that much over those years.
Peter, I wanted to ask you, what's the most surprising thing you found? So you went into this from academia into logistics, which is a very specific market. What's the most surprising thing you found as you got into sort of out of academia and into the quote unquote real world?
Yeah, so when we started Covariant, we first decided, okay, we see a path to build much more capable AI-powered robots than anybody had been building. But then the question becomes, okay, what do we build it for? Because if you're just building highly capable AI-powered robots and they're not solving a problem, then you're kind of like not really building a business. So in the first year of Covariant, we met with, I think, about 200 companies to understand what is it that they would like to get done by a robot if they could get it done. Some things were completely out of reach, were just like not possible to do. Other things seemed too easy. They just hadn't tried and they could buy somewhere already at the time. And so for us, logistics was this nice sweet spot where things were still pretty hard to get working. So having an edge in the AI side of things would give you an edge in building something that maybe very few others or nobody else could build at the time. Yet a lot of demand because there's just a lot of objects that have to be moved around. The number of touches from unloading from the truck that gets to the warehouse to actually packaged to your home and then delivered at your home, so many touches, all of them done by human hands, whereas a lot of the transport is done by robots and vehicles. So we decided that's what we push on. I think the biggest difference between the work we had done academically, both at Berkeley and at OpenAI at the time, where I was splitting my time, was in academia, it's really a lot of focus on can you show something that's never been done before? Like, are you the first to, I don't know, 100 meters deep in the ocean, nobody's been there, can you show that this is actually possible, right? Or can you know, can the neural net recognize a cat, let's say, which, 10, 15 years ago was like, oh my God, you managed to do that, nobody ever did that. But nobody ever in academia pushes it to 99.99% reliability of recognizing that cat. That's not our problem in academia. It also doesn't have to be, but it's just a very big difference. And I think that's where things really change. If you deliver something in a commercial environment or just in a home, it just has to work. And that can mean many things. It could mean there are humans around, as Maya was talking about, and they are your fallbacks. And the robot doesn't have to do everything on its own. It can fail, it's okay. But there needs to be a human fallback that human is happy to help out, happy to interact with the robot and make the whole process succeed. Or the robot just has to be so good and succeed on its own, but somehow the whole system has to work. And just saying, hey, 85% is the highest metric ever been achieved on this benchmark, take our robot, you'll be happy, that's just not how it goes down. And so to us, that was a very big difference because now you start collecting way more data, much more specialized very often, to get to what you want. Then you push hard enough, you start realizing some things just don't work for you. Maya was saying, hey, there's just no robot available for us to work with that we want to get. Same thing for us at Covariant at the time. The 3D cameras out in the world were not accurate enough. Even though there was like so many companies building 3D cameras, they just fail on things like glassware, they fail on plastic packaging, and all of a sudden you're like, okay, 90% of the time, these 3D cameras are very good. Then 10% of the time, they fail. We cannot fail 10% of the time, so we got to build our own 3D camera system. And so you run into a lot of things that it turns out you have to do yourself to get the whole system at the level that you want it to be. So that, I would say, I wouldn't say it was like necessarily had to be a surprise, but it was definitely a very big shift in how, what we were working on, what we had to focus on to get things done. To your earlier question, Steve, like, was it, would we do it the same now? I think for the things we're looking at Covariant, the world has dramatically changed. The capabilities of AI and the way AI is built is very different from 8 years ago when we started Covariant. 8 years ago, the winning strategy was lots of data and a strong team, of course, on the problem you care about, whereas today, you need to mix in tons of internet data and go much larger scale model training to get the generalization that you cannot get from narrow data. I think the other thing that's dramatically changed is I think the funding ecosystem is completely different today from 8 years ago. 8 years ago, until recently really, funding was kind of following the same model at all times. It was, we're going to fund something where you have to be a scrappy team that tries to build a product, get in consumers' hands or enterprise hands as soon as possible, learn the lessons, iterate, iterate, iterate. And that still exists very much so, but there's a whole parallel funding system that's pioneered by OpenAI and has been adopted by other companies since, which is, we're not building anything for anyone anytime soon. We're going to build something so capable that once we're there, we'll see it. And all of a sudden, it'll commercialize itself pretty much, right? And OpenAI proved out that this can kind of work. ChatGPT makes an enormous amount of money, but when we started at OpenAI, there was no sense of we're going to build a chatbot. It was just build AI, actually back then, for the greater good, for the good of the world, but then of course was turned to for-profit later. But it was not meant to be a scrappy product iteration. It was meant to be, there was something so big that we don't even know what it's going to look like, but yeah, with many billions of dollars, we might land it and it's going to be worth trillions, right? And I think that's a very big decision in many ways. If you start a company today, that's a decision you didn't have to make 8 years ago. Today, you can start a company and say, we're going to go after something so big, I can't even tell you how big. It's probably going to take, $1 billion in the first year. Give us $1 billion on 5, $1 billion on 10. We'll put the best team together you can possibly find. And this is possible. This is absolutely possible. And so now all of a sudden, I think you have a choice right away, which way you want to go. That doesn't mean you don't run into trouble. That doesn't mean there's always a ChatGPT at the end of the tunnel. But the investors are counting on there being a ChatGPT equivalent at the end of the tunnel.
It's very frustrating as somebody who started a company 12 years ago. We didn't have that. In fact, I was playing with, it's funny your comment about how the funding situation's changed, because I was going to ask Andrea, and I'll ask you anyway. I was playing with the theory for a long time that hospitals and venture-backed startups are incompatible, right? Because hospitals move so slowly and venture capitalists want something so fast. So are you seeing something different?
Yeah, I think you certainly, there's absolutely a market, or there's definitely some great investors for digital health and health tech startups. When we were first starting, those categories of people that want to invest in hospitals and healthcare and these long sales cycles, they understand it. And the kind of people who are going to back a hardware startup, those were the Venn diagram of that was almost nothing. But as soon as you start to have some proof points, for us it was really about finding the right initial investors who've stuck with us and been able to continue to fund that journey. It is absolutely two parallel universes, and for better or worse, if you started off in this universe, there is no crossing back over to the other universe. And so, but yeah, I think you've got a product and you're building it, and you're building the whole end-to-end service, and you've got customers and you're servicing them, and they're continuing to grow the business. And I think that there's also a lot of great automation stories in hospitals. I think Intuitive Surgical and a lot of different ways in which healthcare and hospitals have created very large companies. So I think it can happen.
And Charlie, you've kind of you started out for the first few years self-funding the company and organically growing it. How do you feel now about the opportunity, or are you looking to raise $1 billion or so, or what's your plan?
It's really interesting. I think it's great to have more funding for robotics-oriented efforts, AI-oriented efforts. But when I hear about that other parallel path, I just think, oh, thank goodness I don't even have to worry about it, because I tend to be more of a conservative, anxious person. I like iteration. I like to be grounded. I like to have feedback from customers. I like to hear about people doing great things with the product and that they're happy about it. I just was talking with someone today about that. They came up to me, and I love that. I don't want to have success hinge on some unknown point sometime in the future. in fact, that's kind of how we ended up going down the path we did, because we went out and spoke with some VCs and realized that Aaron and I, we were becoming uncomfortable because we realized we were overpromising. And something we had seen happen over and over again in the robotics world is overpromising, over-raising, and then not lasting. And what we believed would be necessary to actually achieve success because of the timescales involved in robotics was for us to be able to stay the course, iterate, and continue. I was always disappointed that there wasn't a PR3 from Willow Garage, because I thought you had learned so much and built up such an amazing community. We've hit the stretch 3. We did that about a year ago. Doubled our sales. The community is amazing. We have hundreds of developers, and a lot of that was inspiration, frankly, from Willow Garage. But it was very tough at the beginning, extremely tough. But it's really paid off, and we do have investors now. But it's been a mix. We had NIH funding, we have investors, and we have a profitable core business, which is we're grateful for.
Yeah, that's wonderful. All right, so I want to go back to, and we were talking about time to develop technology, and then I'll open up for questions from the audience. So Rod's third law from this morning, right? He says things take, 10 plus years, 30 years. I was going to use the example of Waymo, which, and I was going to trace it back to 2005, but then Rod took us back 20 years before that. It's truly new research technology, truly new technologies coming from research can take 20 plus years to get out there. So how do you trace back, where do you trace back for each of your startups, the core technology that you're using, and how far back do you think about, I could have done this, or I could have done a prototype of this 20 years ago, 10 years ago, whatever. Go ahead, Charlie, you can go first.
Okay. Well, first of all, I believe in that whole 70-year window that Rod kind of painted. We're all building on that. There's no doubt about it. And I mean, I remember being in Rod's lab when there was the iRobot IPO and just watching how excited he was, and it's like amazing, and robots in millions of homes, and I was trying to think about what's next, mobile manipulation, it's going to be the get me a beer robot, and it took longer, and it's still taking longer than I think I had imagined back then. But yeah, let's say, here's a date, 2008, my lab, we kind of released Ellie. It was our first mobile manipulator, and we did work with people with ALS, and they found it quite useful. It was in the New York Times. It got a lot of attention. 20 years later, maybe, yeah, I could see it. 2028, I could see us having a Hello Robot launching with a successful assistive product that finally brings that dream and makes it a reality. We'll see.
So 20 years. How about you, Andre?
I think it's definitely, it kind of gets back to one of your questions earlier, like what's surprising. I think the surprise has been how much you have to just continue to scope what you're trying to deliver in order to get that reliability that's needed to function as a reliable product that people actually will use. Because there's any amount of research from learning from demonstration back in 2005 or 2008, or even the way that we're doing perception. It has relation to the way we're doing perception 8 years ago to the way new models are doing it today. It's an iteration, and we're making use of novel approaches. But adding that in a way that's reliable and robust, I think, is the part that's been fascinating to kind of take that hybrid approach, because you can't release a product that has 80% success rate.
Yeah, it also varies by market, it turns out. So I discovered when we started Savioke, we put robots in hotels first, and there's a lower success rate necessary to have success in hotels than there is in hospitals, right? Because you can, fail to deliver an ice cream bar, and the worst that happens is you have a mess in the robot if it melts, right? But if you fail to deliver somebody's biopsy and you have to call them back and say, we need another one, that's different, right? That's a lot worse. And so, just the requirements by domain is interesting. Peter, how about you? Trace back in time.
Yeah, I think, the 70-year illusion is a good one. I think we're all building on top of each other's work all the time. I think nobody builds frontier, cutting-edge models or robots without building on top of a lot of other people's work. So maybe I'll reframe the question a little bit. When is kind of the moment where it felt like, yeah, I now believe this is a good time to start doing this? And to me, that was looking at essentially ImageNet was this competition that kind of triggered the whole deep learning revolution set up by Professor Fei-Fei Li here at Stanford. 2012 was the big breakthrough from Jeff Vinton and his students showing that a neural net can recognize what's in images pretty well, much better than anything anybody ever tried before. But then seeing the progression from there, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, it just like every year things got better, 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 and it felt like as people just tried many different angles, different ways of architecting the neural net, throwing in more data augmentation, things just kept improving. And it felt just like there was a path. If you're willing to try hard enough, you could get a computer to see what's in front of it, and that's kind of key for a lot of robotics applications, is if the robot cannot recognize what's in front of it, you're kind of already lost for many applications before you start, because that's a kind of context that's assumed for many, many tasks that you're able to generate. And so seeing that run down, to me, made me think, okay, it seems like if we really focus in the space we care about, we might be able to run it down. The other thing I would say is that, this goes a little bit to your earlier question, Steve. I think another lesson learned, and maybe there's a lot of nuance to it, but one lesson learned is that if you have to modify the environment, you need a lot of partnership, a lot of collaboration with whichever customer you're working with. If you want to modify a facility and put in a robot that has a certain footprint, you need to partner very closely with that customer. And that involves a lot of overhead, or phrased negatively, involves a lot of friction that you have to overcome. And so I think one thing that's changing dramatically as we see, I would say, humanoid robots, not necessarily with legs, but wheels or legs and 2 arms, I think that amount of friction will rapidly go down, because all of a sudden, if your robot can do it, it might be able to do it without introducing the friction of environment modification. And I think that's probably, like, if I think about it, the biggest enabler of the new form factors that are coming out is not so much, are they exactly humanoid or not? Maybe it's none of your robots are exactly humanoid in the kind of strict sense of 2 legs, 2 arms, but neither of your robots requires environment adaptation. That you just deliver them and they do their thing. And I think that will reduce friction dramatically in future robot efforts compared to the more traditional industrial cells. Yeah. So I do think we'll see a much faster path as many more of these robots become mature.
I think one thing that I learned is you always should still ask, right? Because when you ask, you sometimes get an answer that's not what you expect. So, we had problems with the robot can't get over some threshold. We're like, oh, we have to redesign the suspension. Actually, just ask them, they'll make a smoother threshold, right? A hotel that's like an easy change for them. They've got a maintenance guy on staff. They do that stuff all the time. We assumed it would be hard, right? On the other hand, getting the elevator company to do anything is enormously difficult and expensive, and that's miserable. So you don't always get the answer that you want, but it's worth asking in the environment, because you don't know what will change. But yeah, go ahead, Charlie.
I was just going to comment, because I think it's a really important point that does get lost. You don't have to have a humanoid form, which is obviously like a person, to interface with a human environment. There are ways you can do that that are just not direct mimicry. Examples with Stretch, it's got the width of the robot is about 50th percentile human hip width. The reach of the robot is about 50th percentile human arm reach. And the head of the robot is about where it would be when someone is sort of between sitting and standing. So the robot, what we talk about it as is we say it's robotic cubism. So if you think of Picasso and cubism, you look at those paintings, if you squint, there can be a person in there. You pull the person apart, and then you can put them back together in a way that's not just direct mimicry, but still represents the key attributes that are required to interface well with the human environment, work with people, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I would agree as well. And I think it's a great point that, and it's a huge part of the way we've, I think, had a quicker ability to get to market with hospitals in particular who don't want to do very much for you. I agree, it's good to ask, because a lot of times we like to say we don't ask them to do anything that they wouldn't do to make their environment better for people too. And so usually we're asking them to get the environment to be ADA compliant, because that's what the robot needs to go over this threshold. So I think that is a great way to think about the form factors, supporting the task you want to do, and try to make that as frictionless as possible. Because I think for a long time still, the biggest barrier to commercializing robotics, the biggest competitor is the status quo of what people are doing without robots at all. And so, you have to build something that is, better than them, not having robots at all. So that's, I think, an interesting way to think about it too.
That's great. Any questions from the audience? I have two in the back over there, I see.
Hi, I'm a double computer science alumni here. I wanted to get your thoughts on the efforts by Tesla and OpenAI for the humanoids. What are your thoughts, because they make it sound like it's imminent. Maybe that's in their interest, but what are your thoughts? And with respect to iRobot, you mentioned about it's almost going to be going out of business, apparently, based on recent news. The Zumba maker iRobot, you mentioned about. Recent news says that they are doing some special looking into their viability. If you have any thoughts on that.
Which company? I didn't.
iRobot, the Zumba.
Oh, the Roomba.
The Roomba, yeah. Such a successful product. I mean, what went wrong?
Yeah, you guys anybody want to speculate on what went wrong with Roomba?
I'm the wrong person to ask, but
Rod could.
Oh, yeah.
Rod here, right there.
There we go. Rod will tell you. This is great. The panel expands.
It's like delegation.
Delegation.
I don't exactly know, because I sold all my shares in 2011. But they had an acquisition offer from Amazon at a few $1 billion 2 years ago. It got held up by European regulators, and that whole thing was just in stasis. And when Amazon couldn't buy them, it was too late. There may have been a little too much relaxation from the executive team having that multi-billion-dollar offer from Amazon, maybe.
Interesting.
And I also just want to say, regardless of what happens today, the reality is that iRobot changed the world. And it was over 20 years ago that they had a fully autonomous robot in homes, millions of homes, doing a useful task. And that is an amazing achievement, one that, as a roboticist, has just, I'm still in awe of it. I can't believe we haven't really been able to follow up on that at such a scale.
Yeah, I would say, in spite of the specific company issues, the category that iRobot invented goes strong, right? Continues to be strong. And I think, to your point, Charlie, when Will Agrad started and we were saying, is it even possible to go build a robot for the world? There was, the DARPA Grand Challenge had just happened successfully for the first time 2 years before, and Roombas were out in the world, and we said, yeah, maybe it's time for robots to come out of the factory. And that was a really important proof point.
Yeah, maybe if I can answer the humanoid part. Obviously, there's a lot of effort going into humanoid robots right now, not just in the US, across the world. I think maybe every month or maybe every week, there's a new humanoid company that builds hardware or tries to build hardware. And I think it's progressing really, really fast. And I think it goes a little bit back to something Andrea said earlier, which is sometimes there's a confluence of things that allows you to build things that were maybe not possible to build before. In this case, the way I see it, it's essentially electric motors have become better than they used to be, thanks to various other market forces, and all of a sudden, these electric motors are good enough to build something like humanoid. Now, is it really good enough is an open question, because can it have enough payload? Maybe not. Maybe they can just carry themselves. So there's still some open questions in terms of, are they really going to be strong enough with the current design paradigm? And if you change the paradigm, are they going to be safe? Because it's nice to have lightweight motors, because it's safer, lightweight humanoid, but then maybe not enough payload. So a lot of questions still. But I think one thing to me that's really interesting is if you follow the space, you might have seen an announcement just this past week or last week from Figure, another one of the companies building humanoids. And they showed their humanoid robot doing a task in a BMW factory over in Germany, I believe. And when you look at the task, at least my knee-jerk reaction is, okay, that's a pretty simple task. Like, that could be done with traditional automation. You're taking like the same item every time and then putting it somewhere else. This is a traditional automation task. Don't need an AI revolution for it. As you know, maybe it uses AI, but it wasn't necessary to get this done. But I think at the same time, that's exactly what's so interesting about it. Here was a task that could have been done with traditional automation, but maybe because of the overhead of how do you put a big industrial work cell in there, it wasn't done. And hence it was still available for a mobile robot. I don't know if the robot really needed legs. This one had legs, but a mobile robot that can just kind of scooch in there and come and help. And so I think this is a very interesting sign of how when you can insert your robot more readily without interruption of everything, all of a sudden things open up that might not be open to you otherwise, independent of the level of AI that might be used or not be used. So I do think there's a big shift that's starting to happen, and that's like a real world sign of this starting to happen.
Yeah, I just build on that. I think, not everybody realized that. I was surprised when I visited my first industrial robotics company 20 years ago, and they explained that the robot cost is typically half of the cost of the installation. And I think it's only gotten worse, actually. I think as we go forward, somehow the installation costs keep going higher, or maybe because the robot costs are going lower. And so as a fraction, the robot isn't even 50% of the cost anymore, it's less. And that was true for relay robotics as well, because of just putting a robot into a facility. I don't know if you guys saw the relay demo out there, but that demo, took Zen Yaskawa sitting in the back there, probably 10 minutes to map and set up. It's easy. But if you actually wanted to sort of navigate this whole building through the elevators and everything, that is a serious, expensive task, because you've got to get the elevator companies out. The mapping isn't the hard part. It's it's getting from floor to floor that's actually the hard part. And it's probably also, maybe the mirrors, the windows, the glass walls. Like, these are the things that makes it hard. If you put a robot in a hotel lobby and say, can you map the hotel lobby? I mean, anybody can do that. You can do that with ROS 2 open source out of the box, I suspect. So that notion that, the robot is one part of the cost, if we can get the other part down, I think that's, just to Peter's point, just echoing.
Yeah, and I guess I would just point out that I think the excitement around humanoids is exactly like we're talking about, this ability to put robots into an environment with less infrastructure, not having that huge cost, but it's mobile manipulation as a category, of which humanoids is a part of that. And it's absolutely, like our robots, you drop them into the hospital, they have to map the whole environment, and then you have to train the arm with a tiny bit of data collected on site of how to manipulate every item in the hospital that you need to manipulate, which is, we have other hospitals where they've agreed to, help us get in touch with the elevator company and set up the software, and it's very, very hard to get to get the robots to talk to the elevator companies. So it's, we found a lot easier to just push the buttons.
I'll try to be quick. I just was going to say, I think Rod did a great job in his talk earlier today about humanoids. And there are use cases, I don't doubt. And there are use cases, in fact, where humanoid is perfect, like the Spider-Man, acrobatic Spider-Man at Disney World. I mean, that should got to be a humanoid. Or it's a robot that's going to test out personal protective gear. I've seen things like that, and make sure that it's going to, you can move around in that suit, without these dangerous chemicals getting in. I mean, there are things where humanoid is the way. It's like but there are also a lot of places where there are a lot of options, and sometimes the humanoid will win out, and sometimes it won't. I think, as Rod, just to reiterate what Rod said, that the big risk, I think, for society and individuals is just when you see a humanoid robot, it's easy to forget the gigantic gap between that humanoid robot that looks like a person and what an actual person is able to do. And that's not just on the AI side, that is on the physical side. Like the human body, like the hand, there have been some amazing projects like the ACT hand where they really tried to go in depth and just incredibly complex. Like the human body is incredibly complex. And some of that complexity does in fact play a role in our ability to do the things that we do. And so you just have to be careful because it's easy to jump to conclusions.
Yeah, good answer. Any more questions? I saw one in the back over here.
Thank you. My name is Rain. Apologize for the weather today. So I was a former Stanford student and current VC investor. I recently heard a lot of concept about automation. As discussed by the panelists, there are some automation systems in the logistics warehouses already, some levels of automation in the hospital healthcare system. Very recently, I think in the recent 2 weeks, maybe, I hear about automation systems even in the life science laboratory, in the labs. So I want to get a quick thought from each panelist. How likely do you think we're going to achieve that in the next few years, maybe? Thank you.
Yeah, I can say one quick thing. I'm not an expert in the life science laboratories, but we did research them a little bit in the first year of Covariant to see, okay, what are the opportunities there? And our understanding was at the time that essentially anything that's liquid handling experimentation is already automatable with existing equipment. And so now if you go to a university lab, you often won't see it because they don't have the money to pay for the equipment, though maybe some university labs do, but many of them don't. But once you go to industrial labs, you'll see a lot of it is extremely automated as long as it involves liquid handling. Once it goes outside of liquid, it seems a very different world. And we didn't really get a good sense of how that world works, but it didn't seem very automated at that time.
Yeah, I would say I expect it to be pretty automated too, because for me, the big difference is controlled environment versus uncontrolled human environment or natural environment, right? And commercial buildings are an interesting middle point, because you have the Americans with Disabilities Act, you have flat floors, you have the ability to use wheels in a lot of cases. But when you go into a lab where you can presumably completely control the lab, it's a manufacturing environment, the game changes, and I would expect a lot of automation. I think the interesting question, maybe for the panel, is we could speculate on why there isn't more automation in factories, given that it's a controlled environment. My understanding is it's still about like 30% of the tasks are automated. And do you think that's going to continue to go up, and at what kind of pace? Because industrial robots have been growing pretty steadily. And I haven't seen a big inflection point in that curve, even if you look back over 20 years.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Maybe this will be the last question, I think.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm Yanan. I'm also a former member of HAI at Stanford. I'm a current faculty member at Tsinghua University in Beijing. So a quick question that comparing to 15 years ago, how do you think that we should train the next generation of experts, the current PhD students, in order to help them to do either research or making a real-world impact? Thank you.
I'll leave it to the professors.
I mean, I think it's a hard question because things are evolving quickly, obviously. Knowledge can be at your fingertips so much faster even than just a year or two ago. You can ask ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, any kind of question, and most of the time, it'll know things that are very hard to know otherwise. You can give it a deep research query, and it can probably write an entire consulting report for you on some kind of industry that is comparable to real consulting reports. So it's pretty hard to think that through. I think in the end, maybe it's about thinking about the very fundamentals that I think make people successful. I think it's a combination of like being good at logical thinking and thinking through like problems. And I guess you need to encourage students not to cheat by forcing them to actually think through things as they do their work. I think the other one is I think it's pretty important to be very driven, and so things that make them excited, I guess, and put energy into things, but also get them to be self-motivated maximally somehow. And I think the third part is everything's done in teams, and anything big is done in teams. And so I think anything that teaches the students to work together and see the benefits and reap the benefits of working together, I think those three are kind of building blocks that are pretty guaranteed. But how to turn that into a curriculum, I think is a whole different question.
Yeah, I'll just add to that a little bit. I was talking to Jeannette Bohg. She visited Diligent the other day, and we were talking about just this, like how, there's so much happening. It's changing so fast, and how do you, as a student, as a lab, think about, keeping up with everything. So I think that's one skill, is really just being able to, fail fast on any new ideas and decide that this is something that you want to pursue or not, and not like taking a large amount of time on something. And then I'll kind of lead back to, some things that Rod was saying this morning, like don't lose sight of some of the problems that people aren't talking about. I think that's probably, like, a pretty interesting thing. If I was doing my PhD today, I'd be looking the other direction from what everybody's focused on.
Yeah, I guess I just say, I think project-based learning is a great way to learn, and we're in a fortunate age where there's so many open models out there that you can actually work with, and the technology is actually surprisingly widely available, and you can get hands-on experience. And fortunately, we're living in an age when it's easier than ever to get robots that you can actually work with. And some of the things where I was most surprised by is just like, I taught a course, and it was a project-based course. Each team of 7 students, there were undergraduates and masters. Some were biomedical engineers, some were roboticists, and they would work with the stretch robot, and it was theirs, and they would take it out into the world and actually engage with people. And I saw these projects and ideas that I never would have thought of. So not only can they learn, but they can actually innovate. And so I think it's a great time for education, and I'm excited for the next generation.
That's great. Well, with that, I'll thank you all for the great questions, and thank our panelists.
All right, thank you all. So we will move to another quick break. Please come back around 3:25 for the next session. Thank you.
We can edit them out. That's AI. No problem. Customize it.
In about 60 to 90 seconds, so please finish conversations, take your seats. All right, we're going to get started. So our next session, similar to this morning, we have a series of highlight talks. So again, these are 3 leaders in the field of robotics who will be giving a lightning talk style speech, and we will not have time for Q&A in between each one, so make sure to find them during the evening reception. I will introduce all 3 speakers at once, and then after each one, they will just come up for their turn. So our first speaker will actually be remote. It is Professor Dieter Fox from the Allen School of Computer Science and Engineering at the University of Washington. He is currently splitting his time between UW and NVIDIA, where he is leading the Robotics Research Lab up in Seattle. Next, we will hear from Professor Lydia Kavraki. Professor Kavraki is the Kenneth and Audrey Kennedy Professor of Computing and a Professor of Computer Science, Electrical and Computer Engineering, Mechanical Engineering, and Bioengineering at Rice University. She's also the director of the Ken Kennedy Institute, and in this role, she brings together faculty across all 7 schools and multiple departments to shape large research projects and future directions in AI, data, and computing. And her research spans robotics, computational, biomedicine, and physical AI. And then our last speaker of the segment will be Professor Munro Kennedy. Professor Kennedy is an assistant professor of mechanical engineering and courtesy appointment in computer science here at Stanford, and he directs the Assistive Robotics and Manipulation Lab, focusing on enhancing robotic autonomy and effectiveness in human-robot collaboration, integrating machine learning, computer vision, state estimation, control theory, and motion planning. So first, we will hear from Dieter.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for inviting me to give this presentation. Today, I want to talk about hierarchical action models for open world robot manipulation. This is joint work between NVIDIA, University of Washington, and USC. So one open question right now is how can we in robotics, how can we leverage these extremely powerful vision language models for robot manipulation? And one paradigm that we've seen recently evolve more and more and come up is hierarchical ideas where we combine, for example, a vision language action model with low-level control policies that can be executed on a robot. Examples for that are, for example, the recent work on HiRobot, Gemini Robotics, and our own hamster work that I'm going to present today. So the idea here is that at the higher level, we have a vision language model that takes as input, for example, text, images, and the task the robot should execute. And it generates some kind of interface, some kind of context for a lower level model that then performs control policies on the robot. And this interface layer, which means how the high level model communicates information to the low level model, is still an open area of research. You could imagine this could be latent codes, embeddings, trajectories, bounding boxes. And in this specific line of work, we pursue 2D trajectory sketches that are generated by the high-level models. The advantage of this hierarchical approach here is that the high-level model can really be trained at internet scale. It doesn't have to do complicated fine-grained 3D reasoning, and therefore can leverage all the data that is available for training. And then this trajectory sketch is being used by the lower level model, which is a 3D policy that, for example, might use point cloud data in order to produce more fine-grained motion control for the robot manipulator. And this policy also uses the 2D trajectory sketch in order to generalize and get more guidance from the high-level model about what specific objects, for example, it should interact with. Let me just give you an overview of the system here, where imagine you have the task of the robot should pick up the block with the M and put it on Mona Lisa. Then first we train and fine-tune an VLM to generate this trajectory output, which are 2D image coordinates that specify, for example, in this case, where the robot should move the gripper and then close it, which is on the left image here, this blue circle. Next is an intermediate trajectory point. And finally, for example, where it should move the gripper at the end and then open it to release the object. So this is the level of the high-level model, which performs semantic reasoning and generates these intermediate trajectory points. We can then use these in order to generate in the image space dense 2D trajectories, where the color along the trajectory is kind of like a timeline. And in order to feed this into a lower-level 3D policy, we're going to add also depth image data to the input. And we're going to rewrite the input task in a more generic way that just says pick up an object and place it somewhere, where now the lower level policy needs to learn to interpret the 2D trajectory in order to figure out like which is the object to pick up and which is the object, for example, where should it place that. We can now feed in all that information into the low level policy that turns it into an actual motion commands. Okay, so now let me give you a bit more information on how we train the high-level model for this and also then the low-level policy. On the high level, we are in this work, we are leveraging VILA, which is an open model developed by NVIDIA, but you could imagine fine-tuning any other capable vision language model to do this task. And the key ingredients for the fine-tuning is really these robot trajectories that we're generating. And we're using for this data from Bridge and Droid. These are real robot demonstration data sets. And you can see here on the left, for example, from the Bridge data set, where the robot picks up a green object, puts it in the silver bowl. And we can automatically extract from that data set the gripper trajectory that you can see now here down here, indicated by this colored 2D line on the image. Same here for another task like fold the towel. And we can also do this, for example, leveraging our L-bench data set, where we can also take various tasks like opening drawers, pushing buttons, and from those we can generate these target outputs, these 2D trajectories in the images. Have in mind that at this point, we're not training any real policy here. We're really just fine-tuning the VLM to generate the output that can be provided for these 2D trajectories that you see on the lower images. So that's the only purpose of this kind of data. Out of this fine-tuning step, we're then getting actually a very capable reasoning system that we were actually surprised about how well this works. So for example, here you can see something like move the S to the plate the arrow is pointing at, which is kind of not an immediate just object identification task. And you can see the trajectory correctly identified that this is a red plate. If we present the same image to the VLA and say move the S to the plate the arrow is not pointing at, then that actually correctly identified that it should go to the green plate. Another interesting aspect that we're getting out of this high-level model is, for example, that there's a task here like this one, screw the light bulb in the lamp, that we have only training data in RL bench, the simulation training data, which you can see the rendering here is not very high quality, but the model then can actually transfer very well and can be applied on real world images. Here, let me give you another example. There's the push button task, which is also only in the RL bench data set in simulation. And the model then is able actually to correctly interpret this task here, where it has to identify which of the two red buttons is the big one. And interestingly also, for example, in the training data, these buttons were only identified by colors like red, blue, and green, but it can transfer that even if, for example, the green button is identified through the color of leaf. So these are all kind of these transfers and generalizations that we're getting automatically by fine-tuning a very capable vision language model. Another interesting aspect here is, for example, camera viewpoint independence and robustness to that. So here's, for example, pick up the M&M chocolate and put it in the yellow mug. And what I'll show you here is kind of this drawing of the trajectory that the model outputs, even if we change, for example, the camera viewpoint. You can see that it's actually pretty consistent across all these different viewpoints, which is this kind of robustness that, of course, we want to have from this kind of robotic reasoning where a robot might approach the scene from many different viewpoints. So now that we have the high-level model trained, the next question is on the low-level model. How do we train the 3D policy? In this case, we actually tried out two different low-level policies. There's RVT2 and 3D diffuser actor. We could also use other diffusion policies, but these are the two we tried in the hamster model here. And to train these lower-level policies, we generated 320 examples, not more, of tasks like pick up an object, place it somewhere, or press these buttons. And also here on the lower left, for example, topple over an object. In order to see the generalization of these policies, we can then change, for example, certain settings between train and test data. So for example, we can change out different objects. We use different ways to refer to objects, spatial names or object identifiers, and also even change the background and things like that. So on this slide, you can see the results if we now test these policies across different variations that we might make. I'm sure I don't have time to go into any of the real details here, but for example, here are changes where we change, for example, you can see in the lower left, we might change the background of the table, we add objects to the scene, or we change like how we refer to an object and how we identify buttons to be pressed. And what you see here is for RVT2 and 3DDA, these are kind of the results we are getting across these changes on the test scenes. And you can see that the results are not very strong. We also, as a baseline, trained OpenVLA on these tasks. So again, we fine-tuned OpenVLA on these 320 examples, and these are now the results we're getting on the test cases. You can see that we're getting quite some robustness out of leveraging OpenVLA's more general reasoning capabilities. But most interestingly, this is now what we're getting out of the hamster model. In this case, if we combine hamster either with RVT2 or 3DDA, and you can see that the results are significantly better than any of these alternatives. And it really kind of highlights the power of combining the high-level semantic reasoning that we're getting from a VLA together with the lower-level 3D policy reasoning that we're getting from these other trained models. Let me just briefly, here's just some example of different kind of tasks we are doing here on the test cases. These are kind of quite 3D tasks, right? So for example, putting objects into shelves and things like that. Here's another very quick last example. We can also kind of have a kind of conversation, of course, with the model, and then pick up a crushed can, put it, and we can do this kind of task with the trained model then. And again, leveraging both the semantic reasoning power, open world power from the VLA, and also leveraging the 3D motion policies that we train. So with that, I want to summarize. I think it's fair to say that these VLMs are becoming just more and more powerful on open world reasoning, but also on fine-grained visual tasks, with just a little bit of fine-tuning on more manipulation-relevant outputs, in this case 2D visual trajectories, for example. We can generate VLAs that have very strong semantic and spatial understanding of manipulation tasks. We're getting very good sim-to-real transfer at that level. But at the same time, it has to be said that these VLAs are not quite high frequency enough and not reactive enough to be deployed in for robot manipulation settings. They're also not precise enough for the 3D motion that we need for robot manipulation, and also more higher dimensional dexterous manipulation tasks. That is where these hierarchical VLAs come in, which I think then leverage the capabilities both of the open world reasoning and reactive motion generation that you get from these lower level policies. And I think moving forward, I think the key open steps is really on improving the lower level motion policies. I think these VLAs on the high level reasoning are already extremely powerful, and we're going to see more progress. But I think where we really have to move more is train lower level policies on far more data, as we're seeing, for example, by Physical Intelligence and other companies, so that we get more robust 3D policies. And also this interface between the high level and low level, 2D trajectories is just an initial example. I think there's going to be much more powerful interfaces, for example, through latent encodings and alternatives, and that is a direction for very exciting research moving forward. And with that, I'd like to thank all the authors on this work, and especially I want to highlight the project lead, Yi Li, here on the upper left. He's just finishing up his PhD. He's on the job market. So if you're looking for a great research scientist, get in touch with me. I can make a connection with him. And with that, I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I hope you have enjoyed this conference as much as I have today. I feel I've learned a lot. I'm going to use my time to talk about task and motion planning, work that is going on in my group for many years on this topic, but also share broadly my thoughts on this topic. So clearly, we've all understood that there is an explosion in the interest and the work that is going on in robotics today. And this, many years ago, we just wanted to move from A to B. Now we are talking about generalist robots that will go into my home, your home, and will perform interesting tasks. And this growth is trailing a little bit, but I think also is inspired by the successes that have been happening in AI broadly, but more specifically generative AI. So as you've heard today, we have amazing efforts in the community to collect data for training models. We've all understood that it's different to train a model for a robot and different to train a language model. So I'm referring to the Droid data set, for example, the OpenX embodiment. These are amazing efforts by the community to collect data. Also, let me point out the use of simulation. Simulators are becoming much more powerful than they used to be, and they are closing the sim-to-real gap. I've also seen a lot of work on blending data collection, physical data collection and simulation. So it is very interesting what is going on. And there are many new companies and many research institutes working on this topic. And I think we have to pay attention and understand what are the capabilities and what are the limitations of this work. But definitely you will agree with me that it's a lot of effort, a lot of compute, a lot of money, and a lot of time that is going into this effort. So what I want to do is I want to bring your attention to some other issues that I believe are very important for making progress and having robots that are capable to help us and to augment our capabilities. So I want to talk about the power of having robust core operations. For me, a core operation is motion planning. I've been working in this area for many years. But it could be grasping, it could be pushing, it could be compliant motion. I mean, there are many core operations that if we make them really good and really robust, I think it will help. Then I want to talk about the power of abstraction, modularity, and composition. Compositionality, in my opinion, of operation is something that is critical for achieving long horizon tasks. And then I will say something, a few things about putting the human in the loop. So let's start with motion planning. Where are we today? In my lab, with some recent developments, we can do online motion planning for the robot that you can see here in a dynamic environment in milliseconds on a commercial CPU, okay, not a GPU, a CPU. So we are providing this kind of capability for a dynamic environment for any robot, okay, in any reasonable environment. So think about it, milliseconds. This did not come immediately, okay? This is the result of work that has been going on for many, many years. We started with tens of seconds, and now we are down to milliseconds and microseconds, as I will show you. The work that I'm describing here is based on a technique called sampling-based motion planning. And there are many sampling-based motion plannings. Work started in around 94, 96. I will not describe these planners here, but I will say that they sample the space somehow, and they create a structure, either a roadmap or the tree that they use for motion planning. You can read one of the 200 plus papers that exist on different versions of these sampling-based motion planners. Or you can use our OMPL, our Open Motion Planning Library. This is a library that my group is supporting for many, many years right now. We have we have about 4,000 users, 40 planners, 81 contributors. This is really a resource for the community. Last year, we showed how to take all these planners, the sampling-based motion planners, and have them work in microseconds in modeled environments. So what is happening here is that we can do, we can use a kind of parallelization called single-instruction multiple data parallelism and achieve kilohertz planning time speeds. What we do is that SIMD allows us to unlock several algorithmic improvements in the core operations of sampling-based motion planners. These are forward kinematics and collision checking. We always do that in a way that is really surgical, very, very careful, because these planners blend operations that are naturally parallel and sequential operations that can better be done in sequence. So we go down to the level of individual operations, and I'm talking about forward kinematics and collision checking, and we parallelize these, we schedule operations, and we exit as soon as we can exit to make sure that we get the best performance possible. So in a modeled environment, like I'll show you a comparison, our planner is in blue, plots are on a logarithmic scale, and orange and green are two comparison planners. We are orders of magnitude faster than what we had before. And if you look on the right, this is the quality of the path. It's the same quality. So we are computing the same quality of paths, only much faster. What is now very important is that because of the really common operation that we use, SIMD parallelism, we can do this on an Orange Pi. Okay, so on an Orange Pi, we are in a single core of the ARM CPU. We are the times that we get are in milliseconds. Think about it, every robot having an Orange Pi and being able to do motion planning reliably, any environment, any robot. Now, what happens with dynamic environments? We can achieve this planning time, it works, but you have to be careful how you implement things. What you are seeing here is a camera. We have a camera on the top of this workspace, and you see the point cloud that we get from this camera. We receive a point cloud, we rebuild the scene representation, and we plan. In order to do this, we have to use SIMD parallelism, and we had to invent new techniques and new data structures, in particular the collision affording point trees. They allow us to do nanoscale collision checking, which enables us to plan in milliseconds in the environments that you see here. So this kind of operation is becoming very, very reliable and very, very fast and very, very cheap. This is what I mean by paying attention to operations that we use all the time in robotics, make them really, really good and get them out of the way, try to understand how to put everything else together, and everything else, as you saw, is already a lot. So the second thing that I want to talk about is the power of abstraction, modularity, and composition for long-range horizon planning. This is something that is not discussed a lot recently, but in my opinion is very important. So I'll show you an example. I will use the R2 robot of NASA. This is a robot that NASA designed for the space station. It needs to go from one end of the capsule to another capsule to the other end. It always needs to hold on a handrail. Otherwise, this robot will float in space, and this is not something that we want. So we plan under constraints, but we know how to plan under constraints. All right, we know how to do that, and we know how to do that fast and reliably. So in this example, we plan on this grain surface that I'm showing in the slide. All right, this means that the robot has one leg tethered to a handrail. When this surface interacts with the pink surface, we know that two different constraints are satisfied on the interaction, and we can move from one constraint to the other, which means that the robot can move to a new handrail and release the old one. And this is how we get the motion that you see here. It's no learning here, it's not complex, and this is the kind of behavior we are getting, and I can show you many examples. So this is compositionality of very, very simple operations, and it's done on the constraints. There has been a huge amount of work on long horizon planning, task and motion planning. It did not start with LLMs, okay, VLMs. It started a long time ago in 1990. And everybody since then has recognized that there are two very, very important parts when we talk about task and motion planning. One is the task planning, which is kind of discrete, and the other is the motion planning, which is the continuous part. All right. So we have a lot of things for each of these. You've seen in the previous talk for task planning, we can use VLMs, LLMs, VLAs. It is or formal methods or constraint satisfaction. It's a lot of tools that we have in our disposal, and these tools are becoming better and better and better. It's amazing, actually, what we can do. And on the other hand, motion planning, I showed you we can have motions that can be computed very reliably, or we can learn skills. I mean, machine learning has shown us how to learn difficult skills for the robot, skills that are maybe, require some dexterity or have other, let's say, characteristics that are hard to write down. The question is, how do you put these two things together? And this is where everybody is stumbling. And my opinion here is that you need to talk to think about abstractions. You have some task, okay, I'm talking about a long horizon task. You need some kind of representation of this task, some kind of diagram that has an abstraction of the task. You also need abstractions for the environment and the robot. We never talk about them, but it is the combination really of the abstractions for the task and the environment and the robot that give you what you see here on the right, some kind of a transition diagram that allows you to understand where you are with the task, what has been done and what has not been done. But in order to do that, you have to have operations that are composable. Okay, operations that can happen, that you can sequence in some sense, one after the other, and you know what you're doing. And in fact, these diagrams need to be weighted. So when you go through these diagrams, these transition diagrams, and you understand that you try to execute, let's say, a part of the task, and it fails, you have some way of understanding where else to go, how else to execute the task by the information that you have in these transition diagrams. And maybe we can construct these diagrams, maybe we need to learn these diagrams. So here is another thing that learning can help us with. And you need to deal with failed executions, because things are going to fail. And then what do you do? And maybe you need to learn behaviors, maybe you need to have things to do in the case that your planning fails. The thing that I want you to get from this is that, in my opinion, abstraction, modularity, and composition of operations that are reliable and fast can get us a long way. Some of this can be computed, some of this can be learned, but if you can compose them, then you win big. And now I want to say a few things about putting the human in the loop, because in the end, we want robots in the service of humans. Here's a video that I'm going to play, and look at the task. It's a very simple task. We want to build an arch. It has 2 black blocks as support, 2 white blocks as support, and it has a black block on the top. So here is the arch completed. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to replay this video, and I want you to pay attention to the human, okay, not to the task. You will see that first the human, okay, let's hope this will start. Okay, first the human helps the task by correctly placing the black box. But here, it hurts the task by removing a block that was correctly placed. However, the robot needs to have a strategy, it needs to have enough information to complete the task. And these are things that I believe we are totally within our reach. But we need maybe to learn not to do the motions or maybe the reactivity of the robot. We can compute it with program synthesis, with constraint satisfactions. We have lots of tools with this. But maybe the human behavior. How would you deal with an adversarial human? How would you deal with a helpful human? How do you put that in context of the task that you want to solve? So I'm going to wrap up here by saying that I hope I conveyed to you my belief that we need robust and fast primitives in robotics, and we should continue working on these topics, either by learning or by traditional techniques. Compositionality is extremely important. I'm not surprised at all to hear about hierarchical frameworks for time, as in the previous talk. This is a must, in my opinion. We need to understand what to learn. Do we need to learn the motions? Do we need to learn the models so that we can compute any motion? Do we need to learn transition systems, abstractions, behavior? What is it that we really need to learn? And in the end, systems is both hardware and software, and they need to work together, and we need to display these capabilities for us to be credible. So I will stop here by thanking the students in my group who have done all this work, and also thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Munro Kennedy. I'm the assistant professor in mechanical engineering, and I direct the Assistive Robotics and Manipulation Lab. And today I'm going to talk to you about robotic dexterity. I'll start off acknowledging all my amazing students who do so much amazing work, and they work very hard. So let's jump in. We've heard a lot today about robots that are operating in human spaces and how this would be extremely beneficial if we could actually have them in human spaces doing things that are useful. There's a huge market, a huge need for this. My lab looks at this very holistically. We want robots that can actually assist people. And today I'm going to focus really on the dexterous tasks that you really need for these systems to be effective in human-based environments. So there's been a lot of really cool work over the past few years and decades. But I think one of the key catalyst challenges is having robots that can actually manipulate their environment effectively. In our previous panel, we heard about the Roomba doing amazing things in the home, and then we really have this challenge, and I think it was Charlie that said, if you had a robot that could actually do manipulation, then you have that huge value for those things that you could do in the home. And the question becomes, we have manipulation, but is it good enough, right? We see a lot of these companies that come out and they use a lot of data, they can actually do a lot of cool things, but perhaps some things that we kind of take for granted, like if we want to button up our shirt, is still extremely out of the domain of robots right now. Why is that? So if I look at some of these videos that I just showed you here, there was challenges and lack of hand articulation. Maybe there's external cameras that need to be involved. Simple pick and place tasks are good, but if there's really dexterity that's required, this is still a really big challenge. And then suction cup is used on the industrial scale, but if whatever you're working with is not flat, hard, rigid, if it's soft and these other issues, you might have trouble. And also, how long does it take to teach these robots to do these things. If I think about teaching a person how to do these tasks, if they watch me and they feel these things, they're able to pick up really quickly. So why can't we close that gap for robotics? And if we think about the robots that we want working around us, the things we need them to do, the Roomba is a great example. You have the vacuuming. You have these social robots that are able to provide communication, home security. But what are we really looking for? I would argue we all recognize, and hence all of the humanoid robots that are coming into existence. If you had a robot that could do all of your chores, could look after an elderly relative, this would be the holy grail. So I'm going to jump into quite a few cutting-edge projects that we're doing in the lab. Some of them are published, some will be coming out this month, and really just trying to address this whole problem of manipulation holistically. And so I'll just quickly throw up all my students who work on all of these aspects of the arm and get into what each one of those components include. So one is the sense of touch. We need robots with a sense of touch that's comparable to what humans can do. If humans are going to teach the robots how to do this task, if the robot can feel what the human feels, then you have the data, the opportunity with that data to actually make the same conclusions the human would make with that information. So I'll talk about our novel sensor, optical tactile sensor, DenseTact. I'll talk about induction tactile sensing, which is a new tool that we're using in our lab that we think will actually lend ourselves to getting more efficient data from a person while still allowing them to actually have the sense of touch they need to perform a task. I'll talk quickly about our work in gripper hand design, how we can plan for how the hands should move using diffusion. I'll mention some upcoming work in JParse, where we actually figured out how we could actually move into and out of singularities with asymptotic stability. This is not damp least squares. This actually gets you to the point, and it helps solve an embodiment problem. If you actually want to watch a human demonstrator, you can truly follow their wrist location, their finger location, and I'll show you a video of that. It's a really cool paper coming out shortly. And then I'll talk a little bit about our work applied to teleoperation. Let's go. So, starting with design, DenseTact is an optical tactile sensor. You have a camera that looks through a translucent silicone gel. It's illuminated by LEDs. When you deform that extremely soft gel, you can actually see the shape and forces of the objects that you're touching. We use machine learning to take that image and actually output the shape and net force for that sensor. And right now, our version of our sensor is able to provide you a 6-axis wrench. We're going for a full stress field within the next month. Here's how we calibrate it. We push it into known indenters. Because we're so soft, we need to know where every position on the sensor is at once. And with that information, we can obtain the shape. And in this video, this is how we obtain the forces. We have a net wrench sensor, ATI sensor below that gets the force and correlates that to the image in our model. This video shows both the ability to detect the 6-axis wrench. So the ground truth is shown in green, our sensor measurement in purple. Same model, same setup. We can then use it to collect the high resolution calibrated shape, where for every pixel we have on the order of 0.3 millimeter accuracy per pixel on a megapixel image. What's next? So we want to actually be able to take this information and say, not only can we get high resolution calibrated shape, but what if I could give you the stress field as well at that same resolution and calibrated? If you imagine a person tying a knot, they might need to pull on the different strings and figure out which strings have tension, which ones are loose. And that's how they can actually do that when there's a collision from vision. Robots could potentially do this too with our type of sensor. And so this is the high-level method that we use to accomplish this. We say, well, we can build a version of our sensor in Abacus, we can perform these stress measurements, and then we can bring this over with transfer learning to the real world so that we can actually have a calibrated high-resolution 3D 4-axis wrench sensor over the surface of our sensor in addition to the calibrated shape. We're working to miniaturize this because we're already thinking ahead of like, what does it mean for industry to adopt these sensors? If they're too expensive for every finger, then that might make adoption more difficult. And so we're working to get a version that's under $30 and soon, hopefully, even under $10 per finger. This is what our current most latest DenseTact 2.0 Mini looks like. So here you can see our whole sensor. This one is under $40, and most of the cost here is actually in the camera. For a cheaper camera, you can just bring this down. And so what can you do with this type of sensor? So one is a task that is really challenging for vision. What if you wanted to reach into a bowl of screws, figure out which screw you're holding, and classify it? If you did this at Home Depot, you'd probably quit your job really quickly. Our robot can do this and save you a lot of pain and suffering. And so here you can see the robot reaching in, able to pick, sort, squeeze, and feel which screw is between its finger. If you try this with most other optical tactile sensors, you might struggle to actually feel the shape because they're too rigid. So DenseTact being soft can actually deform around the screw and give you that better classification. For the DenseTact Mini, we realized you could do things like tap grasping. If a person goes to pick up something that's really small, they actually use electrostatic forces to actually adhere to the object that they're working with. We were able to replicate that. We gave ourselves a rudimentary fingernail and could also pick up extremely flat objects as well, and we're working to integrate that into a more final design. And these have great statistical performances in picking these things up successfully. So moving to a more practical use case, you can imagine wanting to use these types of grippers in agriculture. So 2 questions. A, could you use the sense of touch to determine if you're squeezing too hard? And B, if you wanted to assess whether or not you were damaging the fruit, how would you effectively do that? So to accomplish that, we use DenseTact on our finger, and we compare this to the damage that would be caused by not using a DenseTact sensor. And we're actually able to show that using DenseTact in a diffusion policy, we're able to pick up soft fruits with precision and care. And how do we assess that damage? We actually use neural radiance fields. So we can actually take a Gaussian splat and scan a strawberry and use this to actually label areas of damage, which is perhaps a very nice emerging metric for actually fruit quality observation. Another use case might be using this to pick up very soft things like I mentioned before. So what if you wanted to pick up a cloth and figure out how many layers of cloth were between your fingers? You could rub your fingers together and use that friction information to tell you how many layers you were holding, and it turns out that this is a very effective method. What if you wanted to explore an object that might have been very dark or transparent or reflective? You can use the sense of touch combined with vision to, as you touch, to actually build a model of the object you were interacting with. So by touching this object many times, we can build a Gaussian splat, a statistical reference of where the surface is, combine this with vision, and then this allows us to actually build hyper-realistic views of objects that we're looking at. So here is a Gaussian splat that's combining both touch and vision. And if you just use vision, you'd have issues with the object being too dark, the surface being reflective or transparent, but with the sense of touch, adding that in, you're able to actually see these surfaces quite well. So another question you might ask is, well, if you're going to sense with these advanced sensing, what's the most efficient way to do this? And so we actually use next best sense, which says if I can touch the object or look at the object efficiently, I can determine what the next best position should be in order to effectively build a map of this object in real time. So kind of shifting gears here, so we talked about the sense of touch. What if I want to correlate this with what a human wants to do? I want to drive the system. What tools could I use for that? So in my work here done by Aaliyah Smith, she's using a HoloLens to actually view an arena and using those interfaces to actually drive the actions of the robot in a very intuitive manner. And so here she's able to actually pick and perform teleoperation using a digital twin of the object of the robot to actually drive and perform these manipulation tasks. And so this becomes really interesting if it's really hard to work at a robot at scale. Maybe your robot's really big, maybe it's in a dangerous environment, maybe there's a biohazard. How can you could use these systems to have a very intuitive way to actually work with a system, a manipulator to control its desired motion. You saw a little bit of this as well in one of our previous talks. I think Dieter was mentioning this, but language is really emerging as a very powerful tool with VLMs to actually give these systems contextual understanding of what they're doing. So here we're actually embodying language into a Gaussian splat with affordances of the objects that we're looking at, so we can say, hey, if I want you to put the pot on the stove and put the fruit in the pot, could you actually achieve this efficiently? In the interest of time, I won't play this all the way out, but you can actually see how we can edit our Gaussian splat with that hallucination of what the person asked to be done, so move the pot to the location, and then with that plan, we can then execute this with the physical robot. Moving to that notion of arm control, it's been, even in the last talk, we mentioned like how you can actually use these sample-based planners to plan motions, but oftentimes those sample-based planners give you really weird motions that are not very intuitive. The alternative is to use things like a Jacobian pseudo-inverse. That works really well if you're in a high-rank pose of the arm, but the moment you move to a point that's near a singularity of the Jacobian, it locks up or creates a high velocity and you risk damaging your robot or breaking something. DSL, damp least squares, is a way to try to work around that, but it actually introduces errors so that if you want to actually reach a desired pose, you'll actually never really be at the position you commanded. So we address this with a new tool we call JParse. And I'll just show you two anecdotal videos here. The one on the left, I'm controlling a default X arm position control of the end effector to reach out and grab this cup. And on the right, I'm using our method JParse. So you'll see, bam, right there, the default Cartesian controller just stops immediately. And what you're seeing on the right is a closed form controller that is going all the way to the singularity with accuracy to perform a grasping action. This will be useful not only in controlling arms, but then if we want to think about embodiment for fingertips, I can say, where should my fingertips be? And even if your links are different than mine, now our robot bodies don't have to exactly match a human's body to learn. We can just say, where do we want the end effectors to be? And we can use this for both arm and hand control. So what's next? We want to keep adding on all of the sensor modalities to sensors like dense tact. What happens about vibration or temperature? How can we actually incorporate these into our sense of touch effectively? And if we want to do all the tasks that really matter, let's stop doing gimmicks and go for the really hard stuff that actually has market value. What does it mean to be able to do all of these things successfully? Part of that is having these capable systems and using all of the latest tools in order to know how we should effectively move our system to effectively accomplish goals. And some of the goals I think are worth trying are what does it mean for a robot to tie a knot when the string is actually pretty small, or zip up a zipper, or handle a tool with precision. I think if we can do these, we'll actually see a really meaningful market value for humanoids and all types of manipulators in human spaces. I'll end with this. How do we teach these systems? So I think learning from demonstration, imitation learning is a very powerful tool. Humans are fantastic instructors, right? We know how to do all the tasks we want our robots to do. So if you could actually put onto a person a pair of glasses so that we could see what they're looking at, if I could have you wear gloves so I know how your hands are moving, and if I could give you sensors on your finger that intercept your sense of touch without inhibiting you from feeling what you need to feel to do the task, if I could get all of that and replicate those abilities on the robot, then I think we would have very successful learning and quick learning with these types of systems. Thank you very much.
All right, so we are about to start our final panel. I feel like energy is a little bit low, so I want everyone to give our last speakers a big cheer, round of applause. Woo! Good. Good, good. All right, and also to get energy up, we have another trivia question, I think. Yes, so we're gonna do it, for those of you who are here the last one, we're gonna do it by sound, so whatever letter you think it is, when I say that letter, make a lot of noise if you think that is the right answer. So this trivia question says, name the first general purpose mobile robot able to reason about its own actions. If you think it is A, roamer, make a lot of noise. Oh no, these are too easy for you. If you think it's B, shaky, make a lot of noise. Okay. If you think it's C, trucker, make a lot of noise. Okay. So I think the winner is shaky as far as noise goes. Yes, and that is the right answer. So shaky was developed at SRI just up the road. You can see it at the Computer History Museum in Mountain View, though you all probably knew that because these questions were too easy. Okay, so I talked a little bit earlier about our research programs and our industry programs. Another important audience for HAI is policymakers and civil society. So HAI's policy and civil society team drive key conversations around the responsible development, application, and governance of AI through cutting-edge, multidisciplinary research and tailored education programs, and so that leaders in that space can learn to craft informed, effective policies to foster innovation, thinking about societal needs. So AI is not just a technological issue, it's touching many aspects of our life, from healthcare to education to economics, law, and more. And so a multidisciplinary approach helps us think about these complexities. And our final panel, Societal Impacts of Robots in a Human-Centered World, aims to discuss how robots can be designed in a responsible way, considering their impact on various aspects of our lives, different demographic groups, how it impacts our well-being, our social interactions, national security, and more. And to moderate the panel, I would like to invite Alison Okamura up to the stage. She is one of the co-organizers of this event. You have seen her earlier, but for completeness, I will introduce her. She is the Richard Wieland Professor of Engineering at Stanford University in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, courtesy appointment in computer science. She's HAI-affiliated faculty and also on the executive committee for the Stanford Robotics Center. Welcome, Alison.
Let me invite all the panelists for this next session to come on up, and I'll do introductions. And I'm going to take this seat, so fill in any other seat. So to finish out our day, we have a somewhat purposefully eclectic panel to really bring in some different perspectives towards this issue of societal impact. And hopefully this will bring together many of the technical topics we talked about today towards what does this mean for our future. So I'm going to start by first giving an introduction, short introduction to each of our panelists, and then we'll start kicking off with some questions, and then we'll have some time at the end, I hope, for questions from the audience. So let me start with Steffi Pepe, just to my right. She's spent her career integrating human-centered design process with the field of robotics, building on her master's in human-computer interaction from Carnegie Mellon University and a bachelor's in psychology from UC Santa Cruz. She's a senior manager of robotics user experience, or UX, team at Toyota Research Institute here in the Bay Area. And she's responsible for bridging the gap between the engineers who build TRI's robots and the people who ultimately use them. And then to Steffi's right is Londa Scheiberger. Londa is the John L. Hines Professor of History of Science in the History Department here at Stanford. And she's director of the EU and US Gendered Innovations in Science, Health, and Medicine, Engineering, and Environment Project. And she served as director of Stanford's Clayman Institute for Gender Research, and she's a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. And a personal note, I love, Londa, receiving your weekly email with reviews of the literature related to gendered innovations, which is always very, very thought-provoking. And next we have Steve Collins. Steve is associate professor in my department, the Department of Mechanical Engineering here at Stanford. And his primary focus is on speeding and systematizing the design and prescription of prostheses and exoskeletons by using versatile device emulator hardware and human-in-the-loop optimization algorithms. He's on the editorial board of the journal Science Robotics and has won international awards for his contributions to medical robotics. And last in this eclectic group is Amy Ziegert. Amy's the Morris Arnold and Nona Jean Cox Senior Fellow at the Hoover Institution, a Senior Fellow at the Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies and HAI, and she's Professor of Political Science by courtesy all here at Stanford. She's the author of 5 books and is an internationally recognized expert in US intelligence, emerging technologies, and global political risk management. And so I hope you'll see that this panel will come with lots of different perspectives on the issue of the future of robotics and society. And so I'd like to kick this off by trying to think about the societal impact of robotics from the different lenses, the different perspectives that each of you bring in your different roles and backgrounds. So what I'd like to kick this off with is each of you spend a few minutes talking about What do you think is a really important societal impact of robotics that will happen in the next 10 years? And do you see it as a positive or a negative, or maybe both? And again, I'd really love to see this through the lens of your individual background and how you bring that to the table. So why don't we start with Steffi and we can go down the line.
I knew I shouldn't have sat right next to you. Fine. So I am really focused in my work on manufacturing robotics, and in the past I spent quite a long time doing a lot of in-home research with older adults. So that's sort of those are the two contexts in which I operate mostly. I think on the kind of manufacturing side, or overall, I think the biggest shift will just be in who does what type of work, or who or what does what type of work. In manufacturing, there are a lot of opportunities to continue doing what we've been talking about, maybe not me personally, but for decades, these dirty, dull, dangerous tasks that will continue to happen, where robots, as they become more capable, take on the tasks that really are not healthy for the human body. But in addition, robots will play more of the role of a tool that people can teach to do the tasks that they would prefer not to do, so they can focus more on the activities that really require a human touch and the things that humans are really good at. So things that require some level of emotional intelligence, also supervisory roles will be more the focus of folks in the manufacturing environment. But also, if you're putting thousands of robots into manufacturing facilities, they're going to require maintenance. There's a ton of work that's going to need to happen for upkeep of the robotic systems. So I think people will slowly, maybe not in the 10 years, but further out, move more into the role of an orchestrator of robotic systems. And then on the home side, and I think this is more than 10 years out for sure, there are a lot of opportunities to offload, so in caregiving, offloading the very physically demanding tasks so that caregivers can focus again on the elements of their work that really benefit from human-to-human contact. There's just going to be a lot more space, I hope, for people to do the things that really require the elements that make us human, and the emotional intelligence aspect of it. So I think, again, that's a ways out, and all of that has to happen with a lot of care, because the home environment is a very private and intimate place. So you can't just dump a robot in a home. There's a lot of work you need to do leading up to a successful deployment of a robot. Yes.
Great, thank you. Londa, can you take it?
Well, I've been waiting for years for a robot to clean up my kitchen. And I've seen some around, but it seems like we really are far from that. However, as we bring humanoid robots into our homes or into our nursing homes or hospitals, we have to think about what social characteristics we're embodying in those robots. And to take Rodney's cue this morning, are we gendering them? And sometimes gendering robots is really helpful. Say you have a nursing robot. Well, we know that 90% of nurses in the US and globally are women. So do you build that robot to users' expectations, i.e. gender it more or less as a woman? That might make the patient more compliant. They might be more willing to take the medications the robot is suggesting or do the exercises. But there's a danger here. As soon as we start gendering robots or building ethnicity or adding skin tone, we are reinforcing stereotypes. Those social stereotypes that Maya was talking about get built into the robot. And if stereotypes also embody social inequalities. And if we build those into hardware, therefore hardening them, we could amplify those inequalities into the future. So say instead of embodying the stereotype in the nursing robot, we went against the stereotype. We asked people to think about that stereotype. So we gendered it as a man. That might allow more men into the profession of nursing, which is often a very good job, and therefore open people's minds to the possibilities of changing society in ways that promote social equality. So I think roboticists' job is to understand what genders a robot. We're very good at reading cues, social cues, almost immediately. I had roomfuls of students, and I asked them, well, does your Roomba have a gender? And you would be surprised the stories I heard. They almost all had names, which genders them immediately, that sort of thing. So I really think that roboticists need to understand how gender or ethnicity or other social characteristics are built into robots, and then to design their robots to promote social equality. So building off of what Fei-Fei said this morning, HAI's goal and the Robotics Center goal is to do good in society. So we want to create hardware, robotics that will promote equality.
Steve?
Sure. So let me start by taking a risk by commenting on something that's a little out of my personal area of expertise and talk about robots in industry and commercial settings and replacing labor, and also the risk of saying something that's not entirely positive at a robotics workshop.
We've blown past that, Steve. We've done that already today.
I think it's true that we should see a reduction in the dull, dirty, and dangerous jobs done by humans and an increase in productivity, but I think we should be realistic about the negative consequences in terms of concentration of wealth and resource control, and the continued increasing disruption and economic marginalization of people whose incomes derive from labor, and with the political and social consequences that can occur as a result. And maybe we should really be thinking a lot about how we more fairly distribute the products of robot labor as it constitutes a larger portion of labor across the country. But my own little more comfortable, closer to home area of expertise, I think in the next decade we will see big improvements in physical human-robot interaction, and there is a great potential for improvements in human quality of life as a result of those changes, partly driven by AI and partly driven by better understanding of humans. And I think that'll mostly happen in fairly constrained domains still. These very general human-robot interaction problem, it's extremely hard, and I think it faces some of the same problems as we see in, say, self-driving cars, where our risk tolerance is quite low, and it will take a long time to get tools that are reliable enough to, say, put in our homes and take care of us. But in some domains, like, say, surgical robots, we can continue to see new surgeries, safer, less invasive, maybe lower cost, and in the wearable robots that we develop in our lab, I think we are poised to see more of these devices out in the real world, improving access to society, especially for people with disabilities and people who are experiencing mobility impairments as a result of aging. Of course, there is also a potential downside that we have to watch out for with improved physical human-robot interaction. These same technologies could be used to increase our social isolation and to continue to mediate and monetize human-to-human interactions. And that's something we need to be mindful of and try to steer clear of.
Okay, great. And Amy?
So Allison, I'm aware very much of the fact this is the last panel of the day. I'm a Z. I'm usually last. I'm the last speaker. And I'm talking about war. So I think my role here today is to drive everyone to the bar immediately after that. So in the realm of international security, I think robotics is poised to transform how wars are prevented, how wars are fought, how wars are won. Why do I say prevented, fought, and won? The things go together. So military capabilities, whether they're robotic, unmanned aircraft or not, any military capability helps you in diplomacy because it gives you leverage in a negotiation. So why do we have so many military capabilities and people in Seoul? To protect the Korean Peninsula, right? Why do we have so many people stationed in Germany? To keep the Soviets and now the Russians from attacking NATO. So any capability that's a weapon is also a help in diplomacy. So prevention goes hand in hand with war fighting. That's something that most people don't think a lot about. We talk about deterrence. You can't deter unless you have capabilities. By the way, I heard a lot of references to kids today. all parents are deterrence experts. They just don't realize it. So what we're seeing in 10 years is actually happening today. And the biggest laboratory for robotics and warfare isn't on a university campus, and it's not in the Pentagon. It's called Ukraine. 1 million people are estimated to have been killed or wounded in Russia and Ukraine in this war in 3 years. And currently, the best estimates are 70% of those casualties are caused by drones. Drones are estimated, again, it's unclassified, based on open source intelligence, are estimated to account for more destruction of armored vehicles in this war than all other traditional weapons combined. Ukraine has waged war against Russia's far superior navy, denied control of the Black Sea, destroyed 24 ships without its own navy because of unmanned systems that they have developed on the fly. So we are seeing rapid prototyping and experimentation with unmanned systems on the ground, in the water, and in the air in Ukraine. And there's no going back from that. Now, what does that mean? In national security, it's all good news, bad news. It's both, right? On the one hand, the advent of robotics could dramatically reduce the risk of loss of life. Warfighters on the ground and non-combatants that are in the way, because robots don't feel fear and they don't fire in anger and they don't get tired. And armed with AI, they're often better at item recognition. So is that a bad guy with a rifle or a good guy with a rake, right? So algorithms are often much better at identifying the difference between a civilian and a combatant than humans are. So there could be dramatic reduced risk to human lives the more that we use robots in war. Robots could decrease the cost of defense. That could also then enable more budget to go to things that we all really care about in our society. And they could reduce the prevalence of war because they could enhance deterrence in new ways, and we can get into that if you want. But the flip side, of course, is there are profound ethical challenges raised by any new technology, and robotics is no different. What's permissible with an unmanned system? What's accountable for an unmanned system? How do we think about human judgment in the role that it plays? So lots of questions about raised by the creation of these systems. Oh, and by the way, authoritarian regimes are likely to use these same technologies very differently than democratic regimes will, because democratic militaries trust their soldiers and decentralize authority, whereas authoritarian regimes do not trust their soldiers. They don't want to have a coup. And so you can imagine much more permissive controls of robots replacing humans and the decision-making in authoritarian regimes than in democratic countries.
Great, thanks. Let me have you start actually next, Amy, because I want to build a little bit on the discussion that you're having about warfighting and robots. You know, it's truly field robots, right? You know, outside the home, very different from many of the discussions today have been around robots in the home. I'm curious what vision you have for dual use activities of robotics. So when we were in DC back in February and talked to a number of folks in Washington who were very interested in the topic of dual use technologies and robotics, since many of the researchers and companies here are working towards domestic and manufacturing, and you know, you're concerned about the large geopolitical applications. Are there any interesting connections or intersections you see there, things that we should be worried about in that space?
So I often joke that you know, my wonderful colleagues in engineering see everything as you know, a great possibility, and I see everything as a weapon. So that really amazing robotic dog outside apparently did hold a rifle at one point. It's true. Yeah. So right, dual use is inherently very useful for commercial purposes and also can be used for nefarious purposes by adversaries. So the obvious risk in robotics is cyber vulnerabilities. Anything that's smart is also vulnerable. And we've seen large-scale cyber attacks using HVAC systems, right? Using, you name it, right? So your baby monitor can be used. So the more that we have things that are connected, the more we have things that are vulnerable. That's sort of point one. Point two is there are always unintended use cases for every technological innovation. We originally thought that social media was liberation technology, remember that? Enabling people to come together to protest authoritarian regimes. Now it's become repressive technology, right, in a lot of ways, or polarizing technology. So there are always unintended consequences. And I think the challenge for us, the challenge for inventors and the challenge for investors and the challenge for policymakers is to try to mitigate those risks, to think as much as we can ahead of time, what are the good things that we want to get out of these amazing technologies, and how do we mitigate the risks that they'll be used in ways that we don't intend or want?
Great, thank you. So let's go then, with that concern about these technologies that are in our home, even the baby monitors, which I had not thought about previously. Steve, you're very interested in prostheses and exoskeletons and devices that are very intimately connected to the human body. How do you think about safety? What kinds of maybe misconceptions do people have? What would you want to tell people about these types of devices?
Sure. Let me just very quickly build on what you just said. I think it's a fundamental problem that we face is that technology is advancing very quickly and at an accelerating pace, and our firmware is not keeping up, and hardware, and our culture is not able to adapt as fast, and our government, and so that is a fundamental risk of extremely fast technological development. But let's talk about wearable robots for a second. That's nice. Yes, it's an interesting moment in this kind of technology. We're starting to finally see some devices that can meaningfully improve some aspects of performance in some tasks for people. And we have some basic tools for automatic customization of assistance to an individual person's needs, which are very promising, like human-in-loop optimization. At the same time, we are not yet able to assist all aspects of performance that people care about or across all the tasks you'd want to assist with a given device. And I think that's evidenced by the fact that there are no wildly successful wearable robot products yet. I think one of the big challenges that maybe is misunderstood in this domain is that the most difficult thing in that system is not the robot, but the person. Humans are just incredibly mind-bogglingly complex, especially in our nervous systems. It makes us extremely hard to predict. And the physical interaction with a human is a very complex phenomenon. So we don't have good predictive models that we can use to develop our expectations for some new device we've dreamt up. And that really slows us down. Now, AI is poised to help us with, to solve that problem. However, it requires a large amount of data. And we simply don't have the volume or type of data that we really need to develop those kinds of predictive models. As I say, these physical interactions are very complex, and it's almost none of that information is contained in, say, a video of a person interacting with a robot. And so if we want to bring AI tools to bear on this problem, we'll need to develop ways of collecting large amounts of data from which we can learn. Another challenge is that people are already quite good at the things that we choose to do. Our standard of success is very, very high for these devices. And so it has to really improve your performance to outweigh the nuisance of physically putting something onto your body and the weight of the thing. And you imagine for an older adult, how much faster or easier or more stable does walking have to be to justify that bit of weight, or being a little sweaty where the thing touches your body, or having a little bit bigger midsection where the device sticks out. It's quite a tough trade-off.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Steve. I'm going to go to Londa next. So I've participated, for example, I know Maya Matra did as well, in a workshop you had about gendered robotics, and that was fascinating. It was definitely eye-opening for me at the time. So you gave advice earlier that the robot designers in our audience should really think about this. I think people are always telling engineers that they should do more ethics training or learn about these other topics. What advice do you have for our field about how to teach this, and when is that appropriate, and what are the ways in which we make people aware of maybe unintended consequences of design decisions?
that's a great question. Can I ask Steve a question first?
Yes, absolutely, please.
So, well, I'm interested in, for these wearables, are there any sex differences you need to consider, or is it all personalized? And is there anything having to do with skin tone or other characteristics? Because we learned during the pandemic that pulse oximeters, something so basic as pulse oximeters, don't work for people with darker skin. People got themselves to the emergency room, but the pulse oximeter confused melanin in the skin with hemoglobin in the blood and therefore gave higher readings than were true. And the people who needed supplemental oxygen at the time didn't get it. So I'm wondering, like for exoskeletons, there are differences in the male-female pelvis. I mean, what of this is important?
Oh, no, that's very important. There are average differences based on genetics between populations, and every individual is very different. And it turns out that finding what an individual person needs from their device is essential to getting the best performance out of it. Maybe you double the improvements in these performance metrics by customizing to a person. And certainly the fit and feel of a device, it really depends on your body shape. And there also the question of the kinds of problems that we try to take on and how those interact with gender. For example, I've had a few of my PhD students had children while working in the lab, and an idea that we've workshopped but haven't actually attempted yet is a pregzoskeleton. To try to alleviate.
Haven't heard of that. Cool.
It's being pregnant's hard. And so devices that are specifically designed to help with the additional physical load on the body that results from pregnancy. But yeah.
Cool. Well, to get back to Allison's question, I wouldn't try to tell roboticists what to do because you're brilliant people, and I've worked with a number of you. I really enjoyed the workshop. Maya and you were there, and then Munro, who just gave the talk before, was at a workshop, NSF-funded workshop that we did on domestic robots, and how does the dynamic of the family change when you introduce a robot? So really interesting. I think one of the most interesting things that came out of that workshop was that I don't think it was Munro's work, but somebody who was at the workshop, they had been filming apartments and living spaces so that they could work on robot navigation in domestic settings, and they realized that every film they had, the person had a swimming pool, meaning that they had only done one socioeconomic group, wealthy, large homes, and not cluttered student apartments or something like that. So there are often elements, there are things that people might want to consider and just haven't thought of. So I think there has been a move now, and the National Academies of Sciences did a really great report about a year or two ago on responsible computing, and we could use the same for responsible robotics. And there the suggestion is the embedded ethics model for CS, which could be used also for robotics, that as you're teaching the technical courses, you're also pairing that. This started at Harvard with a computer scientist, Barbara Gross, and then a colleague of hers in philosophy. And they taught these courses together, teaching both the technology and potential social impacts at the same time, meaning that the students would get some information about gender, domestic setups, various social issues, and how your technology might reinforce or improve those sorts of things. So I think, now this is what a university is supposed to do, right? Stanford teaches everything, and for the first 2 years, we require students to take a broad menu of things, from humanities to social sciences to hard science and engineering, that sort of thing. But people tend to stay in their silos. So I think that we really need to do more of this dual teaching. And it could be, I think we should start it at the undergraduate level and really go into it, the master's and PhD level. And I'm happy to help.
Thanks. Yes, and Stanford is the perfect place to try to implement such things. Steffi, I wanted to ask you from the perspective of someone who's in industry, and a lot of the discussion about robotics today, again, was about robots going into the home and helping people. What is your feeling about business-to-business applications of robots versus robots straight to consumers? How much more difficult is the latter? And what do you think is the goal of that will be most successful for companies in the current climate?
So for me, when I'm on a project, it doesn't really matter if it's going to be a robot that's in a factory or a robot that's going to be in a home. The process always starts the same. And people, over the course of the day, kind of described it, but without really naming it as the user-centered design process. Maybe Wendy said it. And this is really the core of the work that my team does. Going into whatever environment you're going to be designing a robot for, and going in with a tech-agnostic mindset. That is very important. You're not coming in with the really cool robot that you spend a lot of time building and looking for a problem. That's where I think a lot of things kind of go awry right from the beginning. And I understand I'm in a very comfortable position at TRI where we have the resources to do that. It's a little startup, it's more challenging. But ideally, you're following the user-centered design process kind of to a T as best as possible. So you're going in, you're doing contextual inquiries, observing people in their workflow, you're learning about their challenges, pain points, you're learning about the things that they really enjoy doing or that they derive some sort of benefit from, and you identify those as things that you should not be doing with a robot. That's just as important. It's just as important to understand what the robot should not do as it is to understand what it could do for someone to amplify them. So the beginning of the process, whether it's sort of B2B or straight to a consumer, is the same in my mind. There's a few kind of design principles, I guess, that I think apply to both settings, but are kind of magnified and a lot more important in the home setting. And they are kind of some of the reasons why I think successful home robots beyond a vacuuming robot, for example, are pretty far out there. So trust and transparency are really, really important with robotic systems. As a user, I want to know, what do I think? What do I think it's going to do, and does it actually do that, or does it do something totally different? Do I understand what its goals are? Do I understand how to change the privacy settings? Is the motion planning for the arm like super wacky and it's going like this, and why is that happening? Not every user needs that level of understanding, but you should be able to tell why it's behaving the way it is, so that it's not a black box. So trust and transparency, super important. It's obvious, but a need, can I tell that it is solving a real need, and do I have that need? Does it feel like this thing was designed with me in mind? Is it functional? Can it do what it says it's going to be able to do? The user experience, obviously very important. Again, was it clearly designed with me in mind? So if there's a graphical user interface, is it really thoughtfully laid out? Can I get to all of the privacy settings that I want to get to? Is there a way for me to teach it things if it's that sort of device? And also on robot interactions, are the communication modalities that the robot uses legible to me? The lights around the base of the robot turn green. Okay, what does that mean? If it's moving, do I understand the way it's moving, its path planning? Is it using sounds that are legible to me? Do I understand that this means, I ran into a problem and I need human intervention? All of these aspects of a robot need to be very thoughtfully designed from the very beginning of the process. And again, this is very important in a manufacturing setting, for example, but even more so in the home. And then another element is contextual awareness and sort of emotional intelligence. So let's say it's a home robot, and it's like a weird, I don't know why I came up with this example in my mind, but I'm going to go with it. Like I'm weeping on the floor for, I only do that like once a week, but I'm weeping on the floor. Does the robot know? Like it's probably not a good time to interrupt Steffi in her, catharsis and, ask about dinner or something. So can you, does it know, Steffi loves to have the house tidied, but can I teach it that it should not touch the urn on the mantle because that's really precious to me? Also a weird example. I promise I'm fine. Can you teach it your preferences? And everyone has different preferences. Like something that's attached to your body, like an exoskeleton, there's definitely not one size fits all, and it's the same with robotic products that might end up in your home. So the home application, while it has very high impact potential, it's also extremely challenging. And I just want to put a plug in there. If you're doing a startup, hire at least one UX person, preferably a team, but yeah.
Awesome, thanks. So I think we have time to take some questions from the audience. So while you're thinking about your questions, let me just tell the panel I'm going to ask you two lightning questions at the end. The first one will be about in terms of government regulation, should we be regulating the applications and not the technology itself, or should we regulate technology? So you can think about how you might want to answer that. And my other lightning question will be that many roboticists claim that robots will not or should not replace human workers, but rather augment. Like, what do you really think, based on what you know in your field and what you heard today? Are robots going to replace or augment in truth? So while you think about your answers to those lightning round questions, let's get some questions from the audience. You can just wave your hand up, and we can go around. There's one back there.
Hi, my name's Helen Nissenbaum. I'm visiting HAI from Cornell University, Cornell Tech, where I'm in the information science department. I think, I was on that side of the panel, Steve and Amy warning us of unintended, though potentially unsurprising consequences, and thinking about the socio-technical of it. And one of the things that I've seen time and again after going to many talks, including the ones today, is that we always hear, and this is fabulous, of the positive motivation for a particular technical product, and in this case, amazing advances in robotics. But there always are, at the same time, there's the potential abuses of this very same technology. And I mean, I teach this stuff, I'm aware of all these things. So we talk about, like, how do we make the technologists aware, or do we have to bring in, not only the UX people, but maybe hire an ethicist when you're doing your hiring, but how do we say to the technologist, you've been successful in motivating your work to the positive that whatever this thing is that you're building does, but also become astute to the potential downsides or the potential unintended but perhaps unsurprising consequences. Not to distribute this job to someone else, and I think undergrad teaching, exposing people, but to those folks who are actually producing the cutting edge research. Sorry if I went on too long, but thank you.
I understand. Would someone like to take that?
Do you want me to start? So what you've raised is such a crucial question, and it's something that corporations deal with a lot, and it's something intelligence agencies deal with a lot. How do we anticipate difficult to anticipate things? So I would say beyond the teaching, which I completely agree, we should be doing it early and we should be doing it collaboratively. There are two things that I think we should be thinking about. Number one, on an individual level, the most powerful question any leader can ask is, and what if we're wrong? That question alone invites a broader discussion to imagine possibilities the group hasn't thought about before, which leads me to my second. I study an analytic bias a lot, right? We know that groups are better when they have multiple perspectives informing them. That's true in companies as it's true in agencies. So instead of having a devil's advocate that's appointed to red team, it would be better to have a genuine devil, someone who actually believes in the different point of view, and to create a culture where that dissent is valued. And that's how you avoid the groupthink that tends to lead you down a more dangerous path.
Fantastic. Steve?
I'll just quickly add, I think sometimes we do know of the negative consequences that are likely. It's just that the incentive structure is such that there isn't a penalty for us personally for pursuing, and there is an incentive to keep doing it. And so maybe we should rethink some of those incentives as a society.
Great. Let's take another question. Charlie, it's you, I think.
I wanted to say thank you for each of the panelists having your remarkable comments and your insightful thoughts. The question, my name is Vince from the corporate venture team. The question I have.
Sorry, can you wave your hand really high? I can't see where you are. Oh, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Shall I start over?
Yes, no, I heard it.
Oh, you got it. Yeah. So the question for you is that what is one thing which you strongly dislike or not satisfied in the current state of robotics?
I kind of said this, but I really feel like user experience has not played a big role in robotics so far. It's definitely happening more, but there's a huge opportunity to apply everything we know about the UX field and designing websites and apps to the design of robotic systems. There's so much opportunity there, and the UX is often totally deprioritized. It's like, okay, we have this robot, now make it look cool. And that's not what UX is. Certainly like, yeah, I want it to look cool, but I want to make sure it's solving a real need. I want to make sure it's, all the things I talked about. I think the two fields really need to come together a lot more. And I think oftentimes engineers don't take it seriously. They don't take user experience seriously. It's more like seen as the icing on the cake. And it's a lot more than that. So I think there's a lot to be done there. Yeah.
Any other thoughts? All right. Steve, did you have
I'll just quickly add, I think our problem selection sometimes doesn't align well, I think, with many of our values, right? I think we're taking on the problems where we have the resources to pursue them, and which may not be the most important problems facing society, and it would be great to get better alignment of those things.
Great. And Charlie.
So I really appreciated the emphasis on user-centered design and personalization. And one thought that came to me is that, my company started working, we worked with OT, occupational therapist. And I think I was really surprised at how well her skills in adapting technologies to an individual's needs transferred over to the robotic space. And I was kind of curious, are there other sort of professions like that where roboticists could benefit by working with them, maybe prosthetists? And so that was my question.
I think there's a lot to learn from demonstration by experts who are expert in interpreting what they're seeing and adapting a technology to a user. Some of the research in our lab has used robotic hardware where the adaptation process is mediated by a prosthetist, for example, with very positive results. So I think it's a great idea.
I think there's a lot to learn from caregivers, so professional caregivers or people who are not paid for the caregiving, and how they do their jobs, from an ergonomic perspective, how they make do when they don't have the equipment that you might have in, a facility or in a hospital. Human factors professionals related to OTs, but yeah.
Maybe I'll just comment that there's also sometimes kind of a there's a technical arrogance, right? That there's a whole better, completely different way of doing something, which maybe does actually make sense technically. It makes sense on paper to completely revamp the way something is done currently. But those maybe technologies or startups will probably die before they actually get to be used because they won't be accepted. Sometimes you have to turn the ship kind of slowly in order to get to adoption. So I think there's always a balance between someone really having a revolutionary idea that might actually be better even than watching the way people do things now, but that often it just doesn't work because there's no way to get from point A to point B. All right, Londa, you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, you're talking about the personalization. I think it's good if things can be customized. So there are the little robots for autistic kids. It's called RoboKent, and they can be ordered in 2 skin tones. It's all kind of binary, and two sexes, if you want to put it that way. But that means that there are more options, kind of off-the-shelf options for children for the type of robot they might like to interact with.
Can I follow up with a question for Amy related to this? So in the military or intelligence scenario, does there have to be this same kind of user acceptance, or can it just come down by fiat? This is the way we're going to do it. Does that mean that maybe we can be more risk-taking, I guess, with our technologies and do things differently than the way they're normally done? Or is it actually harder? I have no idea.
So I think, I mean, I'm really struck by the conversations I've heard today that the user experience being at the center of adoption and invention, and it's the same if you're looking at best practice for military capabilities, right? Do you need to know what the person on the battlefield actually needs, right? Are they ditching the unmanned system because it's too heavy and requires too much battery power, and they actually can't travel up a mountain with it, which is actually one of the cases that happened in Afghanistan. So understanding the user, whether it's a home healthcare aide, right, or whether it's a teacher, or whether it's a soldier, is crucial, and yet actually it's probably worse, I would argue, in defense than it is in other industries, because you have a small number of companies that do most of the provision of military equipment, and because there is such a disconnect between the user on the battlefield and what he or she may need. There are issues about gendered capabilities there too. Like, does the cockpit fit a woman or not? Is it designed for a man? Are the flight suits designed in the right way to accommodate different body types? I mean, all those things happen there too. And so there's been a real push in defense innovation to make the user experience the foundation and to build from there. But we're a long way to go to get there.
Got it. Sure.
Yeah, I just want to add one comment on that. At iRobot, we deployed 6,500 robots in Iraq and Afghanistan for roadside bombs. And the original interface was designed by an MIT engineer, and it had every possible thing you could do. In the field, totally unused. We put a Game Boy controller on it, and the engineer was outraged. But they can't do that. Yeah, but they can do 80% now instead of 0%. And it made a tremendous difference by putting a Game Boy controller on.
Yeah. That's a great point. Thanks. So I think let's take one more question to the audience, and then we'll do our lightning round and wrap up the panel.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rainey, and I graduated last year from Learning Design Technology program at GSE. I was working for an AI agent startup as a UX research, and I totally agree with the importance of UX and all the innovation. But I'm kind of curious because in the current industry, all the iterations are extremely fast. But for UX research, especially for hardware, it's like either it takes a lot of time to take the qualitative interviews, or the iteration or the cost is going to be very high. So I'm wondering, in the current industry, how do we balance the rapid iteration and rapid research?
Yeah, that is a big problem. That's a really good question. So as much as I would like it, the engineering team is not going to wait at TRI while I do 3 months of research, right? They have to go. So you have to get creative with working in parallel and finding the right point where you overlap with the engineering team. And it most likely looks like maybe beefing up your prototyping skills. So maybe you can get away with clickable Figma prototypes, but you might need to start kind of hacking around with physical prototyping materials. Answer as much, learn as much as you can with these semi-functional prototypes, or do Wizard of Oz, where there's someone behind the curtain, driving the robot around, and just like do your best to kind of hack it. And it's kind of fun. Like it feels like you're breaking all the rules you learned, if you went to school for this, but it is the reality of working in industry. You can't, it's not, you got to work in parallel. But yeah, just getting as advanced as you need to with the prototyping, and maybe working with the engineering team to make a prototype that you can control, right? Something that you're able to drive. I'm assuming it's a robot, but whatever it is, making a minimally functional prototype. It's just the shell, so that you can answer some of the questions you need to, and then making sure that you're on the roadmap that they're on, right? So that it's not like, wait, we learned this thing, please implement that. You have to really be kind of in lockstep with their planning and talking a lot.
Thanks. Steve, did you want to chime in?
I agree with everything you just said. And always in this process, the user doesn't know everything that they want, or maybe they don't know very much about what they want at the beginning of the process, and you're trying to reveal that. I think it's especially challenging the more complex the interactions are with the person, and the more they depend on the actual robotic functionalities. Some things, as you were indicating, it's very hard to discover with very simple prototypes, and I love the Wizard of Oz model. That's fun.
Great, so let's wrap out the lightning round questions, and actually let's do this as audience participation as well. Let's have everyone vote, okay? So the first question, and feel free to get, this might be very far out of your comfort zone, but let's give it a try. So I've been trying to learn more recently about policy in my role as a science fellow at Hoover, and this is still a difficult question for me. But when you think about government regulation of robotics, or any technology that might influence robotics, including AI, the question is, do you think we should only regulate applications, or does the technology itself have to be regulated in some way? Okay? So let's just try a little straw vote. So who thinks that we should only regulate the applications? Raise your hand. Really? I almost expected the opposite. Okay, or maybe people are just not voting. Let's see. Who thinks that you should regulate some aspects of the technology itself?
Now I'm just going to take a little issue.
Sure.
So you said only in the first time.
Oh, I did. Sorry. Yeah.
So are we
sorry.
only on both? Or
Only regulate the applications, and then the second question is regulate technology, and then probably the applications
both.
as well.
Okay.
Yeah, the second part is both.
Right.
The fundamental technology and the applications.
Thank you, Elsa, for clarifying.
So the second question is, technology and the applications should be regulated. Okay. All right, interesting. Okay, so the other question is about the future of work, and much discussion today was about robots replacing or augmenting, but in terms of what will be economically viable for companies that make robots, and how they'll sell them and what they'll sell them for, the question is, do you really believe that these robots are going to collaborate and augment human workers, or do you believe they're going to be used to replace human workers?
I think you have to say what sector.
Yeah. Any sector that you want to think of. Let's just see where it goes. All right. So who thinks that robots will augment human workers more likely? Okay. And who thinks they will replace human workers more likely?
You think like all workers? I just don't think that's possible. That's not possible.
Yeah, you're right. It's not, but in terms of maybe percentages and a number of robots sold and what they do.
If only robots were that capable, I would hand over all my work to robots. But
That's true. But yeah, you want them to do not your creative work, but do the dishes and the stuff in the home. All right, well, hopefully this has been thought-provoking, getting all of these different perspectives on where we're going in terms of societal impacts. Let's give a round of applause to our great panelists. All right, and we can exit the stage, and we're going to bring up my co-organizers.
Great to meet you.
To have some concluding statements.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we do the closing remarks? Okay, so thank you all for being here, and yeah, it's been really an exciting and informative day, and I really personally enjoyed all the panels, all the different talks, the keynote speeches, and yeah, we're just gonna do kind of a quick closing discussion. I'm wondering if you guys had any aha moments, anything that was surprising or shocked you today. Maybe we'll start with Karen.
Well, you know, I don't know about aha moment, but I was surprised, and I guess pleasantly surprised by how grounded and balanced all those presentations and the discussion in the panel were. You know, imagine, coming here this morning, I was thinking this is gonna be something like GTC, you know, like this workshop about AI, robotics in 2025 in the center of Silicon Valley. But nothing like that. And maybe Ronnie's keynote talk in the morning set the right tone. So all the conversations I have is so insightful, but exciting, but not overhyped. And that's my biggest surprise, I guess.
Yeah, and I think for me, one of the things, maybe not surprising because it's my own view, but I think I really appreciated the feeling among all the talks that it's not only AI that's going to enable better performing robots, that the physical bodies, the design of the robots, this is all very critical as an integrated system. And sometimes I feel like with all the hype around AI right now, that it's all a discussion of just, how do we get our existing robots to behave better? And I felt like there was a very good understanding throughout the day that the physical body is extremely important.
Yeah, and actually just to build on that, the thing that was interesting to me and kind of reminded me, this was again something that I also believed, but you sometimes forget it, that the human kind of the aspect of interaction with humans, the fact that that came up so many times, and the fact that it's not just about building a technology that just works, it should work with humans. I think that came up in Wendy's panel, and it reminded me again of the autonomous driving story, right? For the longest, technologists and engineers and roboticists were thinking about building an autonomous car that just works, right? In bad weather, in good weather. But the thing that ended up being really problematic and difficult was the interaction with humans. The moment you start putting your perfect autonomous car on a road, it needs to figure out the rules of the road and the interaction with humans. And I think it's the same when we think about foundation models for robotics, generalist robot policies. We really need to think about the human as kind of the center of it. And it was kind of a nice reminder of that throughout the talks. Yeah, so with that, I'd like to thank all our speakers, panelists, all of the attendees who came here. If you want to discuss some of these further, please join us at part of the reception. Tag Human-centered AI Institute if you're going to discuss this, continue discussing this on social media. And with that, I'd like to thank you all.
Oh, thank you.